Hey, you made it back. Happy Monday to you. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. Hello, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We have an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show out there that offers everything we do here at TopstepTV, such as education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Peace, and I'm Love. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that says, happiness is something that comes into our lives through doors we don't even remember leaving open. So hopefully happiness is knocking at your door. So let's get ready. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Is your game plan ready, Johnny?
Check.
Checklist checked?
Check.
All right, journal ready for the day?
Ready for the day. Thank you very much.
All right, underwear on the right way? Hole in the front?
Yep, you got it.
Just checking. Sometimes I find the hole in the back, but anyway. This is Opening Call. And Johnny, good morning. How are you today? How was the weekend?
I'm doing well this morning, Eddie. Thank you very much. The weekend was very restful, so I am always looking forward to getting back to the markets and getting back to you, Eddie, and to all of our traders. Looking forward to another interesting, challenging, and fun week of trading here on Topstep TV.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that also. Well, you know what? Let's get this party started. We're going to start off with the news. U.S. futures pointed to a lower start today while traders looking ahead to key economic data releases later this week. The S&P shed about 8 points, 0.2%. NASDAQ dipped about 0.2. That was 43 points. And the Dow lost 35. The main averages on Wall Street were mixed this past Friday. With the benchmark S&P, blue chip Dow, both edged up to fresh record closing highs. This was all done by the AI darling, NVIDIA. Chip designer market capitalization briefly hit the $2 trillion for the first time in the prior session. Also, we've got some U.S. inflation key focus markets this week. We will be looking around the January's personal consumption expenditures price data that's coming out on Thursday. The central bank has previously embarked on tightening a campaign designed to ease inflation. In an interview that we went through here on Friday, New York Fed President John Williams sounded some caution around the early rate cuts, saying that the Fed is on a track to reduce borrowing costs later this year. Billionaire investor Warren Buffett told investors that his $900 billion conglomerate Berkshire Hathaway is built to last. That's even through the worst financial disasters. But the closely watched annual shareholders letter released over the weekend, Buffett noted that Berkshire's share price will likely see not many eye-popping performances already with the massive size it already has. He did add that there's only a handful of firms are capable of moving the needle at Berkshire. Now, Berkshire posted a record $37.4 billion in operating profits in 2023. That was bolstered by the 28% jump in the fourth quarter income to $8.48 billion. Buffett also took time to honor his longtime, and this is a longtime colleague, Charlie Munger, who passed away in November at the age of 99. Well, just missed it. Buffett called Munger the architect of Berkshire. Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, as far as today's economic numbers, we're going to touch base on the whole week's economic numbers. But today, 9 o'clock Central Time, Chicago time, new home sales is due out. 9:30, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index is due out. 10 o'clock today, Central Time, the ECB's Lagarde is due to speak. 10:30, there's a 2-year note and a 6-month bill auction. At noon today, another 5-year note auction and a 3-month bill auction. And that's going to pretty much round up the economic numbers for today. But looking forward and just touching on the major points for the rest of the week, Tuesday, tomorrow, durable goods, home price indices, and consumer confidence due out Wednesday. The GDP Q4 second estimate, or I think the second estimate, I think it's the second estimate is due out. And then international trade, EIA, of course, the crude numbers due out on Wednesday, and some talking feds on Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims, PCE numbers, nat gas, some more talking feds on Friday. And on Thursday, I should say, Friday, ISM Manufacturing Index, Michigan Consumer Sentiment numbers due out, and also a few more talking feds on Friday. Now, again, that's just touching the major notes. Obviously, Wednesday and Thursday, the largest economic numbers due out on those days. And we will be with you the whole way, all day, every day. So looking forward to being there with all of you.
Well, thank you, John. Dude, where's my crude? Well, oil prices fell in the European trade today, extending steep losses from the prior session that were driven by the uncertainty over demand. Traders are focused on a string of economic readings this week, as Johnny mentioned, worrying the slowing demand, especially after the recently hawkish signals from the Fed that were a key weight on crude prices, dragging them down about 3% this past Friday, also wiping out all gains for the week. Now, these concerns are widely signs of the continued geopolitical instability in the Middle East and have fears of supply disruption. So we did see that the expiring April fell 0.5%, and the WTI dropped 0.5% also. Now, Johnny, you like reggae, right?
Of course.
Reggae is fun music. I love reggae. For the second straight week, Bob Marley's One Love has exceeded expectations. This movie that was released, claiming the #1 spot in the box office. This is a biopic starring Kingsley Ben-Adir, pulling in $13.5 million the second week of release. So they're making some good money. It cost the film $70 million to make, and they're already well above that. So this is an impressive achievement. Now, this is about the Rastafarians' legend story, making of the 1977 album Exodus, which I'm sure that you've got. I've got that album. And leading up to his concert in his native Jamaica. So some of the greatest hits came out 50 years ago, Johnny.
Unreal.
Yeah, if you got time, go see that movie. Yes. So, yeah. All right. We've got, let's see here. We've got tip of the week. What do you got for tip of the week here, Johnny? We got James has got practice with the demo. So many trading platforms offer demo accounts. This is where traders can practice trading with virtual money and familiarizing themselves with the trading platform, test different strategies, and gain experience without risking real capital. And Johnny, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's extremely important to have a demo account, especially if you're trading on a new platform. You want to get to know the new platform and definitely forward test any new strategies you're thinking about. It is of course, something that every trader should do, especially just getting into trading, is trade on a practice account, get familiar with the platform, get familiar, create strategies on it, and then move on to the trading combine. And hopefully we're going to see great success from each and every one of you. But yes, it is always a good idea to trade on a practice account, to practice, especially with new strategies and new platforms. So great tip of the week this week.
Cool. All right. Without further ado, let's get to our charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, here's the daily in the S&Ps, and the story really doesn't change all that much. I mean, obviously the upside structure is intact. We attempted some continuation to put up a new high on Friday. Value continues to ratchet higher over time. And we did add open interest on the way up on on Friday. Was that open interest to the upside or to the downside? Is a little bit of in question, a little bit in question, and we're seeing, a potential excess high on the S&Ps here now. At least on the daily chart, we've got that long wick and a doji indicating some kind of indecision up here. The market has been, screaming higher. It screamed higher all week last week. Makes sense that maybe a little bit of profit taking came in, but we did again add open interest, indicating that there was a change in inventory that occurred on Friday. Now let's take a quick look here into the 30-minute chart, because it was a kind of a normal variation, but it was a double distribution trend day. There's a single tick up here at 51. Well, what was that? 11, 15, 12 half, 15, 12 half. There's a little single TPO up there. So the market ranged early and then broke to the downside and then established value here. As far as what we're looking at this morning, the market is opening in range, in value. Overnight inventory may be starting to get a little bit long, but the idea that the market is trading inside the range from yesterday indicates potential balance. Now, think about what we've got coming out this week. We have GDP and we have the PCE numbers coming out Wednesday and Thursday. So if the market is seeking balance, it seems to be doing a pretty good job. Now, Thursday's profile was another double distribution trend day to the upside. The market on Friday traded right to the overnight low and then found a bounce there. That also kind of brings us to the excess area in Thursday's profile. Now, overnight we traded down to that excess in the Thursday profile, and we're returning back into value and into range. So the market seems to be at least early in the session today, just seeking to come back into value, and that's what the markets do. I mean, they seek value. They spend most of their time in ranges. There's a much shorter amount of time that they do become directional, and of course, anything can happen. These markets are very dynamic. We don't know what's going to happen, so we're just trying to put things in a little bit of context, at least early in the week today, so we can kind of get our feet on the ground and maybe start the week off in a good way. Excuse me. My apologies. I'm still fighting this little cold thing that I've had here. It was a very restful weekend, but still seem to be fighting with it. So, no real overnight inventory. Opening in range and value suggests to me that I can stay patient and look for opportunities as the day goes on. And again, the profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside. Does that indicate that we brought in new sellers, new shorts in this market? Well, these markets eat shorts pretty much almost day over day lately. So if we did end up with some new shorts in this market, watch and see if they start to get squeezed, and that is what has been happening pretty much almost day over day in these markets. So be careful if you're trying to be picking tops. Don't try and predict. Respond to what the market information is telling you. So it seems as though, at the very least, the upper distribution from Thursday seemed supportive. Seemed supportive on Friday. Our overnight low back into value. This whole area down here seems somewhat supportive. And again, anything can happen. I'm usually not a very good trader on Mondays, so I'm going to probably try and be patient and just take my time getting into the markets. Now, we may take the opening range trade just because we're kind of doing an experiment to see how often it's going to be profitable, but we'll see it when the time comes. Into the Nasdaq. So the Nasdaq also put in a new all-time high on Friday, but it lost 3,700 in open interest. That push to the upside on the and kind of right after the open yesterday seems to have brought in some long liquidation instead of new shorts. That drop in open interest indicates there was some profit taking on Friday, and as well, we might think that there should be. The upside structure is still intact. It is kind of lacking continuation. Yesterday or Friday in the S&Ps, we broke out of this area of balance, and in the Nasdaq, we failed to break out of this short time frame area of balance that we are still in right now. So that drop in open interest again, probably some long liquidation. Who wouldn't take some profits up here on a Friday? So what does that mean for us today? Well, long liquidation has a tendency to strengthen a market. You're taking longs out of the market. To get out of the market, longs have to sell. The more longs you take out of the market, the fewer people that are going to be thinking about getting out of those positions. Initiative selling. So take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So I've kind of highlighted the big gap that we put in from Wednesday to Thursday. Thursday continuation to the upside and a week high on Thursday. Well, we took out that week high on Friday, and we have a normal variation day with an excess high. What does excess high mean? It means that at the time, price got too expensive, buyers backed off, sellers took over, and the upside auction came to an end in this time frame, and a new downside auction began. Now, that was just in the day time frame. As far as today is concerned, overnight inventory, I mean, we may be looking a little bit long, and it's not looking like there's anything tremendous as far as overnight inventory is concerned. We're going to be opening, looking like we're in range, looking like we're in value. Be patient. The market is, again, just like the S&P, is attempting to establish some sort of range here. Again, that suggests to me to try and stay very patient this morning. Maybe wait till the initial balance establishes itself, unless something changes. But I'm speaking in a kind of a longer time frame, a 30-minute time frame. A lot of you traders are trading in smaller time frames. You're going to be able to probably find some more opportunities. Just make sure that you are choosing, wisely. Follow your strategy, follow your process, and hopefully that's going to bring you some early profits today. The profile again was a normal variation day with an excess high at all-time highs. Nobody's going to be able to predict when the high is in. Nobody's going to be able to predict when the low is in. Use your opportunities, use your tools, use your intuition to establish opportunities to limit risk in those trades. All right, take a look at crude oil now. Crude oil, well, we had an attempted breakout to the upside that's really just did not do much, right? We're still very much range bound, and our weekly kickoff low last week remains the weekly kickoff low this week. It tested to it 2 days last week, finding it supportive. On Friday, this big push to the downside increased open interest by about 8,900 contracts. That's new business. That's new selling coming into the market, new short positions. And what are they looking for today? They want to see last week's low and weekly kickoff low get taken out and find acceptance below that. Finding acceptance below that. That was a $2.20 move, $2.12 move that we had here on Friday. Volume was okay, but the open interest increase indicates there was some money coming in on the short side on this. So some new short bets here. If those short bets don't get what they're looking for, depending on the time frame of those short bets, if we don't find acceptance below this weekly kickoff low, if there's a failure down below this level and we return to and see some meaningful participation above that level, the market could rotate back to the high of the current area of balance. So weekly kickoff low, 76.40. Pivotal, I think, today for you crude traders. The profile, here's the 30-minute chart. I'm sorry, hang on. All right. So here's our, two tests down to weekly kickoff low last week. Overnight, finding resistance there. Now with the market open, the market is attempting to reaccept in the range from yesterday and perhaps even inside the area of value. Excuse me 1 second. So again, this area, last week's low, the weekly kickoff low, a very pivotal area. If there's no decision, this area can cut you up and chop you up and no, we don't want that. What we're looking for is some decision to be made away from this level, a move to come back near it to limit risk, and then look for your opportunity. So again, try and stay patient. Looking like maybe a little bit of rejection above this area here. Just to take your time. The market generated information should tell you which way this market is going to go, if any. Always be thinking, what direction is this market attempting to go? And if any, and is it doing a good job going there? The profile yesterday was a normal variation day neutral. It had a pretty weak low that we put in here on Friday. So it makes sense that the market is still attempting to auction lower. If it cannot continue to auction lower, a lot of those shorts, if they're in short time frame, may get a little bit nervous and bring us back into range and value today. Take a look at gold. Eddie's market here. All right, so look at the range on Friday. The extended trading hour range was the high and the low of the week on Friday. The long time frame range bound is intact. Volume and open interest jumped on Friday. We added 6,000 contracts. It was a interesting day on Friday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. No overnight inventory. It's a double distribution trend day to the upside on Friday. No overnight inventory. Maybe getting a little bit short now as far as inventory is concerned, but the market is already open. The market opened in range, in value, in an emotional double distribution trend day. Market opened in the middle of that range. The probabilities are that the market will trade to a high volume node in the lower distribution. Let's just loosely say 20, 36, 50, 60 area. And it might actually turn around and come back up and test the high volume node up here, which would be the volume point of control, 2047.90. So the market opened between two high volume nodes. The tendency is that it's going to test one or both of those high volume nodes at some point during the session today. So yesterday's profile, again, a double distribution trend day to the upside, opening between the distributions of time and volume, has a tendency to make them to have price test to one or both of them. We would say we're pretty close to testing the high volume node in the lower distribution already here this morning. So make sure you take your deep breath before you get into trading today. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And don't forget, everybody, make sure you pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Have a great trading day. Looking forward to hanging out with you for a little bit here.
Well, thank you, Johnny. Yes, well, we're going to be taking a break here, but before we go, as I promised, All-Star Cast. We got Deeyana going to be joining us for Fast Markets. Brett's going to be joining me for Shoulder Tap. We do got Peter Tuchman again. Yes, Peter's going to be with us here for Power Players. We also got Bonnie and Jack going to be doing TopQuiz. Hoag and JD. Hoag is back to the group coaching. We do have Coach Dakota today on a Monday with Anne-Marie. That's going to be something special. That's going to be for the Strategy Lab. And, of course, Power Hour with, yes, the dynamic duo, Andre and Dolby. And we'll have that at 2 p.m. Central. But right now, we're going to take a little break. Get yourself another liquid beverage, if that's the case. And don't go away. We got lots going on here today. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to Fast Markets. And yes, let's get our ponies in the gate. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Andre. How are you, sir?
Doing quite well. It was a nice, refreshing weekend. Eager to get back into the trade here, and I see 5100s is the same price we were seeing on Friday in the S&P, so not much has changed since. How are you guys doing? John, Eddie, how are we feeling today?
We're definitely getting better. This little gold or whatever it is has just been absolutely magnetic to me. I think it actually got into my brain a little bit this weekend. Definitely feeling a little better.
Let's get that out of your brain.
Yeah, for sure.
I had terrible mucus coming out from inside my nose.
Your voice sounds a little stronger than it did last week. It was yes, compared to last week.
Yeah, good. I'm definitely feeling better, looking better, I think, and
yes,
I'm excited about the week, man. You know, Mondays are usually slow starts for me, but I'm always excited to get back to the markets. I saw somebody speaking in chat earlier that they used to hate Mondays, and now that they're in trading, they like Mondays. And nothing could be more true than that. You know, we take our time on the weekends, and we're all eager to get back to the markets on Monday morning. It's a beautiful thing. When you love what you do, you don't work.
I noticed that there's not really a case of the Mondays when it comes to trading for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just get in there, so you're back in the game right away. So yeah, there's not really a case of the Mondays on with the trade and the market stuff, which is awesome. Oh, who's that?
Uh-oh.
Hey,
there he is.
Deer in headlights.
There he is. I'm pointing my finger at you.
Wow, no doorbell, guys. They threw me right in there.
Yeah.
Threw me in with the wolves. All right. What's up,
Michael?
Case of the Michael. Mondays? What's
no
up,
such
John?
thing.
No such thing when it comes to
trading.
No.
I mean, this is not exactly an office job. It's not exactly your 9 to 5. It's not exactly... You don't really have a boss, so to speak. You are your own boss. So, yeah, not really a case of the Mondays when it comes to trading. It's pretty much twice the best job ever.
All right, speaking of trading, what levels do we have?
There it is.
What levels do we have? Is George here? George, all roads lead to VWAP. George says that. George says that, quoted by George. Like a Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky t-shirt.
Are we open?
Yeah, we just opened.
We did just open. Yes, there it is. There we go.
There it is.
So Michael, I mean, NASDAQ opened right at the point of control from Friday. The point of control is for Friday, 18016 is the point of control from Friday. It is the most comfortable, most visited level from Friday. There is very little change to the perception of value in the NASDAQ in the open and in the S&Ps. My suggestion is remain patient, wait for things to kind of get set up for the day, and then focus on the extremes. I know that that's not necessarily sexy, but it's the truth. I mean, the market opened right in the middle of value from yesterday in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, suggesting better trade locations to happen later on in the day.
Fair enough.
Did you sell one, Michael?
I sold one. Put my toe in the water.
I knew it. Well, what we got here? Yeah, tested 80% tilt in NASDAQ. It was 69% long in ES. Can't see, just testing, see how tilt is trading this morning. I think this is what we got to figure out every morning. How is the tilt trading and reacting to the market?
Yeah, I don't like it out of the gate. NASDAQ staying strong. I'm going to get out.
You're going to have to take heat. You're going to have to take heat on the opening trade, I think.
Yeah, I took a total of $40, Andre.
Okay, that's
sacrificial lamb.
Couch change.
Yeah. Oh, working order still. Cancel all, guys. Always click cancel all. Even if you think you canceled all.
Oh,
cancel
it's a habit.
All. Trust me.
I click it once. I click that button every 10 minutes for whatever reason.
Click. Just like
it's a habit. I just click that button just because.
So this is
going back big.
Oh, this is a trading combine account, and the market did leave the opening range at the low of the day. I just paid the high of the day in this practice account just to see what happens with the opening range. I'm not really
morning traders. Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was a good short. You have to take heat.
It was an excellent short.
Yeah, it was. What was the price?
All right, 44s. There's 20 handles right there.
That was a beautiful entry.
Well, that's all right. FOMO, dilute it. Dilute FOMO. Guys, fear of missing out. That will overtake your trading or your future as being a trader that is consistent, disciplined, and profitable, which you kind of want to get into.
Taking a look at gold here, we're at Friday's value area low. Just off the bottom, 2034 is our low of the day. That's just tagged here just about a few minutes ago. And sellers look like they're driving the boat here right now.
Yeah, we've extended below the initial balance.
Okay.
The market opened in gold. Here, take a look at this. The market opened in profile. It's a double distribution trend day. So there was a distribution of time and volume down here, and a distribution of time and volume up here.
Yes.
The market opened the regular trading hour session right between them. So the probabilities of the market trading to one or both of the high volume nodes from yesterday is high. We've tested to the low volume node here, approximately 2036.10, 2036 even. That's where the current low is. Now, if we leave if we leave a failed auction on the low here, the target for the long would be to the upper distribution and the high volume node there, which would be the volume point of control, which is approximately up here at 2048.05. We want to see if we can leave that failed auction at the low, and that rotation to the upper distribution could be a nice opportunity for those of you that are trading gold.
Hey, John, you talked about the 16s, the 18016s in the NASDAQ, 18, right? Around there?
18016. 18016.
Point of control.
Yes.
That's
yes.
Where I got
yeah,
short.
that's
where I got long.
That's the point of control from yesterday, 18016. And so far the opening range in the S&Ps remains the low of the session. We took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ just by a couple of ticks. The market has a tendency to go down there and take out those stops just below there. Your position here in the day time frame isn't bad for a long because you can limit risk.
Yeah.
And if we do continue to try and push to the upside, you'll be sitting pretty good. But the opening range still the low in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to be holding point of control from yesterday. So
seem to be,
again,
If it fails, if it fails, it's okay. I was long two from 16 and 18, and then covered one of them at like 24, nice. And then the other one I'm sitting with still. So I got even if it hits my stop, I got a break even on the day still happening.
Like it.
Trade,
nice.
Always watching downside. Guys, I haven't even thought about my upside on this. I'm always thinking about my downside. That's just something to, like, Mick says it all the time. Everybody on here says it all the time. Just always be watching your six, your backside,
the way to be.
Downside, preserving capital side.
A lot of traders ask that question, how much can I make today? Well, that's a good question, but the real question is, how much can I afford to lose today?
Exactly.
It's going to keep you in the game here.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, tilt, we're 64% long. NASDAQ, not terribly long. S&P is 61% long. Nothing too tilty here just yet.
Oh, we did see 80% out of the gate.
Yeah. And Andre, I think, guys, we saw 80% up there in the NASDAQ around above the
44s.
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 And the reason why I say that is because now it's like 50-50 almost, 58%. So what does that tell you? It tells you that all those longs got shooketh out.
Every day.
Every day. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
One or the other.
Shaking. There we go.
Shake the hell out of it.
I'm out. That's a patient 444.
Wow.
Nice job. Nice trade.
There you go.
Patient ass NASDAQ trade right there.
Yeah, cancel all orders.
Dude, it's a habit. It's just now, a habit. Click that thing.
Yeah, 7 minutes in the day. You're up $455.
You can call
I'm just speaking out loud. The reason why, I'm saying this because it's like stream of consciousness. You're thinking, okay, that's a good day. So even if I ended right now, I'd be happy. Reserve capital, reserve capital, reserve capital. So now you're still thinking high probability trades because why not? Like, why start going after more things? And then, stay patient, I guess. I mean, those are the things that run through my head after you build a little cushion.
You took a little heat there, didn't you?
I bought 18s and 16s, and then I sold 23s on one of them, kept the other one, and put a 13 handle stop. And it only went to about 08s. So I only risked, the most heat I took on that was about 10 points on the NASDAQ. Points, not ticks.
There you go.
Yes, Isaac. She says, "Look,
All right.
There it is.
There you are. All right.
Elvis,
I'm
gonna put that sticky note on my forehead again. That was with Anne Marie. She kept me patient. Anne Marie's
patience.
I think patience. Anne Marie's just her tone keeps you patient. And then Rips, when he's talking, I'm like, hell yeah. It's like, you're in a Ferrari or you're a bucking Bronco, hearing every, little move of it. But that's what we can learn from either type of trader. All types of trader, I should say. All types.
100%. 100%.
Hey, Eddie, well, we got a lull here in the markets. What do we got for economic numbers today, if any?
Let me tell you. Hey, we got some meat on the bone for breakfast here. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we do have our new home sales. They're looking at 680,000, prior 664. So that's going to be the big meat. We also do have Dallas Fed manufacturing in about an hour, a little less than an hour. We got a 2-year note, 6-month bill at 10:30 today, Central, 12 o'clock, 3-month bill, and a 5-year note auction. And that's going to be it for today. But the big meat here coming up here, top of the hour. So let's get ready for that. New home sales.
Thanks, Eddie.
Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. All right, so we got a 5-year at noon. Keep one eye on those auctions, those high noon Central Time auctions. If they come in out of whack, the markets have been reacting. Equities, that is, they've been very sensitive to these prints. If the bid to cover, for instance, we can explain that later as we get closer to noon Central Time. These bid to covers come in weak. The markets, the equities will see a pretty aggressive sell-off, especially considering how high we are, where these prices are. There's some profit taking that is to be done, like we saw on Friday. We thought it was just going to be a buy. Close your eyes, set it, and forget it. But there was profit taking on Friday. Wouldn't be surprised if there's more profit taking. They're looking for events to trigger the sell or the profit taking, I think, John. I guess we got a headline of some sort on Friday about Russia, military action, something like that. Saber rally, call it what you will. That triggered the sell-off in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. We're trading all-time highs, and the profit taking came in.
Yeah.
I took profit.
Oh,
Johnny, I took profit on Friday, $1,800.
Nice.
I traded.
I saw that.
Well, while you guys are doing the show, I put it. That was Saturday night, Eddie.
Okay, missed you. All right.
Yeah, so Andre, the S&Ps added 10,000 in open interest on that pushback on Friday. That kind of indicates some new selling coming in, but the NASDAQ lost 7,300 in open interest. So there's a little bit of a different story there, and I would certainly call that long liquidation in the NASDAQ on Friday.
Okay, so NASDAQ was long liquidation. What's up, Michael?
Yeah. Is Tradeovate having issues today? You guys having issues at Tradeovate?
I've heard rumblings.
I'm hearing Tradeovate's down. So let us know if you're having issues. Arse, hi, my Topstep X is lagging. What should I do? I have mine up showing you guys, and I've been getting great entries. So the only thing I would probably say right now is mine, in my experience is not lagging. So then you would have to look at, you could take my experience that it's not lagging, or you can see your internet connection, or all the other CPU usage. I don't know, all that other stuff. I'm not a support rep.
I like when you talk CPUs. Yeah, everyone is. I like when you talk CPUs and gigahertz and all that stuff, Michael. It rolls off the tongue so naturally.
All right, so guys, we got some people saying Tradeovate's fine. Yes, sir. TradeRate's down. Interesting. Some people have issues. Some people. Topstep X is not lagging. Transportation Authority. I like it. Oh, she gets the doorbell?
Well, how do you know who it is? They're at the door, Michael. She gets Hello.
Let her in.
Who is it?
Well, we just got ding dong ditched right there. But
no.
we'll let you know when she's back.
All right.
So we've got NVIDIA coming off the highs of the session here, pretty hard. It looks like it was up around 806, 805. It's currently 790 right now. So a little bit of a pop this morning, and NVIDIA coming off pretty hard right now. Microsoft also coming off. Apple. Everything is, as far as the four that I'm watching, Meta is pretty much even on the day, but certainly some activity coming on here in some of these bigger tech stocks here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty inevitable. Well, we saw last week, all eyes on NVIDIA. John, you said it's trading under $800?
Yes.
We did see, I think we cracked above 800 sometime. Right after earnings, I think we cracked above 800. So definitely a stock we're keeping an eye on, the Mag 7.
I mean, it was above it earlier today. It was up around 806, around 806, but right now 791 last, and really coming off that high pretty hard.
Okay.
You can see it in the equities now too. You got the NASDAQ on its lows.
Yeah.
You got the S&P looking to take out the low of the opening range. I'm going to get out of this position because we are not looking good here, at least for now. I'm going to take out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps. Just did by a couple of by about a tick here so far, but NASDAQ continuing to push to the downside. Currently at the TPO low of Friday, which was 17,988. 17,988. Currently the value area low from Friday, pretty close to VWAP. It's almost looking like as well.
All roads.
I played the VWAP play, so I'm long 2 from 88, 89. So I like the VWAP. You were just talking about that. Let me get out of 1. Okay. Let me get out of 2.
Carving it up.
665. I took a 10 handle, or I took a 10 handle loss on the way down. I bought 10 or about 08 or 06s around there. When it was below 16.
You've been at work for 15 minutes. You've been at work for 15 minutes. And you're up $600.
No, we don't play like that. I know what you're talking about, though. Yes, I know. It feels good.
Yeah.
If I could work another,
you've never thought about that in your head.
I thought, yes.
Yeah.
I was up $500 in the first 7 minutes, and I was thinking, oh, that's nice. But then I did that one loser, the $700, and then I $300. So it's like, I'm back up.
Ding dong.
Who's here?
Hello.
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 Oh, you guys
welcome.
hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Different color.
Christ, man. I can't get into my main computer, so I'm on my laptop. What's going on? Yeah. So I'm going to be messing around with that.
Does that mean you're trading, or does that mean you are reconfiguring your trading station?
I'm not reconfiguring anything. I literally just got to my my home office. I put the computer on and nothing. So I have no idea what's going on at the moment. So yeah, I do have my laptop enabled to do like everything when I'm traveling and stuff. So I can do that, but I can't share charts because I only have one screen. So that's going to be the difference. How are you guys anyway?
Happy Monday. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here.
How's the Monday started?
Yeah.
So far so good. Mark's been a little bit quiet. Michael's made a couple trades, pretty good so far. John
yeah, right now is interesting. Can you guys explain NASDAQ, the equities besides NVIDIA? Who else of the Magnificent Seven is selling off because that's 72% short now. So now everybody's getting short down here.
Yeah. We got Microsoft coming off pretty hard so far this morning. Meta is currently at its session lows. Apple holding up a little bit better, but currently on, I believe, its session lows right now. Well, this is the daily. Sorry about that. Let's take another look. Yeah, I mean, all four of these are certainly, showing you some cracks in the armor here.
All right.
I'm looking at crude oil. There could be a value acceptance trade at some point. I mean, it's already happening, but if it runs away too much, I would like to see a test of the value low, maybe in about 20 minutes time or so. Apart from that, I don't really see much else.
Hey, going back to equities really quick while we're sharing the crude chart, which is fine. Both equities went through VWAP. VWAP, guys, volume weighted, blah, blah, blah. What is it?
Average price.
What is it? Yeah, it was incredible.
All roads lead to
all roads lead to
George, not me. George said it.
Go on.
Yeah. So we went through it, and we bounced pretty hard off, kind of extending through it. So we'll see. We'll see if it closes above it.
And Anne Marie's idea is, when VWAP is looking higher, you're looking for longs, and it's certainly on an upward slope here. It did get pretty deep below it here in the NASDAQ, but right now it is back above that VWAP level. And
crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, you got to.
Entry.
That was a nice.
Well, where would you have got? Yeah, where would you have got? I mean, you got a good out. Were you long, John?
I was, yeah. But when things started,
that was a good out before it fell.
I got out before. Yeah. I wasn't going to be falling in love there.
It is bounced. That's a decent blow. It was just 66. It traded on 66, and then what was that? 50.97. So what is that? 9, 3, 4, 4, 5 handles pop in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
came off that.
They're
both above
the value low in the S&Ps, and then we got a nice bounce off of that. NASDAQ kind of looked below value, but is now back inside of value from Friday, I should say. So, these lows don't look terrible for opportunities because we're trying to remain in value from Friday. So we got to keep an eye on the MAG 7 here.
Yeah, if you guys are playing the VWAP, what was the VWAP level in the NASDAQ? Mine says 88.
I got 99.
I have it anchored. You have 99s.
50, 99.
I have it anchored. It's a little bit different.
In the NASDAQ, it's 17,985.
I got
85. Okay, I got 88. You got okay, whatever. It's range. In the NASDAQ,
it's a zone for sure.
Yeah, I don't even know why people quote ticks in the 87 quarter. I don't know, 87, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It doesn't have to be to the tick.
Everything's a zone.
Everything's a zone.
Yeah. That's right.
So everything leaves the VWAP. That's George said that. Hook says everything's a zone. Everything's a zone. And then I'm saying everything is not everything. How about that, John?
Oh, very profound. It's profound today.
I know. We're going deep.
That's deep. That's deep.
Thank you, Deeyana. Pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Hard to go that deep in the morning, yeah.
Some trading philosophy.
Mondays, yeah.
We got S&Ps chop around 5,100s. We've been seeing that price for the last couple of days. NASDAQ chop around 18,000 evens. Just a couple ticks beneath it right now. So got to pick a direction. Deeyana, crude pushing up to the high of the days, correct?
Yeah. It's pushing. I don't have a setup yet because in order to get this setup, I need to wait until we actually accept value. Otherwise, if the market doesn't sustain this movement, what we're going to have is value rejection, and we are in an area of a daily demand. So it does make sense to have that value acceptance long. but I just need to wait for the right time of day, which is usually from 7 minutes onwards. So once this candle closes, then I can look for my setup, because I don't want to be getting involved on an initial balance on a Monday. I want to take it really slow, because me and crude oil are still, we're talking, but we're in counseling at the moment.
All right.
So just need to take it slow, communicate properly, and all of that. Yeah. So once this candle finishes, I will look for a retest, ideally of 76.30 or somewhere around there, because that's where this move came from. That's also where its overnight VWAP is located. Value low is not too far from there. So value low, where is that? That is about 76.43, I think. 46.
And 76.35 is weekly kickoff low.
Okay. That makes me feel pretty good about my trade idea. If this runs away from me, I'm probably going to sit on my hands for a while. Because again, I don't want to be chasing. So my next levels are really all the way up at 77.60, where I have the average session range high, and the average daily range high slightly lower. So I'm not really that keen to short it today, because if you look at the daily chart, it's created a range and it's actually bouncing from a daily demand. So until it reaches 78. I probably wouldn't be too keen on shorting, because just from the daily chart, that is where the sellers came from, and that would be a better area than trying to short after value acceptance, which is always a lower probability setup. It's not impossible, but I just find that if we have full rotation through value and then I'm trying to go against that, it doesn't work that well.
Yeah, there's a reason it went all the way through value, usually, isn't there?
Exactly, yeah, and you don't want to be going against that. It's just not a very good idea. Because it means we're accepting higher prices, right? We're accepting these prices where we got to, and then it's reversing and going back the other way. So who am I to stand in the way of that?
Yeah. We talked about this on the opening call, is the fact that, we were testing the weekly kickoff low, which is the same as last week's. Twice last week, we traded right down to it. We opened below range, it. So,
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Range.
So we opened below it, and we suggested, if we do see meaningful participation above that level, that brings us to possible value area acceptance from Friday. And, it's
here we are.
Pretty much the way it's played out so far. So you see if you get another opportunity after the initial balance finishes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in a rush. Obviously, I'm having trouble with my main computer. I don't know how people can trade with one screen. This is like everything just bunched up in one screen. So whoever's doing that, guys, please just get like at least one additional screen. This is like absolute torture.
And does it kind of mess with your head when you're not in your normal environment sitting there trading? I mean.
I do trade when I travel. So whenever I go to see my mom, obviously I have a whole travel setup, and then I've got all of my screens extra, because I have extra screens to hook up onto my laptop. But because I didn't really expect not to be able to get into my main screen, I just didn't set that up. So I was like, "Where's my laptop? Oh no! Oh god!" So I was totally out of it. But when I'm traveling, I'm prepared for my sort of travel setup, and then it's fine. But today, like I said, one screen, so it is throwing me off a little bit, which is another reason not to rush into anything, because I want my focus to be completely not diluted. So I need to be super focused if I'm going to do a trade at all. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not rushing. If a setup appears, it will be obvious. So that's always what I like to say to myself whenever I'm like, "Oh, I'm missing out. FOMO." It's like, no.
Right. No. Patience.
Yes. No. Yes, exactly. There will be another setup.
At least you've got that experience when you're trading, at your mom's, and you're trading when you're traveling to be, in a different kind of environment and setup. But
Yeah, I do have a backup setup. I just didn't expect that I was going to use it today. Yeah. But hey ho, it happens. Technology, eh?
It certainly does.
Yeah, when excuse me, when you're on the road and traveling, say you're visiting your mom, will you lock yourself into another room while you're trading, or you just do it out there in the living room or kitchen or wherever when you're trading?
Well, the thing is, with my mom has a pretty big house, so I actually have my whole sort of separate apartment above her place. I mean, it's the same house, but it's completely separate. And even if I was to like trade in the living room, you know, she wouldn't bother me or anything. She's really cool that way. When my dad was alive, that was a little bit different. He always liked to meddle, and there would be like a million questions, and he just wasn't a computer guy. He could probably make a computer, like actual components and stuff, but actual software was just complete. He never got the grips with it.
Gotcha.
To the point that he was struggling with a mobile phone, let alone anything more complex.
Oh boy.
So, but my mom, she's pretty cool. Like she's, you know, she plays games and she loves her technology, and she used to be an accountant. So, you know, she's a very cool woman, very cool lady. So yeah, but I do have a separate area. So in a way, that whole apartment upstairs, that's where I trade. I'm just going to set myself up in the living room. I mean, I have done streams. It was about a month ago, I think. I was there. So I did do the whole Topstep from Belgrade.
I remember that.
Yeah.
All right, less than a minute here, Eddie. When you get that, thank you, Eddie. When we get that number, please tell us. Was it new home sales, Eddie?
Yes, sir. New home sales looking at 684,000. We'll see what comes in here in 15 seconds.
Here we go. New home sales, Michael. You bought any new homes in the last month?
Not in the last month, no.
All right, so your number isn't going to count here.
We're watching. It's pickoff season, man. If you can find a home, pickoff season.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got it coming in here at 661.
661.
One more time, Eddie.
661,000 coming in U.S. new home sales. New home sales change month over month, 1.5%.
So under. Yep.
We are under.
Missed under.
Okay, tell me what that means, even though the market's going to do whatever it wants.
Exactly, yeah.
What do you mean? They thought there's going to be this amount of new homes sold, and there was this amount that was actually sold.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we saw.
They sold less. Yeah.
Yes, there's less. There's less than they thought there was going to be.
We saw mortgage rates jump back above 7% last week, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's probably why. It does, yeah. Everybody's mortgages are going to shoot up because of the interest rates.
Well, that's why they just say
here in the UK.
Cash is king right now, so that's what they say. Cash is king during these times. So that's why I did say pick-off season, because if you had cash back in 2009, 2010, or 2010, 2011, you could find knockout properties. Knockout.
Yeah.
But you have to look. It's not just like, oh, you know, whatever. But you always got to be looking. You guys ever watch this Saturday Night Live with Zillow, where they're like, I don't know if you probably know, this is hilarious, but Zillow became so popular because you'd be like, oh, wow, this one has a pool. And then they turned it into this like you're on some type of like XXX website, but it's Zillow and you're looking at houses.
Yeah, everyone looks at houses.
That's it. Yeah.
Everyone looks at houses they can't afford on there.
All these things that they want that they're just like.
Yeah, and then they look at homes that are vastly out of their budget.
Oh, yeah.
And they go, wow, that's nice. It's like, of course it's nice. It's like, but it's like 5 million.
I've looked at houses like my wife. I've looked at houses in Beverly Hills. I'm not going to lie. Malibu right there. I've looked at houses over there. They're incredible.
Yeah, I've looked at houses in Malibu. I just don't like the time zone.
Well, for trading wise, it's awful. It is by far the worst. I think London is probably the best time. Yeah. I think London is the best time.
Yeah, Deeyana,
right? Deeyana,
if you're talking
London's the best,
Malibu.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, Deeyana, I agree. I'd 100% have a house in Malibu if it weren't for the time zones.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. That's what I was gonna say.
Touche, Jack.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. The funny thing is, one of my really, really good friends, probably one of my best friends, she is a real estate agent in Los Angeles. She's actually from Bournemouth in the UK, but then she moved there, whatever. And she wanted to have her dream job to sell houses in LA. And now she's doing it. So she's always got these like amazing houses on the market, but they're like never less than about $2.5 million.
Yeah.
And it's like, very, very nice properties.
It should be great on that, what is it, $1 million listing or whatever?
Yeah. Selling Sunset?
Yeah, that's her. That's her. That's
Selling Sunset.
That's so Susie. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was actually one of my bridesmaids. So we all went to Vegas and got married. And then we went to Omnia to do some clubbing.
I love it.
That was my wedding.
We'll be there next week, I think. 2 weeks. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yes.
Just a little info. We did have that new home sales lower than expected, so that's going to be taken as negative bearish for the U.S. dollar.
Hawaii time zones. I stayed in Hawaii. I had a really bad trading. I think it was like day. Like when I was like catching a good stride, I like lost like 7,000, like a day or a couple days, and then I was on a good streak for the week or for the year. I was trading really well. It's like when I was like 25, 26, and then my buddy's like, I just had a bad day. He's like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, come sleep on the couch at my place out here in Hawaii. He worked in Lahaina at Chemos. And yeah, that was fun. But yeah, trading out there, I took a laptop, and my God, you got to get up early.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah,
1 in the morning. 1 in the morning, right?
Really? Oh, God. Yeah,
3 a.m.
That's bad. I mean, Rips does that, doesn't he? He goes to bed really early and then wakes up at 1 a.m. I wouldn't be able to do that.
No, it's a different lifestyle right there.
Hmm.
All right, speaking of lifestyle, trading right now. The best lifestyle. It can be. But we're not really doing too much. 30-minute, we haven't really moved out of any.
What are we trying, Deeyana?
I'm going to try a long in crude oil.
Yeah, find the pullback here. Looking like on the 5-minute.
Yeah.
Well, she does that.
I don't click.
What are you seeing, Deeyana? If you don't mind talking us through.
The value acceptance went through, and then we also popped just outside of the initial balance range. But so far, it's been pretty resistant to sell-offs, and we're just underneath the round number of 77. So this is why I reckon this might be a nice opportunity. So I'm in on 76.94 with 2 lots. So let me just see how much risk reward I have. Okay, that's looking okay. So if we get to about 77.41, I'll be happy with that. I am looking for the price to continue this 30-minute period upside. So like I said, we already popped slightly above the initial balance. And because we've come up, pretty far from the value acceptance, this is more of a sustained auction, what I'm looking at, rather than a value acceptance trade. So we're going to see whether some buyers can carry this higher.
Excuse me, I was just going to ask you, is oil, big fat round numbers, does it gravitate? Is it sensitive to big fat round numbers like in the other markets? It is as well. Okay.
Absolutely. Even more so than some of the other markets. Because with NASDAQ, I'm like, is this a round number? Because it's so fast moving. So you can call anything a round number, really. But crude oil, because it has those big kind of 77, 76.50. And if you place your stop loss slightly next to those areas, it's almost guaranteed it's going to get reached. So you're just asking for it. So I always try to kind of go slightly under the round number if I'm going in on a long trade, for example, or slightly above the round number if I'm going short. and that makes for a slightly stronger position. Obviously, it's not guaranteed, but it helps for sure.
We'll start. Yeah, here we go. 18,000. As I catch a bit of a bid here. Nothing showing on tilt. 60%, 60% long. ES and Nasdaq. Crude showing 70% long bias, with gold 65% long. Everyone's long. Everyone's long in all these markets.
Yeah, everyone's long.
Yeah, D. I mean, you did have some pretty good momentum on this move.
Yeah.
You know, from after the open on, you've got some single TPOs in the profile just below here.
Yeah. Yep. So if those single prints remain in B period, then we'll be in pretty good shape.
You'll be in.
Time of day is right. The only thing is if we get what I call the post-ROI cut reversal, which would be a failed auction. And in that case, wow.
I got short 13s up there, John, because it came up and hit the 16s again. And I don't know. I would think it was going to respect it. And it was off a nice little pop. So if we...
that 16 is... It's been the center of the range, but you've had a couple of really good trades. Now you're coming at it from a different direction. You know, I like the way you think, Michael.
I'm batting both ways. I'll play offense and defense. I'm a switch hitter, if you know what I mean.
What? Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders.
Like Deion did. Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
What were you talking about?
Yeah, just market-generated information.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Still short. I covered one of them. Yeah, I covered one of them. Patience.
Yeah, I mean, Nasdaq just looks like a typical rotational day for now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Get me out of that
that's
one.
a good way to approach it. Yeah. Bringing them back and forth.
We will outweight this market. Eventually, they'll pick a trend. At least that's how we saw last week. The market openings, first hour and a half, a bit choppy. And eventually, the buyers just come in when no one was looking, and we zombie rally to make all-time highs, at least in the S&Ps.
Zombie rally.
Zombie rally, all-time highs. Come 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Central Time, you'd be like, oh, we're trading at all-time highs. Who would have thunk it? Here we are. Well, yes, right now we're seeing very familiar prices all across the board in S&Ps, NASDAQ, crude, and gold. We've seen these prices for the last week or so. So that means we are in a range, and range-bound rules for right now. Violently range-bound, as Dolby would like to say.
Violently range-bound, right?
Range.
Oh, good. Spot on. I know exactly. It sounds counterintuitive, but it makes perfect sense.
Right. D, could you do folks a favor that are listening? Can you explain a rotational day or a rotational market?
Really quickly, I got out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
I just covered. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Good trade, Michael.
Yeah, rotational day for me has a slightly different connotation than a pure responsive activity, because a responsive activity technically means that anytime they try and bring it outside of the value area, assuming we open inside, they're going to bring it back to the value area. So that would be responsive for me, even though technically if we are inside the initial balance like NASDAQ is, that would be considered a responsive activity. But to me, there's more to it. So if we're still inside the value area, we haven't really exited, and you're trying to effectively long and short from inside value, that would be more rotational for me. So I've kind of made new definitions because I used to really suck at rotational days, and they're probably still not like something that I look forward to. In fact, every time I see like a quiet day, I'm just like, oh God, okay, here we go. But yeah, if we have responsive activity, that's nice, because you can get outside of the value area and then hit some of the average ranges, and then that's like a super nice trade. It's still range bound, but with a slightly different connotation. Whereas if we're inside value, you can absolutely use the VWAP standard deviation curves. I think Anne-Marie likes those as well. And that's a perfect way to trade a rotational day.
Especially if they line up with like value high and value low.
Yeah.
You get some sort of confluence in that gives you
Yeah.
a little better confidence and better risk management. You could say rotational days are range bound, consolidation, whatever. There's lots of different words for them, but we like to call them rotational because that's what happens. The market kind of rotates high and rotates low and rotates back to the highs and rotates back to the lows and just kind of back and forth. Rotational.
Although
Thanks, Dee.
in crude oil, yes, you're welcome. In crude oil, there is always one side that pulls more. So that's the difference between equities. Equities, when they have a true rotational day, it's like just almost perfect. It goes up, down, up, down. It's like amazing. But crude oil, depending on what's going on in the underlying market, it will always have one side that will pull more. So you might get, let's say, one long trade rotational and then one partial short, like to VWAP. But if you have that trend on your side, crude oil will always do better, even on a rotational day. So again, it's a behavioral quirk.
Nice. That's an important safety tip. And whenever the market is directional and you are in a rotational day, I think that's true for just about any market, even the equities. If the equities are in a longer time frame trade to the upside, there still might be more pull on the longs for you than getting a little bit less on the shorts. And I think that's the smart way to play it too. Because if the longer trend is long and you're long on a rotational day, that's probably a higher probability of a bigger profit target. And if you're short in a longer time frame trend to the upside, maybe take those profits off it a little bit less and be really, really cautious and be a stickler for your trade location on shorts anytime you're in an upside.
Oh, yes. And also, like we always say, on rotational days, expect the established session highs and lows to be broken. So instead of going in with a short, with a stop right at the session high, maybe look to enter at the session high after it's been broken, because that will put you in a much better position. I actually did something similar on gold on Thursday. I did a long when they smacked through the lows, and then I longed it, and it was great. It was on my stream, actually, so that was one of the better trades that I took.
Nice. Yeah, there tends to be a lot of stops accumulating on the extremes that way. That's a smart thing to do, is to when they take out those stops, there's your entry.
Yes.
Somebody said Tilt is not updating. Tilt is updating on my screen.
Same. Hey, we got a fun little poll question here. How many screens do you use when trading? 1, 2 to 3, 4 to 5, or 5 plus? Everyone likes talking about their setups.
As much as my square footage in my home allows, Andre.
So, like a couple 70-inch TVs. I've got 4. I've got 4. I think that might be too many, but that's what I need to work with.
I've got 4. I've got 4 as well. Yeah. And I think that's a perfect number, especially because we do these broadcasts as well. So, obviously that's going to take up one screen already. And then the rest of the 3 is for trading related stuff.
How many would you have if we weren't doing the broadcast, though, Deeyana?
1.
Probably 3. 3.
Okay.
For me, yeah. I actually added an extra screen when we started doing this. So, like, I've been live streaming, but obviously when I'm live streaming myself, there's just me. So I don't need to communicate with anybody else. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. But obviously here we've got you guys, so I want to see you. And, there's the chat, and, it's just easier to have that all on one screen.
I can fit all this. You guys are looking at my one screen right here. That's my one screen on you're looking on your screen of
the one you're sharing right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's on a 32-inch, like curved Samsung monitor.
Do you like curved screens? I find them a bit annoying.
I think they're just like that. I have a curved and then a curved, so it makes like a horseshoe,
Right.
So you guys are over here, and my work is over here. Topstep Slack is over here, and then over here is just to the right of this. It's same size screen, same everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, equities are trading sideways here. Deeyana's going to continue to monitor her long oil. In the meantime, hey, Jack, what do we got?
Well, we have Michael's favorite trading guru is in the Bloomberg news. Kathy Woods is selling a bit of the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing. This is more of a heat check of a story because there's a lot of, I've never seen so much negative emotion. The top of bubbles is supposed to be euphoria, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking for people selling. And whenever I see these stories, they're like, oh, Bezos sold this, Buffett sold this, Kathy Wood sold this. It's not that much of what they actually have, right? And in Bezos's case, it's just because he finally got his legal residency in Florida, so he's selling $8 billion because he doesn't have to pay the state income tax on it.
He did that on the 280th day or whatever. You have to get you have to live there. Or you have to show that you live there. I'm sure he had somebody reporting in using his credit card locally.
Yeah. So that's he did all that for $700 million or something he saved. So also, I thought this was an interesting view on the VIX right now. We're flying through empty space on a tiny blue ball orbiting a giant nuclear fusion reactor. 99% of all species have gone extinct, and the VIX is still at 13.
Nothing to see here.
I think about this often. Also, I feel personally attacked by the next one here that I saw someone post on Twitter. If you F up a meal, just call it Chicago style and serve anyway.
Oh, come on.
Get out of here.
Come on.
Come on.
That's what
I know.
That's why the username is Garbage Boy.
Yes.
Oh,
he's a garbage boy and should know as much. We also have an announcement we'll be hitting on throughout the day here. We have new features for TopStep X, i.e. traders can now shape the development of TopStep X by adding feature requests and upvoting, downvoting. So right now, James is showing a screen recording right now of how you do this. But basically, you have access now to add your suggestions and upvote, downvote other people's suggestions.
Wow.
It's accessed via the new support link. And also, you can access the change log, which, James, if you want to show that, this is just in the last week. If you want to stay on top of what we're putting out, we are putting that right there, and you have access to it just like we do. So this is going to get better and better.
You kidding me?
We're going to mold this into something real special.
This is so sick. This is so cool.
It's amazing.
I want to say that 90% of those were the ones I'm like, can you please get this done above everybody else last week? Because I just started on Topstep X last week.
Wow.
And everything I asked for, literally everything I asked for was done in a week. Literally. Everything.
They are so quick. They're so quick. Yeah, every time I said, "Oh, we're gonna need this," literally the next day they're like, "There it is."
That is insane.
And it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better. Like right now, it's pretty thin if you go outside. And when you get all those left, the tab, go to my screen, guys. When you get all these ones on the side, I mean, this one's starting to. This is awesome because here's your leave feedback, upvote, downvote, and there's a roadmap.
So cool.
So who's ever following our roadmap, good luck keeping up. Then there's the settings. This is going to get built out. Trade copy will get built out. It already is built out. It's already working. But I have some ideas that I just floated to them last week. And it does go to the 20 account concept. And I'm not saying that we're going 20 accounts, but there's something about scaling up once you're funded that's interesting to me. Like some of these traders that were like, hey, instead of scaling up on, where we're trying to get them to go 15 lots or bigger if they're trading really well, we're going to have a kind of a scale up plan. We're talking about having a scaling up plan. I'm like miles ahead of this. It's just an idea that I was like, we got to like have something that can help some of these funded traders scale up faster if they want to, not right out of the gate though. So there's something that may happen. But needless to say, then you go to the TV section and then you can pop open the TV. Then you go to the Trader Hub. This will get worked on a ton better. This will not look like what we're seeing here. It'll be more polished. We got the UX, UI meetings happening here very shortly to make this a very helpful section of your Topstep X. So there's some, and then of course other things. Yeah, other things within here.
It's amazing.
Incredible. You can see what we're doing. We're looking at the same stuff.
is this team is just they're so fast. So I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you can just put your input in there on stuff you want done. You can see the list of everything that's getting done. It's amazing. Unbelievable.
We have
job.
78% long bias right now, but only 56% long bias in S&P. So NASDAQ is like 77% long bias.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means yet, but it's just interesting to know that NASDAQ, folks, is back up here in the 30s. Remember, they were big 80s fans, or sorry, 44 fans, 40s. 80% of people were long in the 40s. Yeah, right?
They like dodgy dance music. Yes.
Delta. Delta in the S&P is negative.
Oh,
2,200.
Ooh.
Okay, thank you for that.
Right now I'm going with the herd. Just on a one lot, just really, really tight. I'm just gonna.
John, I have a question about Delta. Is there a particular number that you look for if you get it included in your trade decision?
Not necessarily a particular number, but if Delta's congruent direction and Delta's really strong, don't step in front of it. It's usually an indication of multiple time frames acting in concert on price. Mm-hmm. But if it just depends on the amount, or I guess how much of a divergence is being created by price against Delta. So, we just said that the Delta in the S&Ps is now negative 2,600. Well, the market has been range bounded. It hasn't even really left value from yesterday. So if we don't break, if they can't push price lower, they're going to end up getting too short at some point. And if that's the case, and maybe we start to see price ratcheting up higher as Delta decreases in value or gets more negative, that's what I'm really looking for. As far as if I'm in a trade, I'm going to stay. If I'm long in that situation, I'm probably going to stay long in that situation. If I'm not long, I'm going to see if I can get a pullback and join whatever presence is in the market that is, kind of just picking up everything they can as the short time frame market order traders hit into those levels, and see if I can't get along with it. And then sometimes, if it's really severe, sometimes your best trade is that end of the day pop that sometimes happens when you get that squeeze at the end of the day. So, but there's no specific number that I'm looking at to say, okay, now we got to go long. No.
Thanks, John. It's very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, just to close the loop on that fun little poll question we had, how many screens do you use when trading? 56% said 2 to 3, followed by 27% said just one. I believe, Deeyana, you're just trading on one screen today, correct?
I am.
Same.
Yes, it's painful.
Well, let's see, market. Let's get this oil to rally, and it won't be as painful. 4 to 5 or 12% remaining. 4 to 5 screens. That's an awful lot of screens. I've always said we only have 2 eyeballs, so the more screens you have, the more you're going to probably miss. Although we think we're going to see more. You got to just vote. Yeah, 1, 2 screens probably ideal. But when you're doing the show like
paralysis, I agree. Paralysis by overanalysis. Yeah. I'm long. That long's working out. We're cruising higher. That long's working out as far as going with the herd. And I went with the herd because we'll see if it gets to the 80% again in the 44s. Here's it coming up to the 40s.
Yeah, we're starting to see 77,
and
78.
Now we're at 78. Here we go. Here's all your buyers again showing up.
Higher.
So by the way, I've got the fringe, the jacket, tassels. So somebody said it's rodeo time for the next 3 weeks. So I figured trading crude oil again. Let's look the part.
We'll get you a hat.
You need an aspen hat.
I get you. Yeah.
I covered that one.
Not bad.
Another nice trade, Michael.
Not bad, Michael.
Yeah.
1-1-2. I got a good batting average going right now, and there will be a loser. And then will I go on tilt on the loser because I want a perfection day? And then that's what's going through my head right now too.
Boy, what's going through your head? Back up. What's going through your head?
if I have another trade and if it's not a winner, because I think my batting average is, I've only had 2 losers. So then I play these like, I'm going to trade like a perfect day. I'm going to trade a perfect day, like a no-hitter.
What's a perfect day? What's a perfect day? Just
carving up the markets, getting out, great entries, great exits, and like one out of every 4 to 5 is a loser. And it'd only be like a small, 10 handle, 12 handle loser. So there's 120 lot. Ooh, just got filled at 28, 18,028 in the NAS on the bid. Got filled on the bid. I'm assuming I don't have time to sales up.
MP, you mentioned perfect days.
Makes sense.
Do you ever stop at perfection? Will you keep on going until you have one loser?
I mean, what would Jordan
honestly
say?
I'm just curious.
Good question.
Would I ever stop at? What do you mean? Would I ever stop at perfection? Is that what you just said?
Say you made like 10 trades in a day and they were all winners. They all worked. You're carving beef. You're carving up that market.
Turkey.
Will you just shut it down at that point? Or are you doing heat checks? You're starting to shoot the ball from half court until you miss one. And then okay, now.
Oh, like the Steph Curry on his way out to the locker room. He just keeps bombing and keeps bobbing them and burying them. I don't know. Every day is feeling out the day of opportunity. Like right now, we have not had too much range extension. So therefore, it's been rangy. You can see this right here. I'll increase my chart because it's so cool to do here. And then you can see from the open, here's the open area. So like this is and then I'll do 30 minutes, probably a little bit. Yeah, nothing. See, we're in this range. This range is from overnight. Nothing around here. So when I'm looking at this, it's not trending in any direction. So I don't know. Like right now, I'm just like, well, I'm playing the range pretty well. That's nice. I'm not getting married to any position because it is when it's range bound, you don't want to get married to any position because it's not trending. So I don't know, Jack. The answer is I play the game or the cards that are dealt for the game. And then I play a little Kenny Rogers in my ear that says know when to fold them, know when to hold them, and know when to run away.
Right on.
Oh boy. Yeah, Jack.
Did I ever tell you about the guy and Eddie? You know him, HLK Hulk. I don't think anybody would know him now, but he was in the pit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say it now. I can't say everything.
No.
But I sort of can. So he was on a bad heat, and he's a cool guy. Great guy, and I think he lives in. I'm giving too much information.
All right.
And he Eddie, he came out and he came into the pit, and he was upstairs on the 14th floor doing whatever. Because there would always be kind of parties, or somebody would throw something and be like, "Hey, 16th floor, 16,020, so and so is throwing a little blah blah blah." And they usually start at like 10 a.m. or 11. I don't know, something like that. So he comes down, and it's a lunch hour trade. Lunch hour, so nothing's moving. He comes down there right when he just walks in. He must have been eating powdered donuts or something. I don't know, but it was on his face. and he just comes in there and bids. He's like, 80 bid 100. And everyone's like, sold. And he just holds his cards just like this. He just got long by himself. And he's a broker. You're like, damn, that's 100 lot you just put on. And then next thing you know, the market kept selling off, and he kept holding the thing, the cards close to his chest, and leaning back and forth, going down, down, down in a burning ring of fire. He was humming that, and we're all around him. We're all around him, knowing he's long, knowing he's taking massive heat, and knowing weeks have gone by where he has not made any money, and he's replenished his account, his own personal account. And, needless to say, that was towards the end of his career. But yeah, that was kind of a funny, like, little pit story that I was like, I'm right by him. We're all kind of like looking outside of our eye, looking at each other like, holy shit, man, this guy's like,
dude,
he's imploding. And you can't talk him out of it. You know what are you going to do? No. Hey, dude, where'd you stop?
Well, the dude was like 6'6", 390 pounds.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
He was a big boy.
He was a big boy. I remember he would grab.
It was powdered donuts, was it?
I think it was. They serve those in the morning next to the bar, right next to the bar. It's kind of odd how they.
Have it with
Yeah,
your
because
coffee.
I worked in a prop trading company where somebody had the same problem, but it definitely wasn't powdered donuts. Let's just put it that way.
Nose donuts.
Stinging Johnny Cash on the way down. Oh
my God.
What a lonely place.
And he had such big hands. He would grab you, pull you in. What's the bid? What's the offer? And he'd be like, I don't know, 80 bid. He's like, sell you 200. And you're like, whoa.
I don't know.
But yeah.
What do you want the bid to be, man?
Yeah, but that's what, they would go, John, you did that. You go into a pit and you'd be like, what's here? Which basically
What's
means
here?
What's the bid that you guys want to have and what's the offer you want to have? And guess what? When I say it with that tone, this is a big order. So you better widen it up.
I catch your drift.
Yeah, right?
The good old pits.
Yeah.
Good old pits.
Yeah,
he
you go,
used to
what's
do our
bid?
first Chicago business, and filled his pockets a lot. And he sent me to Amsterdam. That was a nice little gift from him.
The walking into the pit was the coolest part about these brokers. Like, because it'd be quiet, and then they're like, you see a huge order, or you'd hear it in their voice, and it was just such a cool feeling because it's huge, and if you're standing on the middle or the top step, you're getting laid up. Bottom step guys, that's why the company's name's Topstep. The biggest and best traders stood on the top step of the pits. We came from the trading pits, and if you're on the bottom step, you are not getting looked at. What are you gonna do? I'll take 5. I'll take 2. There'd be people like, I'll take 2, and it's like, get out of here. They wouldn't even trade with them. Get out of here.
Wow.
I'll take 100.
Really?
All right, sold across the
Wow.
pit. Oh yeah. They wouldn't mess around with that. If they have a big order, John, you wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I would try not to, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah, sometimes you have to. If you literally caught eyes, then you'd have to, but you're kind of like looking over them.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling the story of we had a 2,000 lot in the S&Ps, and my partner took 1,000, and I took 1,000, and it was like a FOMC meeting. So, and the customer's like, you're held on this. You got to get them done. If you screw it up, you're screwed. So I took 1,000, he took 1,000. So the number comes out, and the minis rally like 10 points through our offer. So I'm
my God,
1,000 at even, and I'm thinking, I'll probably get 500 or 600 lots, 100, and they're coming at me with 20s. 20, all right, 20. So now you're trying to keep a kind of a running count in your head. And finally, there's the one guy that I knew he would probably take 500 of them. I looked at him. I'm like, 500. He just looked at me like this. Like you. I mean, guys were taking 20 and 50 lots and making.
Well, why would they just say
handles.
sold? Because it's going through your money. It's going through your offer.
Right. But then they have to get out on the other side. So if there's 2,000 on the offer, that's what is that? 10,000 minis. So you get 10,000 minis coming in to sell it.
Yeah.
That could bring it right back down through where the offer was. You could lose money on that. So guys were just taking little bites of it. Took like maybe a minute to fill that order.
I was just going to say you would have to sweep the screen. Screw that little 50 lot. If we're talking about the story of John, like when I put on the 50 lot or whatever, John had 1,000 that he's taking, which means that's 5,000, right? 5 times minis.
Yeah, 5,000 minis.
5,000. 5,000.
Nice.
Oh my God. And then okay, now play the game. We're 100 up. It's called 100 up, guys. The bids and offers in the S&P. Like right now it's a little bit less. 100 up, 100 on the bid, 100 on the offer. On average, you say, oh, the markets are 100 up. That's a little lingo that you guys could kind of have fun with. Oh, right now it's like 50 up, 60 up. You can see right now in the bid and offer. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to go five handles, right? If it's 100 up, yeah. No. Yes. 1,000. Yes. No. 10 handles.
10 handles.
What am I saying? 10 handles.
I don't know. It's a lot, but then you have to count on getting all of them.
You have to count on getting all of them. And if you don't get all of them, then you're stuck and you're sweeping it even further down against your position. It can be an absolute nightmare in real life that's happening right in front, and you could implode. Your whole career could be over, and your wife and kids and family and your house, all that stuff, your assets and all, like that is what you're guaranteeing that. You're guaranteeing that a lot of times with your account. Like I guarantee Topstep, like and things like that. Now I don't think I guarantee it anymore because we've been around for so long, and the firm will take it, brokerage firm. But in the beginning you have to guarantee like, this is the assets I have, financial statement, all that kind of stuff. And then you go to the poker table and you play. Good luck.
Yep. All right. Well, a little bit past here. JD, are you there? JD, what do you got for us, man?
JD is here. What's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Monday.
Hell yeah, JD.
Interesting conversation. I enjoy hearing these conversations. Yeah, breaking up 1,000 lot into 2 and 3 lots, or 1,000 lot order into 2 and 3. It's just a recipe for out trades. You know, you're gonna have errors. You're gonna spend half your morning the next day just sifting through out trades, trying to figure everything out. So
counting by 3s and 4s. Yeah.
Anyway, let's get to it. We've got our hot streaks list here.
Cool.
Fire that one up. No changes from Friday. All 5 traders held on to their streaks for another day. We've got Nia Ben with 24, Andrew, our guy Andrew in Discord with 21, Loy with 18, Glenn Ace with 17, and Timothy A with 17. All hanging in there.
Nice job.
All right. Next, we've got our live funded yesterday's best PNLs.
Ooh, Michael, this is your favorite. Rips.
We got some familiar names here.
Yeah.
Yep. George T. He's been on our top 10 list a few times. Our guy Rips with a nice day, 5,800. Excellent for our Friday. We'll see Nicholas T on our top 10 list in just a little while. He's another familiar name. Then we have Venkata and Francis rounding out the list. 2 new names.
Hold on, JD. I put up 1,800, and you're really going to take me off the board. 1810. I put up 1810, I think.
1810,
and I got.
You missed by $17.
Yeah, you missed by 17.
I know. But to hit the yesterday's leaderboard twice in a week.
It's pretty good.
Fair. It's totally fair. I'm just bummed.
Yep. But, and to be fair, I'll make a note to start reaching out for your P&L daily because it doesn't show up on our dashboards. Your personal account.
Don't treat me any different. If I didn't make I didn't make it. I don't get participation ribbon. I don't care.
We've got some other numbers for you. We've got our ranked funded P&L winners from last week. We'll start with the XFA accounts. We've got Michael R., who's leading our top 10 list right now, put up $40,900 for the week last week. Wow. Rajar came in second with 26 grand. Gabenda with 21. Shen with 20. And Scott K with 18K. Pretty decent days in the XFAs. Give me just 1 second to sift through some here, and I'll pull up the live numbers.
Putting up numbers.
Oh, I got a live number for you last week.
What was your number last week?
Into this whole thing? 7,100. I did 7,100 last week.
That puts you in second place, Michael. Coming in first, our guy Rips. Our guy Rips, 8,000.
Yes.
God. Let's
Rips,
get it.
If you're listening, Rips. Guys, I trade like shit in January. So don't get me wrong. I got a lot of makeup ground to do. I'm not up on the year. So all that being said, I said February, and who said that earlier? I said this. I'm gonna put it on my hat and always be about patience. And I've been doing that. And January was 1,000% not that. I was doing like 200 a side in a day. It was stupid. So I had to regroup. So I'm just feeling good because my regroup is feeling grouped.
Good regrouping.
Yeah, I'm going through the same thing for February. Had a great January. And then February, it was just quiet, car crash, up, down, up, down, up, down. And it's like, I just want it to be over.
Yep.
But I mean, crude oil has started to move a little bit, so that's good.
Do you work in, we'll jump to crude oil screen while we're saying, do you work in months? Because mine is like 4 quarters is 4 weeks in a month. And then each week, so like the beginning of February is like, okay, this is the first quarter of a basketball, 4 quarters. I don't know, a basketball game has 4 quarters. And I used to play sports, so I'm like, okay, it's the beginning of the month. And I it's got to be, even the scratch for the first week, I'm totally stoked with. And even the next week, if it's like scratch with a little bit more, it's just trying to keep your scratching And then next thing you know, if you do find yourself in a hole like January after the first week, I found myself in a hole. Then I started chasing it because I didn't want to be down. Then I got worse. Then by the end of the month, I just hated trading.
I did the same.
But then I'm like,
I did absolutely the same thing in February. So I started up quite a bit, and I was like, right, now let's continue. I knew that statistically February is never a great month for me. But I was like, okay, it'll be fine. And then I wanted to chase. And partly it was because we are here, there is pressure. So, it'd be nice to say that it's not affecting any of us. But the truth is, I think it definitely affected some of my decision-making process. So now I'm back to kind of being disciplined, not trading. So I've put I've also made some interesting decisions. Like, for example, I had 70 to 80 ticks profit pretty frequently. But in the last 3 weeks, all of the trades barely went to like 30 ticks. So I'm like, well, what is this? Or it would go to 50 ticks. So I realized it's actually a liquidity problem in crude oil that's actually diminished. So now I'm reducing the stop loss size a little bit, only by 5 ticks. And I'm only shooting for 50 to 60 ticks rather than 70 to 80 ticks profit. So we'll see how that goes. Because definitely you have to make those adjustments. So if things are not working out and you know that you've had profit targets that are just not being reached, that's a problem either with a trade location or it's a problem with the market itself. So, or it could be both, obviously. But keeping in mind that longer-term picture is definitely what's going to get you out of the mindset of sitting there and just getting yourself into a very deep hole week after week after week after week. So just going, hold on, let's see where I am on the week, where I'm on the month, where I am on the year. And it's amazing how much it unglues you from the whole, I need to make this much. It just, I've always said to my students, listen, look at how you do as a whole. Don't just go day by day, because that's, like putting blinkers on. You have no idea what you're doing or how far up you are or what kind of capital you have to protect. But when you zoom out, it all becomes much clearer, right? And it's helped me so much to not carry on trading when I have the down months, because it's like, it's not about making trades, right? It's about taking the right opportunities.
Correct. Yeah. Isaac, you're in here talking about trying to put up at least 5 Gs. Be careful, my friend. This is a marathon, not a race. Do whatever you want to do.
Famous last
Proving
word.
yourself. Yeah. So just this is us being trading buddies. Just be careful with that one.
Yep.
Rips.
Yeah, no expectations. Don't have any expectations. Just take what the market gives you. Don't shoot for any arbitrary figure. When the market moves are there, when you're doing well, take it. If it's not happening, that's fine. Slow down and wait for the better time to come. The markets go up and down throughout the year. They're not always super liquid or super quiet. There are days when we can make a lot of cash because the market just gives us all the opportunities we can possibly ask for. But there's also times when it's very quiet and you're literally trying to squeeze blood out of a stone. Like, just don't do it.
So Rips, I'm nipping at your heels last week, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means as far as like I don't have really any point, except just to let you know I'm right there. Yeah, that's what what?
They'll nip at your heels like when you're going for a walk. They'll start chewing at your heels and stuff. Your shoes. Like
now that you have now that you have a dog, you're pro ball at it, huh, Andre?
I got a story.
Huh?
I got a story for you later about the dog, dude. It was crazy this weekend. Anyways, Eddie, I think Eddie has something for us. Everyone listen to this. This is really cool. Eddie, what do you got?
I want to hear the dog story, though.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. Eddie, what do we got?
All right. For those who are waiting for the fire drill, yes, we've got a fire drill tomorrow and Thursday. Okay, we're going to pin a form to the live chat for 10 minutes. 1,000 invitations each day. So this is tomorrow and Thursday. So if you see anybody in the chat, let your friends know it's tomorrow and Thursday. Once again, we're going to do a live chat for 10 minutes, 1,000 invitations each day. Invitations include a code to lock in up to 5 TopstepX 50K trading combines for $4.50 each. Same deal as we had before. Resets are still $49, and you'll get one free reset at your monthly rebill if you exceed your max or your loss limit. Remember, winners are picked at random and will be notified the following morning via Candygram. No, actually via email. Yes, check your emails each and every day. We want to give this opportunity to all our traders for Topstep X, as many as possible. This giveaway is for those who have not yet traded in Topstep X. So if you are on the outside looking in, this is your opportunity, Tuesday and Thursday. Also, Trustpilot, my lovings, if you'd like what we're doing here and getting a value out of Topstep TV, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We appreciate all kind words and feedback we received there. We'll drop the link in chat if we can do that. Post that link, and if you feel inclined, no pressure, we'd love to hear from you. And that's what I have. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. That's some exciting news. Fire Drill, you said the magic word. Get ready. You knew it was coming. We're coming up to 70,000 subscribers. We're still 900 short. Please hit that subscribe button. Smash that like button. We really appreciate it. You guys are awesome in the chat. You guys are super interactive. We really appreciate it. But yes, please smash that like button and subscribe. Share with your friends. Appreciate the growth. We're coming up on 70,000 subscribers, Michael Patak. How about that?
I mean, forget Taylor Swift. We can fill up. We can fill up a concert better than her. You know.
I mean, she was doing 95,000 in Australia this weekend.
Come on.
Yeah, man. It's a big deal.
Yeah, we have a friend who actually lives in Australia, and they took their daughter to that concert, and they were doing like little videos and stuff. It was a crazy amount of people.
It's
massive
crazy.
Stage. I don't know how you can see anything because everybody's like this big, but yeah,
Yes.
It looks like it was absolutely massive.
She's the top of the world right now in terms of musical acts.
Yeah.
Michael, you listen to her every morning. Every morning. Your favorite songs.
Oh, nice try. Nice try, buddy.
Good
talk. Good talk.
Good talk.
Good talk.
Give me with the good talk. All right, let's do a quick check-in on the markets. I know, D, are you still long from 94?
Still long, yeah, still long. So we tried to go back into the initial balance and then bounced away from it. We have some single prints left behind from about 76, 75 in B period. That is telling me that this move was pretty strong, and for now they're defending that area. So for now, I've got nothing else to do but hold and be patient.
Very good, very good. It's kind of a rather slow Monday, not seeing too much volatility anywhere, which is okay. We're going to ramp up into this week, and we will outlast this market. We will outweight this market. We will let the moves come to us. It kind of reminds me of last week. Monday was a bit slow. Monday was a half day, if I remember correctly. So we definitely had time to ramp up.
It was very slow. It was very slow.
Very slow. Yeah.
My mom was watching, and she goes, "Oh, it was a bit boring." And I was like, "Well, yeah, the market's
sorry, Mom."
I was like, "Yeah, it was terrible." And I was like, "I'm sorry. We'll try and be more entertaining, Mom."
I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad she's watching. Thank you for watching, Mom. We appreciate it, of course.
Yeah,
our number one
watches,
fans. But yes, awesome.
Yeah.
But yes, it was boring. Sometimes you got to make wine out of water here. Let's we try our best.
Yeah.
Michael, what's the P&L looking like? Wow, 11.20 on a slow Monday. I mean,
I don't know. It's not really terribly slow. The Nasdaq is moving 20 points, 20 handles.
Yeah. Okay.
It's range bound, but I wouldn't call it slow.
It's range bound.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, fair enough. I stand corrected. But yes, it hasn't been hyper volatile like we have seen. Like you said, it's early in the day. We're only 2 hours into this, not even an hour and a half into this trade.
It's moving from 70s, 30s to it's moving 70 handles in this range, 70 handle range. 70 handles, guys. A handle is a point. I don't talk in ticks.
Violently range bound.
Violently range bound.
Yes.
Yeah, the Trustpilot link is the Trustpilot link is plugged to the top of the chat here. Like Eddie was mentioning, please review. We plugged it up there or pinned it to the top of the chat there. So please get in there and give us some feedback. We appreciate it very much. And the CEO pretty much reads it daily, multiple times a day. You're talking to him right here.
Yeah, if you have constructive feedback, definitely email it into us. Definitely share it on the feedback or on the the link on TopstepX if you have that for TopstepX or for the program in general or things like that. That helps because when you go on and somebody's like, well, the CEO wants me to put a 5-star in. No, I don't. But there's so many people working every day, like almost 24 hours a day at Topstep. So when there's a bad review, it does hurt them. No different if it's a bad review if I opened up a restaurant and said, and my team's in there, we got cooks and servers and bus people and all that kind of stuff. And we're like, man, like you said, like, our soup is cold. Well, I'm sorry. Like, if you would have told us that, we would have comped your table or something like that. Like, it helps us. Good feedback, constructive feedback helps any company, in my opinion, get better, because that helps you get better if you actually listen to it. If they're not listening to it and you've been in there multiple times, then light them up.
There's a difference between constructive feedback and just nonsense feedback. So if you have nonsense feedback, there's just usually just trolls or I don't like it. But constructive feedback is actually really useful.
Yeah, if I go on a restaurant review and anybody's like, "Oh, the service is," I don't care. But if they go, "The food is bad," that's when I care. Yeah. Great food. Nowadays, you gotta have good food.
Yeah, especially, yes. Baiynd would talk about that all the time. One Yelp review can ruin an entire restaurant.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Baiynd said that. He hated it.
Baiynd would always say, he hated Yelpers.
R.I.P., man. That was one of the biggest shockers.
Yeah, man. Didn't see that coming.
I don't really care when, like, somebody's like, oh, so-and-so just died. I don't really notifications. I'm like, I don't, like, who cares? But when it, like, Baiynd was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then
you got the best life ever.
Oh, my God. Yeah, living the best life ever. It's crazy.
We got, for all the gold traders out there, we got 81% long here in gold. That's a pretty heavy tilt. You don't see that heavy in gold. Oil, you see heavy tilts. Equities, you'll see some heavy tilts, but gold, 81% long for all you gold traders. So for those that are long, let's see if we can get a little bit, catch a bit here and rally. We're trading 2038.
Yeah, what is happening with gold?
2038. Would you mind taking a peek real quick, Deeyana? I know you were flirting with gold a couple weeks ago, so if you don't mind taking a...
Yeah, I do trade gold. Today, like I said, because I've got a limited screen real estate, it's not that easy to track multiple products, but I will have a peek.
Thank you.
We are still in the same contract, aren't we?
I got Jay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just pull that up. It might take a while because, again, I don't have a mouse either, so I'm just doing this with the trackpad.
ZZZ, I know exactly what your review is. You lit us up really hard, which is fine, but we can make it good. And just because Ben didn't get back to you right away, we will make it good. There's a long one. I read it this morning, like 4 a.m. Like, why is somebody... It's fine if you want to give a bad review, but this is like light up city. And I don't know, we do ban people, ZZZ. Sorry if that is what we did. I'm not sorry if that's what we did. We have a committee that votes on this. I'm not even part of it. But if you've done there's people in here that is very, very hard to very, very hard to deal with, which we can deal with. You don't light us up. You don't cuss at us. You don't threaten us. You're gone. We'll ban your IP. We'll ban all that. I don't care how long you've been here. It's just like fair, guys. I mean, like, we're real people on the other side of the fence. And then, I don't know. I think there was something else. But work that out. Ben can get back to you. I'll ping Ben right now and say, hey, follow up. And I'll ask him why he didn't follow up. So we're going to do the same thing on just to make sure our processes. But, yeah, he was a tough review. And he hit Ben on the review. So that it will get flagged and we'll get it removed because you can't use people's names. I'm just going to protect my team, and I'm also going to provide you the best experience by working with my team so they can provide that to you. If anybody's slipping or anything like that, I get it, and we'll name as far as a management side of things. But like this is a team duo. We got to provide a great experience, so you're in the best position, and make sure your bat, ball, and glove and everything you use go out on the playing field to it's working properly. But there will be time or issues. And I don't know the details, so hopefully that helps.
Right, so just looking at gold, it is failing the auction, so we have an inside day. but we have a responsive activity trade potentially via the failed auction. So responsive long, after we went or tried to go below the initial balance, and now it's coming back into the value area. So because of that, the auction is going to be deemed as failed in about a couple of minutes. And then we have space until the next area of resistance at about 30 ticks higher. However, if it's a true failed auction rather than just responsive activity, which is slower, then you might have space all the way up to 2044.5, which is roughly the top of the initial balance. So right where this move came from. But yeah, just watch that resistance. Whoever is long, watch the resistance at 2041.6.
Yeah, it's kind of a repair.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
And then I just got up ZZZ. I think I got to clear this up because they're talking about on Trust by Slack. We get everything in there, and I think they're banned. In terms of use, it doesn't matter how if there's reasons why, and they're told you why you're banned. It just Topstep's not your place. So sorry. I mean, it's not for everybody. And there's a reason. I don't want to go into the detail reason. It's now you spoke with a few people. Vague by the conversation. Yeah. That's all I got for you, buddy.
All right, we can move on from that. Appreciate that. But yes, direct.
What happened to the dog?
The trainer.
Andre, dog story.
Yeah. It was weird. I broke up a fight between two pit bulls yesterday. It was crazy. It was insane.
Oh my goodness,
dude!
Why did you let them get close to each other? Why did you let them get close to each other?
I was in the car. My girlfriend and her sister both have pit bulls, and they were seeing each other for the first time. I dropped them off in the parking lot, and they were getting to see each other for the first time that day. And it was, I'm a hero, man. It was crazy. And, they're doing, I guess I was in the car still. They're doing the whole sniffing thing, nice to see you thing. And I'm in the car waiting for them to clear to get away from the car so I can go drive and park it. And all of a sudden, you just hear the two dogs going crazy. Then you hear the girls, they start screaming. And I run out of the car, and I see they're fighting each other. One has the sister's dog has his teeth on my dog's like neck or ear or whatever.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I just run up and I just tackle the damn car. I tackle the two dogs.
Wow.
I did one. Well,
wow.
First I don't know. I did something to get the one dog off my dog. I kicked it on the way in. Because I was told that's what you have to do with these pit bulls. They don't have an off switch.
Oh yeah. They lock the jaws.
They lock.
Yeah. Otherwise,
I didn't know this. Yeah. I didn't know this, but my brother told me a story that's kind of what you have to do. So I come running up to the dog and I kick it in the gut a little bit, and it stunned it. And then I tackle the two dogs and I rip them apart from each other. And I got them in headlocks, and it was just a mess. I don't know what I was thinking.
Come on.
I swear to God.
You could have gotten hurt, man. Like, you're lucky that they didn't turn on you. So obviously they're not human aggressive. That's very, very lucky.
I don't know what I was thinking. I just saw the girls were screaming. I'm into kicking dogs. Dude, I didn't think, man. I just heard a story.
Andre, don't do that,
dude. What am I gonna do? Just let them sit there and
25
and kill each other.
Yeah. I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, you jumping in between it. That's like bananas, dude. You're gonna chomp onto your face just by by accident.
I wasn't thinking.
I actually, I don't think in those kind of situations, because our previous two dogs, they got attacked. One by a pit bull, the other one by a German Shepherd Collie cross.
Yeah.
And
it was crazy.
Like you, I didn't think, I just went in there, not actually thinking that I might actually gonna get hurt. And it's fine. Like, I obviously was fine because they were not human aggressive. But I mean, those kind of moments can go horribly wrong. But good on you for stepping in. That's very difficult to do. Most people were just like, whatever, let them kill each other.
I had them. Yeah, I had them. I had two dogs in a chokehold like this. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. They stopped though, and our dog got cut a little bit, bloody ear and whatnot. But it was pretty scary. So yeah, that was my story from the weekend. I broke up a fight between two pits. Michael, how about that? The hero we all need, Patak. What would you have done? Michael, you just sit there and let him go at it.
Dude, you got some intestinal fortitude doing that.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what I was
I mean,
thinking.
I think my mic's choppy right now. Is it?
Yeah, just give us thumbs up, thumbs down.
It's your internet connection's a bit choppy right now, Michael. But we'll work through it. If it gets bad,
we'll
move on.
Yeah, there's your story. There's your story. Northside Chicago activities. The chat like that one. So, yep, that was it. But yeah, I probably won't do that again. I didn't know what I was thinking. This, like I said, this is the first time I've had a pit bull. So yeah, learning on the fly with this one.
Yeah, they're strong dogs. Very strong
They are
dogs.
super strong. This one's 70 pounds, all muscle. Yeah.
And you just got the dog at 70 pounds?
No, it was a rescue. Got him when he was 2. He's a rescue. About 6 months ago. 6 months ago. And I'm learning on the fly, John. I never had a pit bull before, man. I didn't know what the hell I signed up for. It was kind of just thrown in my lap. Yeah. No, I love the dip.
There's no bad dogs, it's just bad owners. And you jumped in there and that again took some intestinal fortitude, man. You're protecting your dog. I'm sure you're doing a good job,
Wild. But yeah, that was the story. Hello.
Lacey, our dog is a 90-pound German Shepherd. She's like mostly all black, but she's got a little white fuzz right here on her chest. And she doesn't get socialized all that much. So whenever she sees other dogs, and all dogs are friends, she just wants to play. But people get scared if they get a little bit rough and tumble. So it's
because
hard.
The size. It's the size. The other day in the park, I have a Pomeranian mom, so she's like the mom of all of our puppies, and she's a bigger Pomeranian, but she's still a small dog. And the other day there was this like a greyhound, massive, maybe even a lurcher, I don't know, but it was a big dog, and the dog was chasing squirrels in the park, and my Lisbon decided that she's gonna stand there in the way, barking, and then she just got rammed. The dog just ran over, like didn't even notice she was there, nothing, because she was like, "Oh, that was a bit weird." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what you get for barking at really big dogs. Okay, don't do that again."
Loving that.
And she was like, "Okay, yes, okay, got it."
Yeah, Lacey. We got her at 7 months, right at the beginning of COVID. And she was maybe 40 pounds. And, you never really know what breed they are. She's got, German Shepherd ears and face and pretty much body, but kind of a lab tail. So she may be part German Shepherd, part lab.
Mixed,
but she's very, very sweet. She just doesn't have any manners.
Yeah.
Trapped in a range. Yeah, kind of range bound right here. Crude pulled back a bit.
Yeah, crude oil, we're going into the European close. So there's always a little bit of up and down movement around this time of the day. So whenever I'm in a directional trade, I try to stay in past the Euro close because it always causes that slight pullback, but it's never really that long lasting. So that's why I'm going to just sit it out, wait and see what happens. If we fail the auction, then I might have to revisit my decision if my trade is still alive. But usually when we fail the auction that late, it tends to be a fake out. So some probability is there. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been in this trade for quite a while now, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, John, what was that opening? John, did you take an opening range trade this morning? I forget.
Yeah, it was to the upside in the S&Ps. I was late to it. I had really bad trade location. So when the NASDAQ started turning and we were watching NVIDIA and the Magnificent Seven turn around, I just bailed on it.
Smart. Sometimes it might be the best trade you make all day. Getting out early, saving, protecting your downside. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I guess.
All right. I think if we're ready here, JD, if you're ready, he says you're ready here. JD, bring in the top 10 list. It's my favorite my favorite stat of the day, favorite list. Everyone's constantly moving. First place is going to sixth place. Sixth place is going to third place. JD, if you're there and ready, let's see that leaderboard.
Hey, what's up? Give me 1 second. I'm logging into
what's
our
up there, JD?
backup box right now so I could push these overlays. Hang on a
Top
second.
10. I want to say Dakota was in first place at one point last week. Seen a big sell-off here in S&Ps. Something just got tripped. NASDAQ as well. Something, I don't know if those stops or what. All right, we're starting to see some liquidity. The downside here in the S&Ps, 50.90. Got 300 sitting on the bid. Biggest order I've seen all day. Beneath that 50.87, another 300 lot beneath there.
I'm just wondering, because I don't usually trade equities at this time of the day. I just wonder whether European close has some effect on equities as well. Because there's a lot of London traders who trade that market too.
Okay.
I just wonder whether this is just a sell-off in the run-up to the European close. And then we typically have what I like to call the lunchtime hour drift, where the price drifts the other way. Yeah. So that's probably what it is. I mean, maybe you guys can, chip in with more detail because you guys are equities traders. But I reckon that's what happens around this time of day. And then we just flatten out.
Seen some headlines out of Lagarde, ECB hitting.
All right.
Basically, might be something coming out of that. You did, Deeyana, you did mention Europe. We did have ECB president, Lagarde. Eddie, I don't see anything that's that market moving, but maybe you're seeing something I'm not.
Yeah, we got current coming off of President Lagarde here, ECB. Current process is expected to continue, but the governing council needs to be confident that it will lead us to sustainable 2% target. Also, Lagarde is saying that we expect inflation to continue slowing down as the impact of the past upward shocks fades and tight financing conditions to help push down inflation. These are coming off the wire. Some comments. These are the hottest comments coming from Lagarde. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. And I'll throw it over to JD. Let's catch up on that top 10 while we watch these equities sell off a little bit. We'll keep an eye on headlines if something pops in. JD, what do we got?
For sure. First, let's take a look at Friday's XFA P&L leaders. Ooh. All right. All new names on the list today. Big numbers coming out of these XFAs on Friday. Jackson with almost 14K. Terrell with 12. Dylan with 11. Dwayne with 9.5. And Ayush with just over 7. Our XFAs are always putting up huge numbers. Great to see. Now it's time for everybody's favorite. We're going to start at the bottom. Here we go. All right, our top 10 list from Friday. Dakota has taken over the 6th spot, down from 5th place on Friday. Farouz, Shen, and Karis all held on to their spots from Friday. And we have one newcomer to the list today, David S., who is trading in 2 XFAs accounts, totaling just over $41,000. All right. Eddie, drum roll, please.
Here we go. All right, Michael.
There they are. Here are our top 5. Michael, Ronald, Nicholas, and Isaac all held on to the top 4 spots for another day, and Victor moved up into 5th place. Michael R., our leader, is trading in 3 XFA accounts. Ronald is trading in the live funded account. Nicholas T., trading in the live account and 3 XFAs. Isaac is in just a single live account, and Victor is trading in 3 XFAs. Big numbers coming from our funded traders. We now have 6 of our top 10 traders are now trading in the live funded account. That number keeps increasing. Each week, we get a new live funded trader in our top 10. One day, it's going to be all live funded traders. Pretty soon, I bet.
I like where your head's at, JD.
Nice.
I like where your head's at. Good stuff, JD. Moving on up. Michael, how we doing over there with the mic issue? Bad. Thumbs down. Well, at least your trading's going well. D, you're still in this crude trade. What are you...
still in the crude trade.
Just going to ride it out then, yeah?
So right now I do have a couple of reference points. One is the initial balance high, obviously, as the orientation point, but we also have those single prints that are located at 76, 77. So if we dip all the way there, I'm going to cut the trade. But until such time, I just basically write it out, because whenever I'm in this time zone, in the period that we're in right now, I tend to hold on to this trade, usually at least until lunchtime, sometimes 1 hour after. Depends on, whether we have a trending move or whether we're in a range-bound move. I will slightly move that time of the day. But for now, it just looks like your standard European close wiggle.
Yes.
So, yeah. All of my orientation points are still fresh and intact. I'm using a 30-minute chart to track the trade. Sometimes, obviously, I will use a lower time frame or just a pure profile to get me into a trade. But for now, it's just like a slower Monday, so there's no need to panic just yet.
Well, following up on that gold, the tilt, we saw over 80% in gold here, and sure enough, we did see it turn around and sell off. So maybe they fueled the sell-off later. They got stopped out. But yes, it was 80%. Now we're down to 67%. And we did see the market sell off in gold by about $2.50. So something to keep note on. And PY's, he's having technical issues there. Technical difficulties. We're trying to work it out. And
it's technical difficulties Monday.
It's one of those days. It's one of those. He's trading well, though. As long as those trade machines still works, everything's up.
Yeah, that's right.
Can someone ask what Deeyana is looking to target? Deeyana, what are you looking to target in this trade?
Well, at this point, it's probably going to be more a time-based trade. If we do manage to get to my price-based levels, 77.41 would be nice. 77.50 would be my ideal final target, which would be close to 2R multiples, which is 60 ticks for me for my entry. But otherwise, if we don't reach that, I am going to cut this trade off in about an hour, let's say. So if I'm still nowhere near that and it's still sort of messing around, then I'm just going to cut it wherever it is. But as I'm looking, we just made a new higher high.
Sure did. How about that?
Again,
nice little pop.
European close wiggle. Exactly, yeah. So European wiggle always does that, and I find that whoever's in these trades around about this time of day, if they don't know about the European close wiggle, they usually get scared out of their trade. Again, we have to learn to anticipate some of these high probability events and know when the setups are appropriate for what time of the day.
Yeah, okay, while we're doing that, while we get the pop, let's run a little bit here for Deeyana's trade. Hey, John, we're kind of trading near the lows in the S&Ps. Is this a level down here? Is this something worth taking a look and taking a long here by the dip, so to speak, or is there more room to the downside based on what you're seeing here? You're on mute.
My apologies. Look at what happened on Friday. We had the market. It looked to the upside at first, and then it traded right down to the overnight low, right? So the overnight low kind of lined up with the upper distribution from Thursday. So this was supportive here, We didn't really find anything down here to do, as it was the overnight kind of range situation. And we've just traded back down to it. Now, our overnight low from last night is down here. That level,
what's the price, John?
To be exact, I think it's 50.87 quarter. I believe is the absolute overnight low. But look what it did. Look what it did Friday. It traded right to the overnight low, and then found some buyers down there. Yeah. So if we do get an opportunity near the overnight low, that's something that I would consider, because it limits your risk, right? So if we take out the overnight low, we can't accept below it, we come back above it. That gives us the opportunity to limit that risk. One thing about it is here's the profile for today. This is the market profile. So we have the initial balance is here. We did leave some single TPOs down here, which is kind of excess above price. If we keep these single TPOs down here, I'm really going to have to limit my risk. But right back down here, we have these single TPOs from Thursday. Another one here. I mean, it was kind of an emotional move to the upside. So we have found support here on Friday. We found support on our afternoon pullback low here on Thursday. this area here looks kind of prime or ripe for a decent opportunity. Now, it's looking like we may come up and close out these single TPOs. If we leave this extension as a failed auction, then I would look for the market to return back to the upside. But anything can happen, right? These are, as Dee says, we're all just looking for probabilities.
Absolutely. Well, we got about 10 minutes left. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, there you go. So now it's turned around. We took out those single TPOs. Now it's one range, one distribution of time and volume. So that if we leave that failed auction at that low right down here, then the move would be to the upside. Got to limit risk.
Hey, you got a quick update here. I know it's a little bit past 10 a.m. Central here. Got a quick update for our TopstepTV. Trading in their live funded account, our all-stars. We have one with us right now. Deeyana, Isaac Rivera is up almost $2,000. Coach Dakota almost up $1,900. Deeyana up almost $400. She has an open trade right now, so that number is going to be going up. As we saw on the top 10 leaderboard. Yes. As you saw, Nicholas T here is up, what do we got here? Almost $3,600 on the day. He was number 3 on our top 10 funded trader list, as we just saw. So it's good to see our traders are making money in these slow markets today. Deeyana is long the S&Ps, crude oil, and we are seeing a move to the upside. Deeyana, have you ever traded S&Ps besides back in like 10 or 09 or whatever? When it was...
Oh yeah. I put S&P back into my tradable instruments just around COVID times because the liquidity increased massively.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't really enjoy trading it before that power hour comes along. Because at that point we have the bond markets that close, and then we have a larger influx of volume that causes everything to go a little bit nuts. So for me, that is the prime time to look for some reversals, to look for some statistical averages to come in as my reversal levels. So yeah, I really enjoy trading it. Obviously, if I've already traded for the day and I've done pretty well, I probably don't do that. So, when I conserve my energy and I want to go do something else. But if I'm kind of having a bit of a slow day and I haven't done many trades, then I will definitely take a look at ES for power hour, which is why you guys see me in chat all the time.
Yeah, we love it. We love it.
Yeah, exactly. I love power hour because you guys are so good at it. I love watching you. I love watching Dolby. He is really funny. But also, he's quite down to earth as well.
Yes.
Because he's like, yeah, let's do this. And then it's like, oh, no. Oh, okay. And then every once in a while, he just pulls one right out of the hat and just, does 15 lots on NQ and then makes like $4,500. So.
Fact. Absolutely. Well, speaking of power hour, Deanna, I appreciate it. Speaking of power hour, we'll go over to the schedule for the day today. Joining Dolby and myself is Dannystrades. Ooh. Dannystrades, I've seen people asking in the chat, when's Dannystrades going to be on next? Well, sure enough, he'll be on this afternoon, 2 o'clock Central Time for Power Hour. But after fast markets right now, we're going to have Shoulder Tap with the usual two, Eddie and Brett. Power players. Ooh, big power players coming up. We got Peter Tuchman coming on. Everyone, please tune in for that. Really good stuff. Live from the NYSE floor. Doesn't get any better than that. Einstein, I'm sure everyone's seen him. TopQuiz with Bonnie. That's a big one. Really tell you something. Anne Marie on for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. And then, like I said, Power Hour. Dannystrades joining us. Big day today. Hang with us. Like we said, we got over 3,200 viewers right now. Please click that like button. Please subscribe. We appreciate it very much. Michael, you seem to be back here. 7 minutes left in the trade. There he is.
Am I coming through?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah, every time they said 45 days they got to get permits kind of stuff. To do, they actually claim that the internet service, even though my landlord's like, go get your own. I'm like, no, here's a video showing like it's point whatever upload. So I'm gonna end the day up $1,245. So that's a nice Monday. Happy.
I would say that's a very nice Monday. Yes, it is.
Very nice Monday. Yes.
Good job, Michael. Good job. But yes, we'll get those internet issues fixed here. John, we are seeing that bid come in here. We didn't get down to the 87s like you said, but we catch a bid here. We did catch a bid like you said.
Yeah, sometimes what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. If you look at the NASDAQ, Well, I mean, if you're looking for the market to test, like we said, to the overnight low, and it doesn't, there's information in that. You know, if you're
tell us
thinking
what you gathered.
Well, I mean, the market traded down to didn't trade down to the overnight low. It traded down to yesterday's low in the S&Ps, the day session low, which was excess. We have excess on Thursday as well. So anywhere down in this area looks like a decent level to limit risk. We closed out the single TPOs. When you look at the NASDAQ is still on a normal trading day. NASDAQ is right in the middle of the range. S&Ps have extended the range to the downside. And, and if we can leave these single TPOs, then this will end up being a failed auction to the downside. But again, we don't know what's going to happen. The market could come down and go down and recheck, check the overnight low, which was the support level from Friday's regular trading hour session. And I'm always just looking at these levels and thinking, okay, does this give me the opportunity to limit risk? First thought is, does it limit risk? Yes. Okay. Then we'll see what the market looks like when it gets down there, and see if we can get an opportunity there. But right now we've got about 5 minutes left here. If we can leave those single TPOs alone at the low here, and leave those and come back into the initial balance, which is 50.97.75 here in the next 5 minutes, then I would look at that as a potential failed auction to the downside. It's coming back down there. I mean, it could certainly go down and check that overnight low. And if it does, I'll see if the market will take out that overnight low. But if it can't stay below it, that sometimes can give you a nice either short-term kind of scalp to the upside, or like it did on Friday, it traded didn't quite take out the overnight low, and it just whipped around and provided a pretty nice opportunity off that low. That was at least 10 points on that, something like that. So might be a nice opportunity there.
All right, guys. So I've just taken profit. So I'm up 640 of the day.
Beautiful.
So it's been a little bit slow-ish. So better to be safe than sorry. We're coming into lunch hour in about half an hour. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Nice trade.
Nice trade.
The
dogs agree too.
You were so patient on that.
Yes, you were. Yeah. Even took a little bit of heat.
Yeah, as much as that's my strength, that's also my weakness, holding trades too long. But, most of the time it works in my favor. So there you go.
Very nice.
Real quick before we wrap up this fast markets, I want to say at the top of the chat here, we got pinned the form for group coaching. Ask Hoag anything. Please fill that out. Please get that in there. He will answer all the questions to the best of his ability, and he's not afraid to say. He won't say if he does not know. He will say I do not know. But that's few and far between. John, I know you love that segment. How are the questions coming in? What are your thoughts? I mean, are we running low on questions? Do we need more questions, or you get a lot of repeat questions, John?
Yeah, there's repeat questions, but that's okay because not everybody is there every day. There's different coaches too. There may be a question that Robert answered last week, or that that somebody else answered that you might get a different point of view. I haven't had the chance to see how the questions are coming in, but we've got a backlog of questions that we can always go into, and if you have specific questions during the session, maybe we can get to them if you put them in the chat. But it's one of my favorite things is that group coaching session, because I just get to sit and chat and hang out with like-minded people, traders, and look to help in any way I can. If you take anything from these sessions, that's what makes me happy. So I'll look forward to seeing everybody there. It's always one of my favorite times of the day is when I get to.
I think I'm joining you for the group coaching on Friday. So
yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Boy. Yeah. All right, make those questions. Let's ratchet up those questions and make it a little bit more difficult. We got Hoag and Deeyana in there. Ask them. Try to stump the Schwabs in there. That'd be amazing if you guys get that going together. Deeyana, leave us with some final words. You had a great oil trade day, and slow-ish market. Michael is there. Give us a thumbs up, Michael. Let us know you did did good trade today. Deeyana, leave us with some words of wisdom.
Yeah.
And we got shoulder tap coming next.
Thanks. So just patience and make sure that you're testing the probabilities of the events, not just your setup, but what is the expected price action for a particular time of day. Time of day, very underutilized element of trading. So if you start putting down observations in the time of day, that's going to help you in your trading quite a bit. I know it certainly helped me when I was still developing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for your time, Deeyana. We'll see you throughout the week as well. Hoag, you killed it. We'll see you here in a little bit. That's Fast Markets from now on a Monday, slow-ish Monday. Everyone, our traders are up money. That's how we do it here on Fast Markets. Now let's kick it over to Shoulder Tap.
Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. And this is where we're going to find out some of our traders, how they're doing, whether good, bad, or ugly. And of course, we've got that handsome fellow, Brett, right next to me. Good morning, Brett. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much. Glad to be on here again, Eddie. And it's been a few weeks. I think mid-January was the last time I was on. So excited to be back and talk about some exciting traders.
Well, talk about exciting. Let's get to the party right now. And who do we got first here for our Shoulder Tap?
Our first trader is Stanley B. And Stanley is in a 50K XFA. And Stanley has been with us since about mid-year last year. And the thing I really like about Stanley is his average intraday P&L low is only minus $55, which what that's telling me that Stanley is doing in this account is they're trading it, and their first few trades of the day, they're exercising excellent capital preservation and risk assessment of the trades to make sure that they are going to end up above water for the day in a positive P&L situation. And Stanley, the reason I picked Stanley is it shows they've been in the account since December 20th. That's 43 days
43
in
days.
this funded level account, 88%
Amazing.
winning days. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And a few things that you may notice on their account is their average daily P&L is $229. And I have to make sure that that's a ton of money, $229, especially when that's your average over 43 days. And in those roughly 2 months of trading, they've gotten the account balance up to it's just shy of 10,000 after their payouts and their present account balance. And it shows that these modest numbers really do add up. And even though it's not $5,000 a day like some of our traders, they're killing it. They're making a comfortable living at $50,000, $60,000 a year if they can keep maintaining this and limit their risk and exposure to the markets and losing trades.
You know, Brett, there's three things I'm seeing here on this trade report that have piqued my interest in such a positive way. Total contracts on an average. And now, Brett just mentioned 43 days trading this. He's keeping an average of just over 5 trade contracts a day. And that's total trades just a little over 2. So this is what you call tight consistency. Another thing I loved seeing here is that there's a lot of payouts. Somebody is making it happen. And with this small average P&L of $229, they are taking money out. So this is very impressive.
Yeah, it really is, Eddie, and well said. And the payouts, I think they've taken 4 or 5 payouts in this account since they started it on December 20th. And they're not having big losses, and they're really not drawing back on the account intraday a ton. Like I said earlier, their average intraday P&L low is minus $55. That's across 2 months of trading. That is an eternity in the markets. This is how somebody starts out in a funded level account and starts growing and growing. And very slowly, you build it up. You don't go from making $200 a day to $2,000. You go from making $200 to $300 to $400. And yes, Stanley has one big day in his under his belt, and he made almost $1,900 in the account on a previous trade date. However, Stanley, it seems like, acknowledges or recognizes that that's the exception, not the norm. Sometimes trading for $200 or $300 a day, you're going to have those big days, but they are the exception, and you don't expect it day after day after day necessarily.
Right.
Find your edge in the markets and keep trying to do that edge. You will have to adapt, but sorry, what were you going to say, Eddie?
You know, I see this trader swinging for base hits. That's it. And those bigger days are those days that those singles turn into home runs. I like that they're not swinging for the fence. I like that they're looking for smaller profits. And proof in the pudding here right now is you mentioned there's a few really nice days that are over $1,000, and keeping the total contracts and total trades consistency. They're making it happen, so it does happen. It's just a matter of letting the trades play out.
Exactly. And letting them play out is so hard because there are times when, even if you're in a profitable trade, or if I'm in a profitable trade, sometimes the market, it feels like a loser. If I just had $500 in a trade and now I've only got 300, well, shoot, I could have stopped working a few minutes ago and had 200 more dollars. That almost feels like a loser in some regards, and you need to keep your headspace out of that space and really recognize that a profit is a profit. The saying, as cliche as it is, you don't go broke taking profits, has kept so many traders in the industry longer than they maybe otherwise would have.
Beautiful. Nicely said. All right. Let's see. Who else do we have here?
Leonor A. Leonor A is in a live funded account, and Leonor has been on a bit of a roller coaster lately. The past 3 days, past 4 days, I'm sorry, 3 of them have been kind of big losers. It is a 150K account. I do want to give credit where credit is due. Of those 3 losing days, they managed to keep it to 2/3 of their daily loss limit, which, good job saying enough's enough. I don't want to possibly give more to the markets and stopping before you had to. And that is a tough thing to do. I know I've struggled with it. Almost, if any trader that's been around long enough has struggled with it at times, it's how long it holds you under its thumb, really. And it can be tough because, oh, shoot, I just lost $2,000 yesterday. What's $500 now tomorrow? That's kind of a drop in the bucket, but that's not the mentality that you need to have as a successful trader. It's go back to basics. It's trade 1 and 2 lots, make enough to support yourself, but recognize you're not going to have those monster days. So with Leonor, what I wanted to highlight is they haven't really been in this account too terribly long. I think they've got 17 trading days under their belt in this live funded account. They started with right around 15,000. They're in the black with 21,000 as an overall account balance, but they've lost a lot of money over these last 4 days, which is the time that it's the time that you need to pump the brakes and not trade 7 lots like you have been. And I do see that some of the contract sizing has pulled back, which is great. It's exactly what you need to do.
Right. I mean, it takes a lot of work to get where Leonor has gotten. Okay. I do see some, just looking at the trade report, some recklessness. For example, up over $500 on the day. That was a P&L high, and ended up negative 2,000. Now, that's something where we sort of lose reality, where the recklessness comes in. You're flailing. You're not sure what you want to do. But a $500 day on a 150K account, that's not a bad day. That's a very good day as far as I would say something like that. But when you let that account go so deep, you're just throwing things against the wall, hoping something sticks. I do like that they've had a couple payouts, so they are experiencing the victory. Another thing too here, a little random on the total contracts. Average 25, but some here we've got 8, 48, 6, 42, 60. So there's really no consistency there, which I would say maybe they have to work on.
Yes. And actually, I think I misspoke earlier. I had said 7 contracts per trade. Their average overall is 3 contracts, which we love to see those small numbers, but sometimes 3 is too many. Sometimes 1 or even the micros are the spots to be. best day is fantastic, $7,000 best day. And then the payouts, we love to see the payouts. Average daily P&L is 610 to the good side. So great with that number, but with the recent 4 days in the trading, it's time to pump those brakes and quell those losses. Don't allow them to continue. Even though your account is healthy enough to stomach a few losing days, big losing days even, that doesn't make it something that is acceptable or shouldn't be acceptable to the trader's perspective. And
Brett, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please.
From the term you say pump the brakes, for those that do not know that term, can you sort of give us some detail? What is exactly, when I'm trading, pumping the brakes?
I mean, pumping the brakes, it can be a little bit different for everybody, but the broadest thing, the broadest way to say what pumping the brakes is slowing down your trading. If you're doing 20 contracts a day, try 10. There were days that I would come in and I would say, okay, I'm going to make $200 today and stop, because I needed to put myself in the headspace that, hey, I can take money out of the markets. I feel like I've been bashing my head against the wall or throwing anything at the wall, because if I'm sitting on my hands, I can't make money. And we're here to make money. That's the bottom line. And that's something that the market, you need to learn to adapt with the market. The market is always adapting. But I'm sorry, I'm getting away from pumping the brakes. But it's, instead of, like I said, doing 20 contracts, do 10 per day. Instead of doing 2 lots, do 1 lots or 1 contract per trade, and then get out of it before you put another one on. Because there's times where it feels like I just cannot do anything right. And it's like the market knows that.
Oh, yeah.
And it is so frustrating. And sometimes you just need to have a day that looks better on the books and go from there the following day.
You know, on those days, like you mentioned, where you can't get anything right, I mean, you've got to think as a professional. You've got to think as, this is my company. And I mention that a lot. I talk about that a lot, where don't force the trades. Take what the market gives you. I mean, even on a big account like this, you know, you've reached the epitome of funding here. You've reached the top of the mountain. You have made it. Okay. You bring in $50 on a trade, fine. You bring in $200 on a day, fine. If you're not seeing the market correctly at this point, don't risk it. All right. Don't gamble. I know it's very appetizing to have a big day, make 2,000, 3,000. Yes, those days are going to happen, but let them come. Don't chase those days. They will come, as we saw on the last card. You know, I mean, this is something where you've got to work towards it. And, you know, you're sitting pretty on a live funded account. You've made it. So no reason to intensify your risk. All right, take it slow, pump the brakes, take what the market gives you, and just keep accumulating those winning days. Okay, that's what I have to say.
Absolutely, Eddie. And you used my hot button word, gamble, because this should not be gambling. There were guys that or traders that would come down into the pits and wouldn't trade for a week or two at a time. And they would wait for the market to set up exactly how they were looking for. Now, when the market set up in the way that they were hoping for, they sometimes had really, really big days. There were some guys that traded a handful of days a quarter, and that's how they made their living. There were guys that came down for an hour or two and then stopped for the day because they knew their trading facilitated that mentality. And if they were there at noon still, they were forcing it. They were probably having a bad day. But you got to wait for your setup, and it shouldn't be gambling. Like I had mentioned earlier, you need to find that edge and know when to jump on and capitalize on that edge that you have found for yourself. This isn't an industry where we're going to be competing with Goldman Sachs and the big dogs necessarily in the markets. However, I used to always say I pick up the scraps off the floor, and those big funds and those giant traders that do throw thousand contract trades around and block trades, they leave plenty of scraps that a lot of people can make a very comfortable living from.
Right. It's a comfortable living. Don't exceed your expectations. All right. Be humble, especially if you have a decent trading day. I mean, I've always, practiced what I preach. If I have a very good trading day, I'm not rushing back the next day to give it back. I'm going to be frugal. I'm going to be stingy. I'm going to look for that great opportunity, right? Not just an okay opportunity. You've got to prove to me that I'm going to be more of a reward than a risk on that trade the next day. So you might want to take that into consideration also.
Yeah, well said. And I mean, for my best trading day ever, I think it was in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But for my best day trading, it happened on a limit down day in corn. I'm going to do the real quick version of this, but it was a limit down day in corn, and I managed to get some sold. And it was a blockbuster day immediately. And you know what I did the rest of the day? I sat on my hands because I'm not making the day any better. The trades aren't going to set up on a limit day in corn, but it was tough because, hey, I wanted to get it to that little next benchmark and make it that nice round number, but I wasn't there. I might have taken a couple of trades and given back a couple $100, but it was more just kind of trying things and feeling out the markets and seeing if I could find something that worked in addition to what I had already been doing.
Beautiful.
So
Brett,
moving,
yes, let's move on.
Yeah, let's talk about Nicholas for a little bit. And Nicholas is the trader that is averaging 7 contracts a day that I think I had said for Leonor. But Nicholas, and bear with me because this is an XFA that was moved to live. And the stats that are on this page are from the Traders XFA because they've only been in the live account for 3 days today. Today is the 3rd day. One thing that you'll notice in the live account is their first day. That is what I want every one of our traders to do. Post a couple few $100 in profit or even a loss. And I'd much rather it be a profit, but don't try to kill it on your first day. You're in a new environment. You might have a new load in on your platform, and get used to it. Make sure you can, first of all, make a trade. And then if you can do that, hit the brakes again and slow it down. Do 1 and 2 lots your first day. Make a few $100. Get off on the right start so that your account is building from the get-go. The thing I wanted to highlight on Nicholas is Nicholas has been in the XFA. He was in the XFA and he moved to live, started on Thursday last week. In the XFA, 67% winning days, 44% winning trades, which isn't the greatest, but when you look at the average win-loss per trade, right at around 50% winning trades, $1,300 average winner and $550 average loser. That's fantastic. And absolutely. Yeah. Only averaging 10 trades per day. The one thing I don't like with Nicholas is 7 contracts per trade. That's a ton. It was, I think the first time I did a 2 lot was a few months into my trading. And I was going to my mentor going, can I put a second one on? This looks great. And I was shaking because I was so nervous. And This was my shot in the markets. Take it seriously. As it is for our traders. But with Nicholas in this account, they moved to live. Like I said, on day 1, they made $300. And then the next 2 days, today and Friday, they hit their daily loss limit. Keep your capital preservation in mind. This isn't the end of the world. You've still got a good amount. You've taken a good amount in payouts. We love to see that. But slow it down. You don't need your average daily P&L from your XFA that was $3,400. You don't need that in the live the first few weeks. Work towards that and build up to it. You had some monster trades in the XFA, and we want to see them in live. We're not trying to slow you down, or we're not trying to stop you, or we're trying to set you up for success. And this is how every mentor that I have ever spoken with has told traders to do it, that I have talked to at least. When I started, it was make or lose $50 a day. Not even enough to keep the lights on, but it was the way to grow the business.
You got to start building a foundation. If you're going to build a building, you can't start on the second floor. You have to have a foundation, a safety net, something that in case you have that bad day. I had I still have it, and I saved it pretty well, the 150K XFA. Now, I got that almost to busting out that account. And I told myself, okay, listen, I got to follow rules. I got to go by the basics, practice what I preach. What do I tell traders? And I fell into that same hole as a lot of us do. And what I did is, I would take $200 a day, $500 a day, whatever the market gave me. I was not looking to get that all back at once. And I'm positive now. I'm up $64 on the account. Very close to busting that XFA. And I just, like you say, tap the brake. All right. Things have got to change. Was not going to give up on it. I challenged myself. And I think that's what traders need to do here. We do see that, Nicholas does have that second day where he was up 288, and he took a big hit. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, we got just about another minute here, Brett. Anything else we want to talk about here for Nicholas or anything else?
I actually wanted to comment on your XFA that you were talking about with the $64 in it. You know what the most important thing about that account is? The door is still open. And that's that's the mentality every trader needs, is keep the door open, keep the lights on, live for tomorrow, trade so you can trade again tomorrow.
Right. It's not what I can make, it's how much I can afford to lose. All right. Brett, it's been a pleasure. Very nice to see you back again here. And all the best to all our traders out there. Hopefully something sort of a light bulb went on and said, you know what, maybe I need to do this. All right. And that's why we're here for Shoulder Tap, to help our traders. But anyway, we've got coming up here next here, Peter Tuchman is going to be with us here. And we're going to be doing Power Players coming up here very shortly. So let's keep that on schedule. And Brett, once again, thank you for being with us here. We'll catch you back again tomorrow, and have yourself a great day. We'll be right back with Power Players.
everybody, and welcome to Power Players. I have with me the one and only Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. If you haven't joined us before for this segment, Peter is going to give us a 15-minute breakdown of what is going on in the markets this week. And Peter, the world is allowed to turn. We have survived NVIDIA earnings. What are we looking forward to this week?
Well, it's really nice to be here, guys. Anybody who hasn't been here yet, we're going to be doing this every Monday and Friday, sort of Mondays to give you a little idea of what we have to look in store for us for the week. And then we're going to do a fun Friday at noon wrap up. So it's going to be Topstep and Einstein on Wall Street Global Trading Academy. And so we're super excited to do it. So count on it every Monday and Friday at noontime. But anyway, it's like around the world in 15 minutes about what's going on. Obviously, last week, all eyes were on the NVIDIA release of the earnings. And obviously, they were better than expected. They fulfilled, they hit on every piston possible, which is very rare. You know, it's really fascinating how stocks will often rally into an earnings post, hoping that everything, will be just as everyone wanted it to be. And it's very hard for them to fulfill all of the expectations. Wall Street is really hell-bent on expectations. And if you don't fulfill them, they are not very forgiving. We've seen that time and time again when the stock did not hit on earnings or on guidance or on revenue, and they missed on one small thing, yet it was a really good earnings report, and then the stock just gets eviscerated. Well, that didn't happen. NVIDIA took itself up, a major 100-point rally, coming off of a couple of days of a bit of a sell-off, and then just off to the races, and it took the market with us. It's Monday. We're coming into the end of a short month. It's unbelievable that we are now basically 7-8 weeks into this year, which is nuts, right? I'm still in friggin' July 2023. So, and the market sort of, let's talk about what's going on. A couple of things today, super important. A number of years ago, so we've got the Dow Industrial Average, 30 stocks. It's all about America. It represents those stocks. You've got Boeing, you've got Pfizer, you've got Triple M. It's the oldest indices out there, and it basically was like Buy America, right? 30 stocks, kind of a small imprint indice, but very significant because it is the oldest, and it basically signified basically everything within the Industrial Revolution. It came in, stocks started being listed here on the floor. We are on the floor here. You can sort of see it a little bit. There it is. Yeah, there you go. We are.
Oh, yeah, that's a great job.
There is no copy. So I'm not copy and pasting anything here. And so the Dow Jones Industrial Average a couple of years ago so they add and they delete and they add stocks, not that often, right? Because it's only 30 stocks. They really need a significant reason to add a stock into the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The last stock they did add was Walgreens. It was a real disappointment. The stock has been one of the worst performing stocks over the years. And finally, today, we are deleting Walgreens and we are bringing in Amazon, right? So first of all, Amazon announced a 3-for-1 split. We obviously saw a 10-for-1 split in Amazon a while back when it was a $1,000 stock. And it got down to the $100, $200 level. It's trading at 168, I believe, right now. They've announced a 3-for-1 split. And then they announced the addition into the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's a big deal, right? It's a big deal because it really sort of signifies that how ingrained Amazon is into our lives, into our future, into the market, into the everyday part of our lives, and in the investing community. So that's super exciting. Think about it. For the longest time, before fractional investing, for those of you who don't know that, in the old days, if you wanted to buy $1,000 stock, you had to pay $1,000, right? And then obviously in fractional investing came along. If you don't know what that is, you can literally buy a dollar value of any stock that's out there if you're part of a organization or you're part of a brokerage firm that offers that. And most of them at this point do that. Literally, you can buy a fractional amount of shares. Super exciting because so many of these high-flying stocks that were sort of outpriced a lot of people who could not afford them were, look, as I think I said it the other day, 90% of stocks that go to 90 go to 100, and 90% of stocks that go to 900 go to 1,000. So, it was sort of out of the realm of most people who were small and term investors could not invest in these high flying names. Fractional investing changed that, and now that you've got Amazon, it's going to be a $60 name into the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's super exciting. I think it's also important to note right now is that so you've got the Dow Jones, you've got the S&P. S&P adds and deletes stocks similarly to the Dow. Every stock inside of these indices are weighted relative to their earnings, to their revenues, to how many shares outstanding in the index. So you'll see that in the Dow index, 30 stocks, you've got a stock like Boeing, a $300 name that's very heavily weighted in the Dow. That's why you'll very often see there'll be a discrepancy when the Dow will be up and the S&P will be down. Most times these indices work. Think about it. The Dow's got 30 stocks, S&P's got 500 names, and the Russell has 2,000 names. Their imprint is respectively grander the more stocks you add into it. And they are significant in a lot of ways. The Dow and S&P often will travel together because there are a lot of similar names in them. But however, when tech is up and a number of the Dow industrials are down, that's why you'll see a discrepancy with the S&P being up and the Dow being down, because there are basically not that many tech stocks in the Dow. But it's super important to note that the Russell index is 2,000 stocks. It basically represents the smaller and the mid-cap names in the stock market. That's super important to note that at the end of 2023, the Russell index went from a 52-week low to a 52-week high in the last 46 days of the year. What is the significance of that? Okay, so mid-cap and small-cap stocks basically play a huge role in the market. I know everybody gets excited about the S&P 500, and they love the fabulous seven or the magnificent seven, the high-flying tech names. But mid-cap and small-cap stocks are really the bread and butter of the stock market, right? And it's important. There are a lot of tech names embedded in the Russell. And so the significance of that rally at the end of 2023 signified that there was more of a breadth of the rally than a lot of people thought. There was a fear that the market was that the whole rally was based in this major tech move by these incredible seven stocks that were the high flyers of the year, and that God forbid those stocks were no longer in favor, or they changed the whole trajectory of interest rates and those guys were no longer going up, that the whole market would be a bubble and would explode. The fact that the Russell showed such a significant rally at the end of 2023 showed that the breadth of the rally was significant, and that there was a lot more interest, a lot more money was being put to work in small and mid-cap stock. What does that signify? That signified that a majority of the investing community had confidence in the overall stock market, just not the Magnificent Seven or the Fabulous Seven or whatever they call it. You know, we're talking Microsoft, Nvidia, stocks like that. So the market today is a bit flattish. It's still trying to digest, what we went through over the last couple of weeks. It's still trying to digest the first 2 months of 2024, which have been, I would say, about 85% positive days. We've had major consecutive week-over-week rallies in the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ, so that's a good thing. But everyone's fear is, too, when they stop, now that earnings are outdone in NVIDIA and basically everybody is a bit fatigued by buying a lot of these high-tech names, is the market going to sell off? Is it going to flatten out? And what is the rest of the year going to look like?
Right.
So we've got a lot of things on the agenda. I'll let you in a second there, but the next thing that's super important to note is these indices, like the Dow, like the S&P, like the NASDAQ, like the Russell, they do a thing quarterly called a rebalance. Depending on the price of the stock and depending on how many shares outstanding, whether it's been a secondary or a split, they have to rebalance themselves in the index. Individual stocks have to either buy shares or sell shares to basically balance themselves off in the index. The MSCI is a Morgan Stanley index. It is one of the largest indexes of all. It's got 3,700 stocks in it, I believe, or even more. And that is being rebalanced on Thursday, the last day of February. It is a massive rebalance, and I think everyone needs to note that you're going to start to see major volume probably starting today all the way into Thursday, as a lot of the major hedge funds institutions have to position themselves in their indice investments coming into the close of business on Thursday. So you may see a lot of volatility this week. You may see a lot of volume, and I'll pitch it to you there, Nick.
No, that was great insight there. I certainly was not aware of this rebalancing that you said was taking place. And you said that could be going on all this week up until Thursday, because they have to be rebalanced on Thursday?
Right. So the rebalance is basically there's certain stocks that are going to be bought. So it's a net even trade, because for every share that's being bought, there are going to be shares that are deleted. But usually there is sort of a posturing on the buy side or sell side, depending on how the stocks have moved. Basically, the Thursday is the day of the rebalance. But what you'll find is when there's massive volume movements that need to be bought or sold in a particular name, it can't really happen all in one day, because it sometimes will impact the stock too much. So you'll see a lot of the indice players, a lot of the firms, and a lot of the institutions that are playing this game, that own huge positions and need to rebalance. They're called the indexers. The indexers will often start a couple days beforehand, so that they're actually purchasing and selling of stocks that need to be rebalanced will not affect the stock that huge in one day, because literally there will be 50 million of some shares to buy, 20 million some, 2 million, 800,000. The volume is going to be huge. So you're going to start to see the volume trickle in today, but it all is by the close of business on Thursday. The MSCI rebalance, which is a global index, will be complete. So you're going to see a lot of volume this week.
Well, that is incredible information and knowledge there. I do not think chat was aware of that, and they are extremely appreciative of that information. So with NVIDIA kind of having already reported, what is the big thing next on investors and traders' mind? We just had NVIDIA. The world was paused for that. What's the next big event that traders are going to be looking for?
I think I think once NVIDIA is done, I think obviously there's stocks that are going to coming out with earnings into the rest of the week, but I think all eyes are on the economic data that's coming out on Wednesday and Thursday. You've got the PCE, the personal consumer expenditure number, which is a big inflation thing. Then you're going to see some GDP come out on Wednesday, I believe. That's got some inflation components to it as well. But obviously the GDP, GDP, gross domestic product, is a huge economic indicator that will give us a sense of where the market is coming from and where it is going and how the economy is doing. It's a good overall number that's got a number of different components on labor, on numbers about inflation. And so that number basically will tell us that's the basic baseline number. How is the economy doing? The gross domestic product, and it's got other components in it. But when the GDP, you'll often see Goldman will come out with predictions about what it looks like into the future. It is a future view into what the economy looks like right now and what the future should be as far as our overall domestic economy and how inflation sits with that. So that's the number on Wednesday. PCE is a huge inflation indicator, personal consumer expenditure. That's another major number. So I think people's eyes are off earnings for right now and really looking at economic data on Wednesday and Thursday, and then once again the MSCI on Thursday.
Perfect. And Peter, this is why we have you on, to give us these little nuggets of fundamental analysis insight. I certainly did not know we had that rebalancing taking place. That is a huge bit of knowledge and wisdom you just dropped on all of us here at Topstep. And Peter, in about 15 seconds, just tell us any social media we can follow you at.
Sure. Einstein of Wall Street on Instagram. I'm available. Anybody DMs me, I answer them. It's no robots on my team. And on Twitter, it's Einstein O Wall Street. I'm also on TikTok as Einstein of Wall Street. I'd love to welcome everyone to look. If you're looking to learn technical analysis and risk management, I know you're coming to Topstep to learn how to trade futures. If you want to learn how to trade futures, once you've opened your accounts at Topstep, come to WSGTA.com, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. on my Instagram link tree, there is the webinar that we did last week, and it was live and it was free, and there's a recording of it talking about technical analysis and risk management. Go in there, watch it, reach out to me. I'm always available to you guys, and top step to the moon, guys.
That's perfect. Peter, appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Friday, and we will see your partner on Wednesday, David Green, for group coaching. Enjoy the rest of your day and trade well. We will see you later, Peter.
Live long and day trade, baby.
Hell yeah.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. I have with me Eddie and Hoag, the nicest and most familiar faces on TopstepTV. How's everybody doing?
Check's in the mail.
How's your morning? How's your morning?
Morning was good. Morning was good. Yeah, I think opening call, I think, put some really good context over a couple of these markets, and Michael made money on fast markets, so that's always good. And just hanging out, man. Just doing our thing.
That's awesome.
Eddie, how you doing?
Easing into the market here today. I've been sitting on my hands all morning, sort of answering questions in chat and so forth. And Jason 420, how you doing, my man? And just trying to help people out realizing the process that works here. And, to go from a simulated to a funded account and so forth. But what Peter was talking about really piqued my interest. And John, you wanted to sort of lay the foundation on that. And as I was doing chat, I was just catching every other word, but I think you've got the gist of it. And, lay it out, put it on the table.
Sure. So Amazon is replacing Walgreens in the Dow 30. So there's some adjustment in inventories that are going to have to take place as far as some of your funds, banks, anybody that owns these stocks. They're going to have to kind of readjust your investments in and around those stocks. So as Peter was saying, there's likely to be some volatility, some movement possibly coming from that. These things can either be a storm in a teacup, as D likes to say, or they can provide some decent opportunities. There's probably going to be a lot of traps. There's probably a few fake outs in all of this. Make sure you're managing risk. I also saw in another article that maybe some of you are aware of and maybe some of you are not, but Walmart is going to be doing a 3-for-1 split. So if you want to invest in Walmart, that's going to give you an opportunity to get a little cheaper price and buy a few more shares for that and see how that plays out for anybody investing in that. Of course, anything can happen, and so just a couple of things out there in the stocks that are likely to potentially affect these stock indices that we day trade every day.
Right. It's about performance, one in, one out, and there's something from opportunity. I mean, if you got that Walmart stock, by all means. If you got Amazon stock, by all means. And honestly, I think it's about time Amazon has gotten on board.
Yeah.
I'm usually getting something every day at the front door from Amazon. I'm using the hell out of that Prime. So take advantage of it.
I just call it Santa Claus. Santa Claus comes to the house just about every day, leaving packages on the front stoop.
Yeah, the littlest of packages too. And I feel bad when they deliver like one little thing. Like, oh man, that could have waited. But there's an option too. Like when you buy through Amazon, they give you that option. Can you wait a couple days? We'll send everything together and give you $1 credit. So.
And I think that's the smart way to do it too.
Right. I mean, it's still amazing how easy it is. And I know that, we're talking to Deeyana too, and she's, oh yeah, Amazon. But, Walmart, they had that delivery option also. I think it's like $12 a month or same thing like a Prime, where they wouldn't charge you delivery, but of course you want to tip these people that are delivering because they're the neighbor, they're the guy down the street, the lady down the block trying to make some money. So you want to make sure that you give them a tip. But I buy all my water from Walmart. I don't want the wife to go to Costco and buy 6 cases of water. That stuff gets heavy. So
it's heavy.
I get my water delivered here, and all the heavy stuff from Walmart and Amazon, same thing. But it's amazing.
Dolby.
It's amazing how.
Sorry, Eddie, go ahead. I was going to ask.
You were going to say.
I was going to ask Dolby if he does a lot of shopping on Amazon, and if you're in an apartment where you don't have like a little vestibule where they can leave the packages. My daughter has a heck of a time getting all her stuff stolen because she's right on Addison, right by Wrigley Field, and there's no they can't open the door and put it in like a vestibule. They just have to leave it out there basically on the street and all her stuff gets stolen. Do you get a lot of stuff from Amazon?
Well, I work from home, so it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy, Hoag. I just look at them out my window and tell them to leave it, and I'll come down in a second and grab it. I always feel bad for the guys who work for like PetSmart or Petco, because you know that every single package is going to be like 40 pounds of cat litter or dog food, and there's no day off when you're delivering that stuff. Eddie, you were saying in the green room that you were in a trading combine right now, one of the 150K variety. Is that true?
I mentioned this before, just talking about challenging oneself in this business and not just saying, hey, reset, or you know what? Oh, I blew this account. I'm just going to shoot for the moon now. When you get close to blowing out an XFA or a funded account, that's when you really got to strap things down. You got to buckle down for that. And like I said, challenging oneself is and seeing success is so much better. I mean, I guess I can explain the feeling. I mean, it's like being slapped around for 11 rounds and you come out there the 12th round and you knock your opponent out TKO. And it's a big win. It's like, man, I didn't think I was going to win that one. But the thing is, I challenged myself. I put all my rules in front of me each and every day. Am I practicing patience? Yes, I am. Am I practicing discipline? Yes, I am. How's the management? Oh, you're doing very well. And this is what I tell myself, that second voice, hey, you're doing pretty good here. That's enough for the day. You've made $300. You made $500. Chip away. Like Michael says, Mike Patak, jab, jab, jab. And you have to take that mentality into getting yourself back up on the horse and moving forward. But, right now I've got a 50K combine. I must admit, though, I did blow a 50K just on stupidity. Wasn't looking at the right markets, didn't have things lined up, and I was wondering, what the hell am I doing? And by the time I realized I had broken a rule. So I got a 50K combine back again. I'm going to start working on that. But I'm taking my time on my 150K XFA. And I think that's what everybody needs to do.
Oh, nice. You got into the XFA account there, huh?
Yes, but I did have a 50K XFA that, like I said, stupidity, human nature. I'm guilty as charged. And, but I've learned from it. Now I know if I'm going down that path again, there's going to be red flags. I'm going to be seeing red flags going, okay, wait a minute. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. So it's a good setup. And for those that have failed, I mean, don't get all pissed off. I think it's a great learning tool, considering you're not mortgaging your house to trade.
Mm-hmm.
You're not using the kids' college fund. We learned from this. If we didn't fail, we would never get any better. And I've been in this business since '85. And I mean, each and every day, even if it's one thing that makes me a better trader, that I can say, hey, I learned something new. This is going to help me. Then I'm doing the right thing. My confidence is high. I'm excited for the next trade day. And I'm using the 3: patience, discipline, management. Take those 3 with you every day. And that's what I got to say, Your Honor. And I rest my case.
Hey, if we can just kind of go over what's going on in the markets right now.
Definitely.
The NASDAQ has extended the range above the initial balance in a small way, but it did leave kind of a weak high up here. There's positive delta of 1,206. Pardon?
So I was just saying, where is here?
Well, the weak high is right up here, the high of the day right now.
We're
looking at
like 18,050?
18,057.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
18,057. So while the S&Ps looked below the initial balance, which that initial balance low was 50.9775. We've kind of left in a failed auction down there. Here's that initial balance low. The market rotated a couple of times down below that. We've got a failed auction at the low here, One of the things I want to point out to everybody is we've got negative delta. So we've got negative delta. The market has not necessarily been that successful at pushing prices lower, at least not yet. So we're starting to see a potential short squeeze coming into the market. We don't know if that short squeeze, if it's ever going to play out, but it gives us the idea that, if the market hasn't been able to put in new lows on decreasing value in delta, in other words, a bigger negative number, then the market is not successfully auctioning lower. We've got a failed auction at the low. We're back at the point of control. Point of control is 50.99 is the TPO point of control. So and now we've got the NASDAQ looking above the previous session high. Here's what that looks like on the profiles. So we're seeing last week's range checked down below, relatively close to Friday's low, and now the market is rotating higher and extending above the initial balance. If that extension continues, that might be enough to help the S&Ps get a little bit more on the horse to the upside. Of course, we never really know. But one other thing in crude oil, we talked about this we talked about this on the opening call, and Dee talked about it as well. Here's the 30-minute chart. We opened the session below weekly kickoff low. We rejected it. Now, in the opening call, we talked about, all right, well, if we reject it down below here and we see some meaningful participation above that weekly kickoff low, that could bring us into a value area acceptance play, which has already played out, and the market is still continuing to push new highs on the session right now. So Dee had a really good trade. I love that trade that she took in crude oil this morning on fast market. And, it's the market is just still continuing, basically trading to Friday's high of the regular trading hour session.
Nice.
So nice trades.
I had the daily range, talked about the daily range in crude oil, I believe, on Friday. And lo and behold, it looks like we bounced off of the bottom of the daily range, which is about $76 in crude oil. And so that would have been a cheap long that would have paid off quite nicely. So if you're into range trades, that would have been a sweet one in crude oil. So you have a daily range kind of piling on into like a little 5-minute range, and then you can try to take a nice trade there. So great job, Deeyana. That was pretty awesome. And then for all the new people in chat, what's your 15-second definition of delta? That is just when people are pressing the join it bid button or join it sell. Is that how that works?
Right. So every contract that traded on the offer is positive delta. It's a buy market order. Therefore, it's positive as far as the sum of delta is. Every contract that trades on the bid is a sell market order and is -1 in delta. So you would take the number of contracts that trade on the offer, in other words, positive delta, subtract the number of contracts that trade on the bid, negative delta, and that number is in essence telling you who the more aggressive traders are. And if the more aggressive traders aren't able to push price in that direction, it can be an indication that you may have longer time frame traders possibly hiding behind the weeds there and just scooping up whatever they can scoop up. And that's basically what we do as traders, gentlemen. I mean, we're talking about pitting time frame against time frame here. If the longer time frame is active and sneaky and just placing bids and scooping up whatever they can, you're going to see that delta decrease in value or increase in negativity. And that can be that indication that there may be a longer time frame presence in the marketplace. Now, nothing works the same way nothing ever works the same way twice, and there's no guarantee of any of this. It's just one of those nuances that we can use to our advantage, especially when it actually works.
I know you put on your angel wings and were sitting on Andre's ear during one of the power hour segments and gave him a little tidbit of delta information, and he actually utilized that for one of his winning trades.
Yeah, sometimes that divergence in delta will play itself out right at the end of the day when we get to a big move at the end of the day, or we create a big spike at the end of the day, extending the range in the last 30 minutes as those shorter time frame positions run for the doors because they want to flatten up by the end of the day, so they run away.
Now, John, how can somebody like me get those numbers? Find out where the delta is. What do I need to have on that recipe to get the final product? How do I get that?
Well, unfortunately, on some platforms, it's not available. It will be available on Topstep X. It's one of the things on the list that we're working on adding. And I'm extremely excited about that. I think that's it can be a pretty good tell when we have longer time frame traders in the marketplace. And you can see sometimes delta on Bookmap. Certain platforms will have delta. Tradeovate has delta, and you can kind of anchor it at the beginning of the trading hour session, which is where I have my delta anchored, is at the beginning of the regular trading hour session, so that I can kind of get that sense if we're seeing any kind of a divergence.
We have your charts up right now. Actually, I'm going to pull up my charts real quick because I want to show off some new stuff that we just added.
Awesome.
To Topstep X.
New high in crude.
Crude is just rolling. So, yeah, I mean,
stairway to heaven here.
Yeah, stairway to higher gas prices. So if my screen is up, I think it is. This is awesome. Okay, cool. So we just added this new pretty fun feature. So on the far left-hand side, underneath the gear is a question mark. And if you click on the question mark, you will see that we've actually added live feedback. So you can actually create a new post and put in the feedback that you want, and then it can actually get voted on, sort of like Reddit style. So this way, the production team, or like the coders and stuff, actually know what is most important to our traders and what feature they want to put in. In addition to that, we also have Help Center resources, access to the Topstep Discord. If you click live chat, you can actually get direct access to the customer support team and send them a message as well. So that is pretty sweet.
Yeah, this is groundbreaking here. I'm really digging how much we're and here's the thing, these suggestions that we have, that's why we opened it up. We want to know what you like, what you don't, what maybe we can add, and it's all part of the process. So cool stuff, man.
Yeah, very cool.
Casey.
Yeah, Topstep X is very, very amazing. Already fairly full featured and going to get even fuller featured as we keep on adding stuff based off of your feedback that you can vote on in the Topstep X trading platform. Very, very cool. I got my charts up here in NQ. I'm not really seeing a whole lot, but of course, I'm saving my trades for all the lovely people out for Power Hour.
And they do enjoy that. They do enjoy that, Nick. You guys are so fun on that. It's always great to watch that.
We try to have a good time. Not every trade's going to be a winning trade. Just try to live and learn, take notes, try to become a better trader live in front of everybody in real time. Pretty challenging stuff. Eddie, you're in the XFA account now, but you've also been trading for a long time. Do you still get the heebie-jeebies trading an XFA account going from the trading combine?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not callous. I'm calloused enough, but of course, it's psychological. But to a point, like I mentioned, my first day off in my 150K XFA is, I was silly and I took out looking for the big profit. It wasn't happening. And another thing I say is, hey, if you're fighting the market, you're not here to fight the market. You're here to trade the market. So there's a difference. If I was trading the market, but I was fighting the market all day, and it just kept digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And I caught myself and said, you know what? You're fighting the market. You're not doing what you say you should be doing. And put the brakes, cut it off right there. Took a couple days off from even touching it. And when I came back again, I had, a fresh outlook. I wasn't thinking about how stupid I was prior. And I had a new mindset. And that helped a lot too. If you do get yourself in a situation where you dig yourself a big hole, and you go, why did I do that? Why did I do that? You might want to take, a day off and, paper trade, or just watch TopstepTV to boost your morale, to build some confidence, to put a smile back on your face. And that worked out quite well, obviously. But yeah, it's been a long trip, a long adventure, and right now it's something that I'm going to baby it right now, because I've got my head above water and I'm in no hurry. I'm not really seeing too much today in gold. Gold right now, it looks like it's flatline to me.
Oh yeah,
I'm not really seeing any big movement, so it's probably best I don't. I'm not going to gamble. I'm not going to do that. Like Brett said, gambling. If you're a gambler, you don't belong here. You belong in a casino. Okay, so take it for what it's worth. Experience, and that's why we're here. That's why John's here. That's why Dolby's here. That's why Andre's here. That's why Mike Patak's here. Deeyana, Anne Marie. We've experienced the highest of highs and lowest of lows. So we know what to expect. We know what we need to do. So we're here to help.
Yeah, and if Eddie's still getting nervous trading an XFA, chat, you're allowed to still get nervous too. It happens. And it's just a different experience, if things are turned up just ever so little bit. And it does make things just a little bit more nerve-wracking. Makes you maybe double think some of your entries, your exits just a little bit more. But just make sure you stick to your system. And, as Hoag says, dance with the one you brought. Isn't that right? Yep. That's how...
100%. It's just the more risk you add, the more difficult it is to just make those same decisions when it doesn't matter. And when it does, it's just difficult to make those same decisions. And, even with, years and years of experience, it doesn't seem to ever go away. Just the fact that you have risk on is something that's always going to be in the back of your head, no matter how much experience you have. At least that's my experience. I don't know anybody who is so hardened and has such thick skin that they're not affected by when they have risk on. Everybody, I think, to some degree, will admit to having a little bit of a thrill from it. Whether it's nerves, thrill, excitement, fear, whatever it is. There's the whole gamut of emotions that occur when we do have risk on, right?
Yep. And speaking of, having nerves and stuff, TopQuiz is coming up in 2 minutes. So we have to head out. Jack and Bonnie are going to be here asking the toughest of questions. Maybe there's going to be some Series 3 stuff in there like last time. I think they've gotten quite creative with the questions recently. So we should see what they are like, but let's make sure they have enough time to set everything up. So we are going to wrap up here. It was a pleasure to have you guys on for, an abridged little power players. We had Tuchman earlier. Now we got you guys. So just experience top to bottom, really, in the whole last 45 minutes. A lot of floor experience starting at 11 o'clock Central Time. That's been awesome. So TopQuiz coming up next. James, you can pull the hook on us. So let's start getting ready. Start getting ready here for TopQuiz. Chat, we will see you soon. TopQuiz is coming up, and then group coaching after that with Hoag and JD. So make sure to submit your questions. And then there's the form. Love you all. See you in a little bit.
Good lunch hour, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz, your chance to win one of 40 free resets that we will be giving away. How do we give them away? Well, if you finish in the top 5, you get one. Or if you get 3 or 4 right, you are entered into a raffle for the rest of them. I am Jack, joined by Bonnie. Happy Monday, Bonnie. What's up?
Happy Monday, Jack. How was your weekend?
It was good. It was busy, but I had a grand old time. I'm forgetting what I did now. Something cool. Just a lot of errands. What about you?
Good. I had a great weekend too. I painted a lot this weekend. It was a nice little break at home.
You'll have to show on the broadcast at some point. One more thing is once you're entered, remember to answer those questions on your device because we are on a delay here on YouTube. It'll start when I hit that start button, which will happen in a few seconds here. Trying to think of anything else. Any other housekeeping? I can't think of anything, Bonnie. I think we're good to go. I will say that today, the questions are all trading related, but not. I think you're going to be okay, Bonnie, because I think that they're kind of some general knowledge too. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, go easy on me today.
Once we get to this point, Bonnie, it's too late. The questions have already been submitted, but we're ready to go. So we're going to start this right about now. Monday, February 26th. It's Leap Week. Let's get on it. Question number 1. Warren Buffett has praised this man as the, quote, architect of Berkshire Hathaway. Is the person he's talking about J.P. Morgan, Charlie Munger, Jeff Bezos, or John Maynard Keynes?
J.P. Morgan.
Maybe someone else.
Bezos.
No. It's his long time. Recently passed away, I believe. Charlie Munger. Chat, let me know. I think he passed away last year. He was 99 years old, though, Bonnie, but clearly meant a lot to that organization, which, if you're looking at the news, Berkshire Hathaway is almost worth $1 trillion. I think I saw somewhere that while Warren Buffett has ran it, the return has been 4 million%. So good on him. All right. Where's our Berkshire, boys and girls? Sir Vic's Destroyer. Love the name. Adriano. 3 Little Birds has been watching the Bob Marley biopic. Richie Trader and Please Win. All right. Ready for number 2 here, Bonnie?
Yes.
Here we go.
Kind of.
It's Monday. I'm not amped up enough. That's why I'm whispering. Okay. Question 2. This stock index recently hit a brand new all-time high. Unfortunately, it took 35 years to get there. Was that the DAX, the S&P 500, the Nikkei, or the Dow? So the DAX is the Germans. The Nikkei is Japan. What do you think?
Japan?
It is indeed Japan. I have a little something to show here after we see the scoreboard. 3 Little Birds into first. La to la, Please Win, Adriano, LMD. I actually have a chart here of the Nikkei, which I guess buying the dip always works, but it hit a high around 1990 and just recently got back to it. You'll recall the movie Rogue Trader, I believe. He needed the Nikkei to stay above 30,000 or something like that. Well, he went to jail. I guess the trade eventually worked out. So good on him. So, Bonnie, you're 1 for 2. Are you ready for this third question?
Yes. Please give me some hints.
I'm going to, once it gets this, be ready. Once it gets the 6 seconds on the clock, I'll start giving hints if it seems like they are necessary. Okay. Here we go. This company just replaced Walgreens in the Dow 30. Was it CVS, Amazon, Pfizer, or GameStop?
I would think either CVS or GameStop.
not GameStop and not CVS.
What? Amazon?
Yeah.
Pfizer?
Yes, we got there. It was indeed Amazon. I believe Pfizer's already in it. People who have listened to this show for a while know my feelings on the Dow. That is just some voodoo index for boomers with 30 stocks that's all willy-nilly. But this is really like what they did is because it's not market cap weighted, it's a price weighted average. Walmart split their stock by 3, so they replaced Walgreens with Amazon. Guys, the Dow. Come on, Dow. All right. With one question left, we got Dan Trader join the list. MP's working mic. Where are you, MP's working mic? Probably away with MP's working internet. All right. Last question. Are you ready for this?
Yes. I'm always ready.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. It's a fine dance because I know that you're not into the trading per se, but you know the audience is, so got to give them what they want occasionally.
I've been saying this. Yeah, I've been saying this too. I gotta learn how to trade too, so I can do better at these quizzes.
All right, here we go. Last question. Which of these people with B last names is not a current voting member of the FOMC? Brady, Barkin, Barr, Bostic. One of these is not like the others, i.e. not on the FOMC.
Bostic?
He's there.
He's there. What about Barr?
Also there. There's actually, so Brady is a name that I made up there. I was kind of shocked when I went through the list. There's currently 4 voting members with B names. I could have done like an all of the above because I didn't even put Bowman on there. But yeah, if you have a B last name, this might be the career for you. All right. With that, let's see the final winners are Bonnie's painting. What about Bob? And in first, 3 little birds going wire to wire here. And then 4th and 5th, Dan Trader and Bofa D's. I also like the way Bonnie's painting is spelled Bonnie. It insinuates that there are multiple Bonnies painting, which is a fun idea. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for playing today. We'll be back tomorrow and every day. But stick around because right after this, we have group coaching with Hoag, then Anne-Marie and the slow market master himself, Dakota, are both joining in the 1 o'clock hour for Strategy Lab. And then to close out the day, we got Danny's Trades joining Pulled Pork Nation, Dilby and Andre. It's going to be a great afternoon. I'm looking forward to it. So stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders, and welcome to Group Coaching. It is Monday, February 26th, just past the noon hour in Chicago time, 12:02 Central. I am JD. We're joined here once again by the Hoag, the GOAT, Hoagland, Hoagie Hoglethorpe. That's all I got. I'll come up with some more later on. How you doing today, Hoag?
Sounds good. I'm doing better, doing well. Thank you, JD. Thank you, JD. I'm glad to be here with everybody, and looking forward to having a hopefully very beneficial session.
Excellent. Well, you see his bio up there. He goes through it every day. Do we need to hear it again, or let's play one more time for the people in the back, huh?
All right. Well, my name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. I've got 41 years. It's February, so February of '83 was when I started in the industry. More like 31 to 32 years as an active trader, traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, I've been here as part of Topstep, hopefully helping your knowledge and experience as a futures trader. I think all of us have the opportunity to do this if we would just let ourselves do it. All right.
Excellent. Thank you.
Get rid of this. We'll put the platform up so we can keep an eye on the markets, and we are good to go.
Yep. Thank you to everyone who submitted your questions for group coaching today. We had that forum pinned in the chat for quite a while, and we got quite a few good questions. What do you say we just dive right into it, Hoag? You ready?
Well, let's dive.
All right. Our very first question came from Petraki's platform question. We're going to assume he's talking about Topstep X. He wants to know, when will it be possible to set pending orders with profit targets and stop loss? Well, good news, Petraki, that is already available to you. You're looking at Topstep X on Hoag's screen right now. Hoag, if I could get you to navigate over to the settings menu on the left-hand side there, that's it. All you got to do from here is simply, under platform settings, you see position risk, profit brackets. You're going to set your profit, you're going to set your risk parameters and your profit target, and then you're going to hit save down at the bottom. And now, anytime you place either a limit order or a market order that gets filled, those risk parameters will automatically be adhered to. Simple as that. Anything to add to that, Hoag? Pretty easy, right?
Yeah, very easy. Very, very nice.
You'll still have the ability to adjust your risk parameters through the chart settings to the drag and drop feature right directly on the chart. Hoag's got it up right now. Maybe he could drag and drop a little bit for you. Are you in a did you just get in the market, Hoag? I just bought a one lot, and I don't know if I've got things correct. We've got our parameters here, right? Mm-hmm.
And let's take a look at the chart. We should have our orders here on the chart. And I am not seeing them for some reason.
Oh, I wonder, do you have the right... Yeah, you got the right market up, the right dome for the right market, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Might have a little bug there. We'll look into that, and we'll get back to you.
Yes.
But that feature is definitely alive.
Every time I've used it, it has worked perfectly, of course.
The moment we try and demonstrate it, here we go.
Right. One more try here. Let's just buy one here. And again, yeah, a little bug something. All right, we'll get back to you on that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
All right, next question comes from John Jones. John J., I apologize for using your last name. I hope it's not your real last name. But John J. says, on the Topstep daily levels for gold, how can Friday's value area high be greater than last week's high? Well, that was a fat finger error on my part. There was 1/10 of a point off. I believe the value area high, hang on, I'm going to pull it up right now. Yeah.
Now we got it, JD.
Oh, there it is. All good.
Yep. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you can put the levels in there, but you have to click automatically apply risk.
Oh, gotcha. There it is.
Okay, so that was my bad. So sorry about that. But once they're in, as JD says, you can expand or contract. There's our profit target. We just moved it to $1,125, $500 risk. That's a little better than 2 to 1. And we'll just leave that on there. This is a trading combine account, just to be clear, and we'll see how this plays out. All right. Go ahead, JD. I apologize.
Yep. And Hunter Rainey's on top of things in the chat. Says check the auto apply box. Appreciate that for staying on top of things. Oh, yeah. So Friday's value area high was 2053.2. I believe it was originally posted in there as 2053.3. So that has been corrected. But Hoag, for the rest of this question, you want to talk a little bit about how gold settles, the time that regular trading hours closes and when settlement price is actually determined?
Yes. So gold's regular trading hours, and sometimes it'll look really funky on a chart that automatically posts settlement price, and then something happens after that, and the market moves significantly away from it in the assumed day time frame. So gold, the regular trading hour settlement time is at 1:30 Eastern time, 12:30 Central time. So the gold market technically settles at that time, 12:30. So it's going to be pretty close to that last trading time. But in some cases, rarely, but in some cases, something will come out after 12:30, like an FOMC announcement, something like that, that will drive price significantly away from the already established settlement price from that day, which can be, very confusing if you don't know that the settlement time is 12:30, right? So I just looked at the question here a few minutes ago. I was looking for an example of that, and I know in the last couple of months we've had an opportunity to see something like that happen, where gold settles, and at 1 o'clock the FOMC number comes out, the FOMC announcement comes out, and then gold moves significantly away from settlement. So you're looking at like a 30-minute chart. If you're looking at the end of the day at 4 o'clock or something like that, that's not where these markets settle. They settle at their previous regular trading hour pit close times. They still go to those times. So that's why you may see the day close significantly away from settlement in gold. That's one of the things that it kind of, I think, confuses traders sometimes, because you'll have gold move $10 away from settlement in the session, and that's really rare, and even more rare for other products that close much later in the session and after some of these 1 o'clock releases. So it's just something to be aware of.
Yeah, that's a great piece of information too. Should definitely be aware of that, because it will confuse you if you're not used to looking at something like that. Also, John J. Goes on to say, on TradingView, I use real-time TPO profile and also market profile with TPO. Can you look at those indicators? Give me your thoughts. Thank you for all your insight. John's been in a trading slump for the past 2 months and trying to educate his way out. Well, John, I'm going to post a link in the chat right now for Hoag's market profile masterclass. Take a look at this bookmark it. Hang on a second. We talk about the profiles quite a bit here. Almost every day, Hoag is going over some type of profile tutorial. And we'll probably get to another one before the end of this group coaching session. So sit tight, take a look at that link I just posted in the chat, bookmark it, refer back to it whenever you need it. And I think we might be planning a part 2 to that also, possibly in the works. We'll keep you posted on that. Thanks for the question, John.
Yeah, I'll look forward to doing that.
All right, next question comes from Boshang. Boshang would like to know what technical indicators you use. What are we looking at on your chart right now? We got a couple moving averages. We have the volume profile. And you also, again, you keep a close eye on the market profile too. But
Correct. So everybody looks at VWAP, right? VWAP is seems all roads lead to VWAP, if you'll pardon the new colloquialism. But as far as my indicators, I don't use a lot of indicators. I use, regular trading hour delta. I'm looking at the profiles, and, technical analysis and market profile information. There've been lots of different indicators that I've had on my charts, taken off my charts, put back on my charts. Sometimes a stochastic indicator can give you a good divergence on something. RSI can also give you a good divergence on something. But most of the time, I try and keep my charts relatively and pretty simple. So I don't lean a lot on a lot of these indicators, which at times is probably going to cost me something I'm not aware of. A good divergence in one of those would certainly be something that I would be looking to take advantage of. But I'm not big into all different kinds of indicators. ADX is something that I've had on there. I do like to keep VWAP on there. It's the volume weighted average price. It's where volume is even above and below that price, and it's something that everybody tends to look at. So that can be useful, right? Can be useful, and you see a lot of folks using it. But it also can be a little bit tricky when everybody's using it. And then it's usually going to run stops in and around it. So that's one of the things that we want to be looking at. So appreciate the question. Thank you very, very much.
And thank you for the answer. All right, next question comes from Brian, also known as Some Guy in the chat. Our guy, Some Guy. Here we go. Thanks for the question, Brian. Never knew your real name. It's good when you get to, converse with people on a personal level, right? Anyway.
Yeah, right.
Some Very guy nice. Asks, you often mention closing the gap. How do you measure that gap? We got a question about overnight gaps.
Okay, so when I'm looking at a gap, and there's probably a million ways to look at gaps, but quite simply put, the gap is from regular trading hours to regular trading hours. Excuse me one. This cold has been brutal. So like Thursday to Friday, we can see due to these profiles that the regular trading hour high was here. We did kind of put in a late spike at the end of the day here on Thursday. But if I'm going to be looking for the market to close the gap, well, the market opened up here. To close the gap, we would have had to come all the way down here. And there's theories that say, gaps will eventually get filled. And in enough time, I'm sure this gap will as well. Doesn't mean it's going to happen today or tomorrow or even next week or whenever. But at some point, the market is usually going to rotate back and fill these gaps. So when we think about gap rules, Brian B., good to know your name, Brian. They're when the market opens out of balance from the previous day. So some of your opportunities may occur earlier in the session. You may have, a gap and go type of situation where the opening range may end up being the low of the session. There's all different kinds of rules that you can kind of look at. But the basic rule is, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we are looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which on Friday would have been to the upside. This was a big gap. What's the probability that that gap is going to be filled early in the session? Probably pretty slim. So the market opens, looks a little bit lower, finds buyers, and the gap rule finishes the day correctly. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, and the gap moved the price higher on Friday. We did not open, however, with a gap today. We're still here. Oh, this was Thursday, Wednesday to Thursday, Thursday to Friday. My apologies on getting the days mixed up there. This day we did open with a gap and we closed the gap. So that takes some of the potential, continuation to the upside out of the picture. Today we opened within the range and value, that takes some of the directional activity out of the market early in the session. We say all the time, when we open in range and in value, some of your better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. The reason I took this long down here, it wasn't just a random idea. If I was going to take a trade here anyway, I want to take a trade in something that I think is going to be beneficial. Even though this is basically a combine account, I take trading very seriously. So, we looked down here. We extended the range again. We still haven't traded to yesterday's low. We've got an area down here we were discussing earlier that looks like an interesting place for an opportunity to look for longs. We've been down there twice. We're showing rejection. So, that's why I went to the long side, is because this was my expectation for holding this low. We did take it out, but now we've got a potential another failed auction down there. It didn't do very well, didn't get to the overnight low. Sometimes what doesn't happen is important as what does. But yeah, with gaps, the basic rule is bad gaps are regular trading hours session only. And if we can't close the gap relatively early, I get it. Relatively early, what the heck does that mean? It is very subjective. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, and that goes for longs above a gap and shorts below a gap. If we close the gap, sometimes that can offer an opportunity as well. But when we open outside of the previous range with a gap and we reaccept value from the previous day, that changes everything, and you may see the market rotate back in and through value from the previous day. We kind of had a situation like that in crude oil this morning. If we were to, let me bring this profile up because I like the market profile. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, whoa. All right, here it is. So what is going on here?
We had a follow-up question from... take a second, figure it out, Hoag. We got a follow-up question from some guy in the chat saying, in summary then, the gap is measured to the previous day high. It would either be the previous day high or previous day low, depending on the direction of the gap, and only measured from the regular trading hours high or low.
Correct.
That answers your question.
Correct. Yes. I'm going to have to figure that out. So let's just look at this in crude oil on the chart here. So this is a 5-minute. I want to get to the 30-minute chart. So the range from Friday was basically to the weekly kickoff low, which still remains the weekly kickoff low this week. The market opened outside of the previous day's range. That created a gap. The gap close was relatively instant this morning. The market opened, looked around, closed the gap, reaccepted back above value, above weekly kickoff high, reaccepted value from Friday, and the market still continues to look to the upside. This is a longer time frame level, so this would be something you might expect is to see a bigger move away from it. That's basically a gap close, value acceptance to the other extreme of value, and now even continuing to move beyond that. So, great question. Gaps can be really helpful, if used in the right way. And in everything we do, of course, you have to remember it's all about risk management, ladies and gentlemen. All about risk management. Oh,
thank you, Hoag.
S&P's took a turn.
Yeah, checking in on the chat. Elvis has a question about the S&P. Elvis wants to know, are we looking at an inside day today? And can you specify what it is that you mean by a cheap trade? There's a question from the chat from Elvis.
Okay. Wait, let me see that again here.
First part.
Are we looking at an inside day today?
Yep.
Yes. Well, we've already extended now below the regular trading hour range from Friday, right? So if we're looking at the profile, this is the regular trading hour session range from Friday. We've already extended below it. Okay. Now we continue to extend the range to the downside below the initial balance. There have been a couple of decent opportunities for longs, but they haven't presented themselves as big opportunities. So as far as day session to day session, regular trading hour to regular trading hour, we have an overlapping to lower trading day. It's not an inside day in regular trading hours. Okay, so if we were to be looking at, extended trading hours, no, I mean, we have an overlapping to lower overnight session compared to the previous overnight and regular trading hour session. We've also got, the opportunity to trade below yesterday's Friday's range, below Friday's overnight range. This area down here is an area that I've been targeting to try and be patient to possibly see if the market rejects down at that area to look for a potential return higher. The Nasdaq has been a little bit stronger than the S&P. And it's still, look at the S&P. It's making new lows. The Nasdaq, here's the profile for the Nasdaq. It's right in the middle of the range. It's at the point of control, basically, which is 18,018. 18,018. So a little bit of a divergence there as far as direction or, potential moves here between the S&P and the Nasdaq. We're starting to get pretty negative delta. Negative delta is about negative 9,000 in the S&Ps. So the question is always, what direction is the market attempting to go to? It's attempting to go lower. Is it doing a good job? That's the question. So we'll see how this plays out. Great question.
Excellent. Thanks for the question, Elvis. Always appreciated. All right, next we have a question from Tim. Tim's curious about the late spike that we mentioned during the opening call every so often. Can you explain what the late day spike is and how do you best use the information gained from it?
Okay. All right. This is a good one. Give me a second. Okay. So, late spikes. Okay. So the last time we really had a really good late spike was in the S&Ps. I don't think that the Nasdaq had the same late spike, but if we were to look at this, and I'm going to split this profile, it's going to look more like a 30-minute chart, right? So we're looking at the opening. The initial balance is the first hour of trade. The market leaves a failed auction at the top. The market looks lower, leaves excess at the bottom, and at the very end of the day. Now, this was in essence almost a delta divergence. It wasn't until the very end of the day that we ended up with positive delta, which you can see up here is 1584. But at the end of the day, the market rallies. It takes out the high of the regular trading hour session, and then the market closes on the high. There's the last trade, the last tick. Maybe not be settlement. Settlement is up here somewhere, but the last tick is there. So what happened? Well, the market was relatively, if you would say, range bound. There was the initial balance, extension to the downside, back into range, and then the market finishes the day with a strong move away from the day's balance, indicating the market is attempting to move higher. It doesn't get the opportunity at the end of the day to prove that through time or continuation, momentum, whatever. This profile ends at 3:00 with the cash market, with the stock market. So the market moved up here and closed. It didn't have the time to show continuation or rejection of the late spike. So when we come in the next morning, we're basing all of this off of regular trading hour information. When we come in the next morning, there's, one of three things is likely to happen. The market is either going to open outright above the base of outright above the late spike, which in this case it did. Okay, then the market continued to push higher after that. The highest probability of acceptance of higher pricing is if the market opens flat out above the high of the late spike. A secondary acceptance of higher pricing would be if the market were to open the next day inside the late spike. Why we're always kind of mentioning the base of the late spike is the point where the range extension occurred at the end of the day, creating the late spike. So the base of this late spike down here would be 49.87 And then the third thing that can happen is if the market opens below the late spike, that is marking possible rejection of higher pricing. You might look for opportunities to look for shorts if that were the case. Now, everything is about probability. Nothing happens the same way exactly twice. And when you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. So these are just nuances that we can use to hopefully put ourselves in the right position, in the right context, and in the right direction on the following day. There was nothing that said that if the market opened with the gap and came all the way to back to the base of the late spike, that price would still not accept higher pricing through value. So if the market did open here and it traded back to the base of the late spike and found a bounce anywhere down near there, and then ranged from this point to this point, it would still be marking acceptance of higher pricing through value. So it's not like, if we open above a late spike, you just can close your eyes, click and buy. There's you got to be kind of smart about it. I mean, the market, this is a different profile here. Hang on a second here. That one had the overnight session in it as well. Forgive me about that. Here, let's take another quick look at this. So there's the late spike. The market opened at the high of the late spike. The opening range was initially the low of the session. The market took a look, could not get to the base of the late spike. This area here, if you're given that opportunity, because it hasn't taken out the base of the late spike, is a nice opportunity for a potential long. It rotates higher throughout the rest of the session. Okay, so this was a kind of bordering above or in the base in the late spike is higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. I apologize. I had the regular trading and the overnight session profiles up here, but you can see, this we didn't get the big move up above in the overnight because this market really did move higher that night, came back, opened in the late spike, no break of the base of the late spike. The market rotated higher throughout the rest of the session. Good question. I hope that was clear.
Yep, and we have a follow-up question from Nick, just a few lines below there. If you look at line 15, our first question today, our second question today, we were talking about the nuance of the gold settlement. And Nick is curious, is when you're measuring the late spike in gold, are you using the last 30 minutes of regular trading hours, or are you waiting for that settlement to measure?
This is a great question because the market can, especially in gold, because it closes at 12:30. If there's no late spike there, but something happens at 1 o'clock and a late spike is created, you're going to see that there's a whole lot of volume on that late spike. I would include that as a late spike because it's still bringing in a whole bunch of volume. I'd like to see if I can't dig through and see if I can't find that late spike. And I was looking for it earlier, that spike that occurred like after the close, 2 o'clock. It was a Wednesday. We're getting back here. It's a little bit too far back for some solid profiles. I'll see if I can't find that day and then kind of talk about that. But if a significant move occurs in gold after 12:30 and it brings in high volume, then I would use that as a late spike. The market was probably range bound before any number came out. The market closed, settled, and then something changed, and I would use that as a late spike. It has to have good volume. The difference would be is if it was just a volatile move with no volume, then I would look to the gap opening the following morning for opportunities.
Excellent answer. Thank you, Hoag. Appreciate it. And great question, Nick. This is why we do this, everyone. Excellent questions coming in, and we're getting great answers from the GOAT here. All right, next up we have Yaya. This is more of a trading psychology-based question, but Yaya says, Hoag, I passed my 50K combine. I'm waiting for my XFA credentials. I have a tendency to revenge trade, and I have lost multiple XFAs in the past. Any advice trading the next XFA account? Well, first, I think I could refer you to our tip of the week real quick, which is practice with a demo account. Before risking real money, practice your strategy with a demo account. This helps you get familiar with the trading platform and test your approach. That is the Topstep tip of the week. But now I'm going to let Hoag take over.
Thanks, JD.
What kind of words of wisdom do we have for Yaya?
Well, Yaya, I mean, this is, first off, thanks for the question. Second off, you're not alone. The idea that you're going from some random sim account into a trading combine account, I'm sure that there is some degree of a change in the decision-making process because now it's an evaluation. It means something. You've got a little bit of skin in the game, and it makes the decision-making a little bit harder. Going from the 50K combine into the XFA account, now you're a level higher. You are able to actually profit from the trades that you are taking in the XFA. It is going to change your decision-making process. One of my big suggestions is once you get that XFA account, or for anybody moving from XFA to funded account, is open up the platform and just look at it for a couple of days. Get your head wrapped around, that it's the same process that you were succeeding in the trading combine with. It is the same thing. There's no real difference. It's just in the decision-making process. So we just got our stop filled, and that move to the downside in the S&Ps has taken out the overnight low and taken out the kind of into this area that we were kind of looking at. So we'll see if we can find another opportunity later on. Anyways, back to your question. Yeah. The decision-making process becomes increasingly difficult with more risk. If you were able to just do the same process that you were doing in your 50K trading combine, I would think that you would, probably have a greater probability of success. Now, you mentioned revenge trades. Isn't that what you mentioned? Yes, your tendency of revenge trading. And when the meaning of the account and the trades that you're taking, if the meaning of it increases, it's probably going to make you a little bit more revengeful, a little bit more emotional. And my suggestion for that, is when you feel yourself falling into being run by your emotions in your trading, you're probably not looking for, using cognitive decision-making processes. Once the emotion of revenge or greed or fear and once that takes over, it kind of hijacks your ability to think straight as far as trading is concerned. So in my experience, if I start to become emotional, then I have to just at least take a break or call it a day, whatever it is, before I do something that I'm really going to regret, like bury an account or just, they take, 3-4 weeks of work and throw it out the window just because I got mad because I had a losing trade or a 2 or a 3 or whatever it is. So yeah, be cognitive when you're kind of being hoodwinked, if you will. If your cognitive abilities are being hijacked by your emotions, then it's time to walk away. And I call it venom when we're feeling that emotion, especially if it's anger or revenge, greed, all of that. It's venom, and it's in your blood. And until you get rid of that venom one way or another, whether it's a little exercise, get a ham sandwich, however you can find a way to let go of at least some of that venom, then you're still going to be kind of run by your emotions. And as traders, that's not something that we want to do. We want to understand our emotions, and we want to understand when our emotions are warning us that we're at risk of doing something again that may not be in our best interest. So just a couple of thoughts there for you. Yeah. And again, you're not alone. Every one of us has been in situations, sometimes even on a daily basis, where we start to feel a little revenge. Even if we're up money and we have a losing trade, you might say, I can't have that. I got to have that winning trade. You heard Michael Patak talking today about, well, he's had a couple losses, but he's up now. But if he takes a loss, I mean, does he walk away then, or does he want to get that money that he just lost back? What's the deal with that? So, great question. Yeah. And keep us in touch. Keep in touch. Let us know how things go with your next XFA account, and if you're able to manage yourself in and around those emotions a little bit better.
Very nice. And I am definitely on team ham sandwich when it comes to exercising that venom out of your blood, right? Great idea. Take a walk, get a ham sandwich. I'm in.
There you go. There you go.
All right, we got a quick risk update. Thanks to our good friend Brett Goodwin on our risk management team, sending us a couple of standout traders in the live funded account. Right now, we have Ilya B up $2,500. Nicholas T, who is number 3 on our top 10 list of traders, is up just under 4,700 on the day so far. David A up just under 6,000, and our trader in chief MP is up right around $1,100 on the day. Checking in on that. Nice trading, everyone.
Nice trading.
All right. Next question comes from Frank S. Frank S says, hi, John. Last week you described intuition as a whisper, and it made absolute sense. The whisper is a new phenomenon for me, and it is leading me to successful trades when coupled with patient technical analysis. Do you have any suggestions or practices to help traders further cultivate their intuition?
Yes, I do. One of the I think difficulties, and number one, Frank, good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad that reached out to you, and that you're getting getting a few more successful trades because you're listening to that little whisper. And a lot of that comes from trust. Where does that intuition come from? Well, that intuition comes from knowledge and experience. But that knowledge, experience, coming into in the form of that intuition is difficult to trust and difficult to recognize. So the one thing that I think helped me kind of recognize the difference between intuition and impulse is, of course, impulses yell at you, intuition whispers. But the emotional journal that we have can help you, I think, further deepen your understanding of the intuition, where that intuition comes from, and will help further delineate the difference between impulse and intuition. Impulse is, to me, the way I learned it, the way I look at it is impulse is decisions being made rationally by emotion, fear, the devils in trading. Intuition is more a spidey sense, but how do you trust spidey sense? Well, I mean, you're looking at your charts. You're saying, I've been thinking about this level, and I'm getting that whisper that says, yeah, this looks like a good opportunity and an opportunity that I can limit risk with. So I'm going to trust that intuition. And not every intuition is going to be naturally profitable. It doesn't mean that it's a bad intuition. If you're following what you're recognizing as intuition, just because it doesn't turn out the way you want, doesn't make it a bad intuition. It's just a trade that didn't work. That didn't work out. So, doing the emotional journal, Frank, is something that it takes a little bit of effort. It is a practice, and it's reviewing it at the end of the day and saying, okay, I remember this trade. I remember why I got out of it, why I got into it. This was an excuse me, this was an intuitive trade. I remember hearing the whisper, and then think your way and feel your way through that trade in 10, 15, 20 seconds. Try and remanufacture those feelings and those intuitions in the feelings that you had throughout that trade. And doing that trade by trade at the end of the day, you're kind of, in a way, reliving the trade. Excuse me. You're kind of reliving the trade, living the trade twice, and that experience in doing that can I think further increase your ability to take those intuitive trades. The impulse trades, they're on that document, that emotional trading journal, and above every trade, it asks, is this in my best interest? And if you just take that second to say that out loud before you do anything, you might be able to stop yourself from doing some impulsive trades. You might, and just because it's an impulsive trade doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a loss. But if you find yourself, succumbing to impulse trades, just ask yourself before every trade, is this in my best interest? Because that's going to give you enough time to kind of push that fear-based impulse that goes right past your cognitive thinking and puts it into cognitive thinking. I don't know how many of you, and I'm sure, I'm not alone in this, but there are things that I do on a daily basis sometimes when I'm like, oh, why do I do that? I always do that. And it never seems to work out right. Or if it does, it's dumb luck. Asking yourself, is this in my best interest? You're going to say, you know what, this was an intuition. I'm taking this, or this was an impulse. Hold on a second. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. All right. I hope that helps. I appreciate the question.
Excellent. And thank you for the question, Frank. Thank you for the answer, Hoag. The emotional trading journal that Hoag mentioned a few minutes ago is now pinned in at the top of the chat. Go ahead and take a look at that. We encourage all of you to download it, use it on a regular basis. We wouldn't offer it to you if we didn't see value in it. So go ahead and take a look at that at your leisure. All right. Next question coming from Anwar. Anwar says, hello, Hoag. What does it mean to reflect when there's a divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ? When one is going up and the other is going down, who pulls the other usually? This is a loaded question. I think it's purely opinion-based, but who, in your opinion, is the benchmark index?
Well, when you look at the the major indices, the S&P is the thickest of all of them. I mean, it's 500 stocks. NASDAQ's 100, Dow's 30. So you're right. It is a loaded question. And it is opinion, and it's not going to be 100% correct no matter what the answer is. There are times when the market is going to one of them is going to follow the other one. There are times when they're not going to follow each other that much. I don't even really know, how to kind of discuss this, because I mean the NASDAQ, if the S&Ps roll higher today, that was, the NASDAQ's strength may have something to do with that. The NASDAQ looked, it broke the initial balance to the upside today. The S&P broke the initial balance to the downside today, and basically even more than doubled the initial balance. So, the S&Ps act like they're in trouble. Well, the NASDAQ is holding up nicely. Which one's going to win? To me, I don't know. I don't know which one's going to win. If the S&Ps roll higher today, then the NASDAQ won. If the NASDAQ rolls lower today, then the S&P won. And I don't really know. Overall, I mean, they're related instruments. They're stock indices. Of course, they're weighted in different ways, and one has more stocks in it, and it's very difficult to know which one is going to lead. And, Anwar, I wish that I could say which one is going to, or typically is going to lead one or the other, but unfortunately I can't. I appreciate the question, Anwar, and that's one of the eternal questions, I think, in trading is that one right there.
Good answer. Just to add on to that, I don't follow the bond markets as closely as I used to. I got my start trading 30-year bonds and 10-year treasury notes. But back then, you used to be able to sort of call the bonds as like a tiebreaker. If you're confused on which way you think stocks are going to start going, then you look to the bond market. If the bond market is directional, you see prices breaking and yields dropping, or prices breaking and yields increasing.
Yields railing. Right.
Then you'll typically see a stock market move in the opposite direction of what the bond market is doing. And people have said for years that the bond market will always lead the stock market. It's not so much true now as it was, but it's still something to look at, and maybe you'll find some sort of correlation between those markets, because it does exist. Hope that helps, Anwar. All right.
Thanks, JB.
Next up. Yep. Next up from Woodchopper. Woodchopper says, if you see a high probability trade setup and have an 80% win rate on it, do you add size or do you just take normal sizing?
Oh, Woodchopper. All right. That's a very good and very interesting question. You would think that, if it had an 80% win rate, you'd size up every time, right? But I think it more importantly is the risk on the trade. Okay. So, let's say, whoops. I erased it for some reason, but that's okay. So, to me, position sizing is based on the amount of risk, not the probability of the trade. If my risk parameters are in, let's say, for example, in the S&Ps, I'm comfortable risking $500 per contract for any trade that I'm going to take. And I've got a setup, well, let's say it this way. I'm comfortable risking $1,000 on any trade that I take. And I have a setup that's an 80% setup in the S&Ps where I only have to risk $20 to be invalidated on the trade. That's a 5 lot, because I can risk a total of $1,000 on that one trade. The risk on the trade itself is $200. That's a 5 lot. So it depends again on how close I am to the invalidation level of the trade as to the number of contracts that I'm going to trade. Now, what if it's an 80% setup, but the market is extremely volatile and I have to risk $800 on a 1 lot to take that trade? I'm going to take the 1 lot. Does that make sense? So the position sizing should be based on risk, not the percentage of probability of the trade. My opinion, my experience. Great question.
And great answer again. Thanks, Hoag, and thanks, Woodchopper. All right, I think this last question might take up the rest of our time. This question comes from Landon. It's a three-parter. Not a three-parter, but Landon's given us a list, and he wants to hear your list too, Hoag. Landon says, so I've been doing this for about 4 months now. Seems like for me, trading comes down to, in order for most important, 1, my attitude and emotions, 2, how quickly I can determine the type of day we are in, and 3, my technical analysis for entry and exit. Hoag, what are your top 3 items for trading? What else, and if possible, what else am I not thinking about that maybe I should be?
Great question, Landon. Love your list. Attitude and emotions, yes, of course. That I think would probably be number 1 on mine, as well as attitude, emotion, and overall kind of mental health or physical health. If you're sick, if you're angry about something, if you're hungover, if your dog ate your homework, if there's anything, in your mind that might change your decision-making process, that's something you've got to address before you sit down. Number 2 to me is when I sit down and I'm going to be actively trading on any given trading day. Attitude and emotions and general health is always going to be a big part of it. I don't trade well when I'm sick. I don't trade well when I'm angry, or if something has upset me outside of trading, that's something I certainly have to be aware of. So attitude, emotions, of course. Number 2 for me is, did I do my homework? Did I do my homework? Did I do my list? The list that you might have to trade. Okay, well, when I sit down to trade, I start on the daily, and then I go down to the hourly, and then I go down to the 30-minute, and I go down to the 15-minute, and I mark down, what the kind of trends are in the different time frames. What's the longer time frame versus the shorter time frame? Where am I seeing possible points of or areas of potential support or resistance? What about the profiles? Is there anything that I'm seeing in the profiles? What did volume and open interest do yesterday? All of these things, you just kind of put together some sort of a list or some sort of thing where you write all that down and try and absorb all that information and think about it before the market even opens. So being consistent in doing that is one of the things that I think can help a trader become a more consistent trader, is doing the same thing every day, preparing for the session. So I don't get to play if I don't do my homework. Number 3, how quickly can I determine the day type? Well, if you're talking profile, that's always going to be a challenge, and it's always, extremely important to try and do that, because what you're talking about there is context. So all part of your homework that you do prior to sitting down, you're feeling good, you're ready for the trading day, you do your homework. How quickly can you determine what day type you're going to have? Be prepared for any type of any day type. If you do your homework, include some hypotheses as to possible outcomes for what's going to happen that day. If you can say, well, we had a big day yesterday, we know we've got some important data coming out tomorrow, I think that kind of indicates the probability of somewhat of a range-bound day. And if that range-bound day starts to show itself as a high probability early in the session, there you've got your potential context or day type that you can trade to. So, don't just sit there and say, okay, what day type is this going to be? What day type is this going to be? Preempt it. Say, okay, if this kind of happens, that's saying that we may end up with this kind of day type, and then you can trade to that strategy. Technical analysis for entry and exit. Okay. I'm a big proponent of cheap trades. I saw somebody, talking about, well, what's a cheap trade? A cheap trade is usually going to occur near one of the extremes of the trading hour session, near some sort of excess. And as far as exits are concerned, they're very very contextual as well. If you've, let's say, Landon, decided that, this is going to be a range day. So you get it bought below value, close to the end of the trade, to the low of the trading session, that's a cheap trade. If the trade rotates in your favor, are you congruent with the longer time frame direction, or are you against it? It basically comes down to, and I've got to kind of get through this question quickly here. The day type, the overall market. If you're in a directional market, if you're in a day that the market is you're thinking it's going to rally all day long, maybe you don't want to have a profit target. Just follow it with some trailing stops, and maybe you can get out, at the high of or near the high of the day at the end of the day. I don't know. Range bound, you can have specific profit targets. Value low, point of control. Value high, point of control. Value low. So I hope that helps, Landon, and again, I hope that helps everybody in your quest to be consistent and profitable traders.
Thanks, Hoag. We all appreciate it, and thank you for the question, Landon. Thank all of you for your questions. We almost got through all of them today. We only missed a couple, so we do apologize if we didn't get to your question. But don't fret, we will be back again tomorrow at 12 o'clock Central Time for more group coaching. We'll have that form pinned in the chat sometime between 9 and 9:30 Central Time, so come ready with your questions. Stay tuned. Coming up next, we have Strategy Lab with Coach Robert, Coach Dakota, and Anne Marie. Interesting stuff going on in Strategy Lab today, and then we are closing out the day with Power Hour featuring Andre, Dolby, and Dannystrades. It could be a pulled pork afternoon. We'll see what happens. Hoag, you want to close us out? You got any dad wisdom you want to close us out with?
Yeah, here's a dad wisdom for you. Success is never final and failure is never fatal. Just don't give up. Now, he stole this, of course, from Winston Churchill, but still good advice. You don't lose until you quit. Trade well, everybody. Have a great rest of the session. I'm so excited for the Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. I can't wait to watch this. It's going to be excellent. Make sure you stick around, and we'll see you later on.
Welcome. I said that 3 times for the 3 of us on the screen right now. I am Robert. I am joined by Coach Dakota and by Anne Marie. This is Strategy Lab. We got a good one coming at you right now. We have our Strategy Lab AI background in the mix over here. I see that Dakota has his charts live up and running, and Anne Marie is in her library as usual. How are you two doing today? Anne Marie, take it away.
Doing fabulous. Doing great. Really, today's Strategy Lab actually should be called We All Want to Be Like Dakota. So that's going to be the anchor of what we're up to today. We're going to see if Dakota can talk about some of those overnight trades that he's had and see if we can deconstruct them and reconstruct them according to our systems to see if there are ways that we can learn literally how to execute like Dakota. So I'm super excited about today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Always learning. Dakota, what you got for us? Let's just jump right in and talk about your overnight trades. I know that you do that a lot with I always say Nikkei, but I believe it's pronounced Nikkei. Please correct me on that and the rest of the viewers. And go ahead and jump right into it. Take it away, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so just join me for slow markets.
Well, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was there. Okay, yeah. Moving on. We're on to Power Hour up early. No.
How's that? I can't drop this mic. It's attached, but is that good enough for you guys?
So
number one, you don't want to be like me. I tell traders all the time. Overnight session and trading like someone else can be really difficult, but it's always great to have somebody to try and mirror in terms of the way that they trade, their trading style, maybe their demeanor or whatever it is. I've seen a lot of traders in Discord and who has been joining my slow markets that have taken on this type of trading style. Especially, there's a couple traders, I can't remember their username in Discord, but for example, they wanted to quit. They just said, I'm done trading. I can't. I got a new job. I got kids I have to take care of. And the consistent money is my priority because I have to care for my wife and kids. And so that's fine. However, there is this option where you can spend 1 or 2 hours right before you go to bed, play some trades, let that work out in the morning. And you don't have to spend a lot of stress or energy watching the charts. I mean, you're still going to have a lot of stress or energy thinking about the markets, right? But I did have a crude oil trade that I held overnight. We could pull it up, actually. This is my live account. I've been focusing on my live here at Topstep, but bear with me. I traded this on my phone without charts, just on regular. And you can see it looks really ugly. Let me make sure I'm in the right contract month. So April contract in oil. Last night was Sunday night, right? And I trade on higher time frames. Essentially, it's the same thing that we all trade. For example, if you're doing basic technical analysis, I believe you do, Robert. Instead of, say, a 1 minute or a 5 minute, I'm doing the analysis on a 1 hour, maybe even a daily chart. And so I'm using these higher time frames. That's really the difference, is the market's fractal, and it doesn't really matter whether you're doing the technical analysis on a higher time frame or a lower time frame. So here's the crude oil chart. Let me see. I entered this on my phone without looking at the charts. I've been watching crude oil long enough where I've been watching the price. I know the price I want to get in. So let me see if I could add my trades on here. Everybody who knows and watches me trade knows that I like my charts with nothing on them. Let me see.
And once you get connected, let's spread that out a little bit so we get a little bit more view on it. That would be wonderful.
There we go. Yeah. How's this?
Yeah. Great.
Let me know. Does that look better? There's that trade. So last night, Sunday night during the open, the way that I like to trade, and if you guys see any of my slow markets class, I start on the daily. So here's a daily chart. You can see we've had since pretty much October, we've been selling off October throughout winter. There's a little bit of seasonality that comes into play, of course. And we started to find a bottom here. We had this, we all know this consolidation. We broke out of this consolidation, went down, tested it, and then we continued to make higher lows, right? And then we're also starting to make higher highs as well. I got to get used to my charts. I'll zoom in just a second because my monitor looks a whole lot different than what you guys are seeing. And I've done this analysis, and once this analysis is done on the daily, it doesn't really change, right? You get one new candlestick one time every single day. And then I'll start to zoom into the hourly chart. So the daily, I get my bias. I kind of see where we are at overall. I am a firm believer that we're going to be seeing over $80 a barrel by the end of next month. We see a lot of strong resistance around 79. We did got to pull back. So as we're looking on this daily candlestick, we did get a pullback down here around 76. And I zoom into an hourly chart. So let's go back to the hourly chart. Now, stop me if I'm going a little bit too quick, guys. I'm just trying to cram a lot in here really quick. So let me adjust it. And if you guys have any questions, just let me know. I'm not paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, Dakota. Dakota, I do have a quick question for you. I'm a little confused on that appearance of that Topstep X screen you got right there. What is going on over there?
What do you mean? It's just a chart. This is just the NASDAQ. What is it? A 1 second chart that yeah, it's better than just nothing as my background.
Yeah, no, Ninja Trader. That's why it's on Ninja. We gotta get you on Topstep X, buddy.
Yeah, the one behind me is Topstep X. The platform that I trade is Ninja Trader. That's where all of my accounts are live. That's what I'm used to. And we're slowly transitioning to Topstep X. It sounds like you guys are adding a bunch of new things every single day. Slowly but surely. But for right now, I'm sticking with this one because I'm just used to it. I'm used to the hotkeys. And I'm just going to stick with what I'm used to as I start to practice on Topstep X.
Awesome. So, continue. Nice job.
Yeah, so here's the hourly chart. And we've been consolidating for the past 2 weeks, basically, week and a half. And what's the best way to trade a consolidation? We buy the bottoms, we sell the tops of the range. And sure enough, Sunday opened, we sold off, we had some consolidation. I went ahead and did that. I got into one contract, as you guys could see. I had my stop loss. This was actually a 1-to-1 risk reward. My stop loss was down here. My entry was here. And as you guys can see, my take profit was up here. It was a little bit better than 1-to-1. I entered this trade right at slow markets time. And sure enough, overnight, I didn't get closed out until the New York session open. So this is a trade that ran all the way overnight. I was sleeping. Wake up. If I was still in this position, I closed it out. I did have a bit higher of a take profit. But when I wake up, I was in profit. I had a whole bunch of other stuff to do. I went ahead and just closed it out. But this is very similar. Every single trade I take is almost identical in terms of the way I look at it. It's pure 100% technical analysis. And I place the trades right before I go to bed, and then I let them play out. It's either going to hit my stop loss, take profit, and sometimes I don't even get triggered in.
So about what time did you take that position?
When I do my analysis, it's the same time every night. It's around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time is when my slow markets class does start. But for me, myself, and my personal trading, it's usually about 2 hours. So I have that 1 hour class where I do the same analysis. I kind of hit two birds with one stone, right? I host a class, and while I'm hosting the class, I'm actually doing the same exact analysis, and I'm looking for trades, and I'm talking out loud, walking through what's going through my brain, because I'm doing the analysis anyway. Why not just do it live in front of everybody? So that way I don't have to, one, do the class and then do my analysis right after that. You guys get to see exactly what I'm doing when I'm trading in my Topstep account or even in my personal accounts as well. So I have that class for 1 hour. and then usually I'll watch Netflix, I'll go to the gym, I would get dinner, whatever it is, and then right before bed I'll do pretty much the same analysis to see if anything's really changed. It usually doesn't because it's slow markets, it's the Asian session, doesn't move very often, and then I'll make sure that everything's still set up. I'll place the trades or see if the trades got triggered, and then I'll just go to bed, right?
Okay, so
very good. Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks for that, Anne Marie. What do you do for your trades on overnight, or do you do any of those at all? Because I know you're like during the day trader itself, but have you done overnight? Do you do overnight?
Yes,
And what's your take on it?
I wanted to ask Dakota before we left. There was a little bit of a spike that came down into the lower edge of that support zone. Tell me, when you're thinking about your stops in a space like that, because I totally see the strategy that I'm looking at those very same lines, that very same price action. I do that very same thing. I'll go weekly, daily, hourly, and set the price action first, and then everything else converges on it. But one of the things that, especially last night, was that, I mean, it had a pretty good sized spike down before it began to rotate up. So when you are looking at stop action in this kind of arena, where you know you've got to give it some measure of flex, I know you were wise with your risk assessment. You just used one contract, but how do you determine the size of your stop?
So it depends on 100% what my risk is, because everything I base is based off my risk and position sizing. Because essentially, I could have a 50-cent. We're talking about crude oil, correct?
Correct.
So I could have a 50-cent stop or a 100-cent stop, and still risk about the same depending on my position size. So essentially, it's where my technical analysis is. So you can see I have highlighted over here on the hourly chart.
Yeah.
When I did this analysis, and crude oil does this a lot more than what I would like it to do. I believe we call it stop putting, whatever.
Yes.
Typically, it makes, you can see it here. It happened the same exact thing. It spiked down before we had a rally. This one is a little bit more dramatic. We had a spike down before we rallied up. And, sure enough, it kind of did it again. I mean, whether you're here, let's go with that one. And it typically makes a lower low before we start that rally.
The rotation.
And so being aware of this is one of the things. I have tried to trade this where I would just put a limit order to see if I could catch that spike down and control my risk. I haven't fine-tuned it to where I feel confident enough to do that yet, because we're talking about probabilities, right? We're either getting in as the market's going in the direction we want it to go, or we're getting in as the market is going against us in terms of, if I want to buy it, do I buy it as the market's going down, or do I buy it as the market's going up, right? And if you buy it while the market starts to go up, your probabilities of it being profitable is higher compared to buying it while the market's going down. And so I do like to get in as the market is going in my favor. As this example, and to answer your question, let me zoom in on this a little bit more. This is an hourly chart on crude oil. I got in here. This is where I got in at the break. I don't know if you could see that, because we had 4 hours of consolidation, and we did make a new low from pretty much last week, Thursday or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We made the new low. We consolidated. As soon as we broke out, I got into it. I think I was in at 76.16. And then I asked myself, where's a good stop loss? Or you ask yourself before you get into the trade. I had my stop loss below this previous low. So it was down here, because I do like to give a little bit more room for wiggle room, especially overnight, and especially if we do get that spike down. So I did have a stop loss here. Like I said, it was more of a 1-to-1 trade. I'll have to review it, because I start on a 60-minute, and then I'll zoom down to a 5-minute, and then I'm a lot more accurate, because we could see these pivot points a little bit better. So if this was my entry, and then I zoom out, and then I believe it was somewhere down here. I'll have to double check, but it didn't stop me out. And then, of course, as you can see, when we
Beautiful
zoom in, we
trade.
can see these pivots a bit better, and you can see that ugly looking stop loss hunter for everyone who was in longs. We sold off right down, reversed, and then we had that continuation to the upside.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
Thanks for sharing that. Quick question on one thing on this. How do you determine which instrument you're going to trade overnight? Because we all move, and to be honest, anytime I've done any type of night trading, whether overnight or not, like for the whole session, it's always been NQ, because the other ones, it's hard for me to get a read on them to say, okay, this is what happened. Like, I'll need a little bit more of a backstory to try to figure out, this happened, that happened, this happened, this may happen, and that's my trade. Whereas NQ, you see a little bit more of that. So, Dakota, how do you determine that? Back to that question, what instrument? You come to market, you're in your slow market area, you're with everybody in front of you, you say, we are trading what and why?
Yeah, so I do the analysis pretty much on the same 3 instruments every single night, and whichever one provides the better risk reward or even has a trade, right? Because my style of trading, the way that I'm talking about slow markets, I'm happy if I just get one trade. Sometimes I don't even get a trade. And so I'll do my analysis on the NASDAQ, then I'll do it again on oil, and then Nikkei. Nikkei's my one of my, I don't want to say favorite markets. It's a new addition to my trading. It has a little bit more volatility during the Asian session, obviously, because Japanese market. So I'll do the same exact analysis. And like I said, I will strongly recommend everybody to join my slow markets here now on YouTube. Tonight's the first one. Tonight is the first official start. We did some practice on, what was it, Wednesday night and Thursday night. Tonight's a big release, so I'm having Rips. He's joining me, so we'll see how that is. I don't have a big production crew. It's just me. Danielle's helping me out. So it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna be talking the same thing. It sounds like I did hear that MP had an overnight trade a few weeks ago. He made quite a bit of money. Rips had a trade overnight right after NVIDIA earnings, and he did amazing. So it's a lot more than just grinding it out for a few points because the market's really slow. It's placing a trade. Some traders might consider it swing trading. We do have to have all of our trades closed out before the end of the New York session. So it's maybe, what do we call it, a hybrid between day trading and swing trading. I don't know. It just depends on what your definition is, because some traders like, well, scalping is being in and out, and you're go in and out within just like a few points. Some traders might say scalping is going for 10, 15 points. You're in 15 minutes to an hour. It's just day trading. It's all just trading for me. Swing trading is maybe when you hold it for a few days.
Right.
We're just getting in during the Asian session, setting our trades. Sometimes they get triggered in an hour. Sometimes they get triggered in 6 hours, all the way to the New York session. Sometimes I have trades where I get it set up. I have something come up. Maybe I fly. Maybe I travel. I'm no longer in cell phone service. And the next thing I know, I come back literally the next day and say, okay, how did my trade work out? I haven't seen the market in 48 hours. And I'm just barely getting triggered into a trade, or it triggered me in and it hit stop loss, take profit. So that's the beauty. That's why I love it, because it's a lot less time consuming on my personal life in terms of, I was going to college. I had a part-time job when I learned this style. And, I hear some traders like, it would make sense because you're making the money work for you and you're not stuck staring at your computer monitor, especially if you're very emotional and every single tick of the market, you feel a sense of, FOMO or nervousness or scared or fear or whatever that emotional, I guess, action that you're struggling with. It has helped me out, and I think it has helped a few other traders out. I mean, if not anything, it gives you a different perspective in the market.
Absolutely. We really appreciate sharing that. You are certainly a force to reckon with. It's going to be great now that we got those couple of trials out of the way. You going into it. It's the real deal tonight. Rip's joining you. We will be behind the scenes helping you out. There's a few of us going to be on tonight just to make sure everything goes well. We want to make sure you have the best support possible. And really, really looking forward to it. So, Anne-Marie, over to you on these overnight things. I know you're a big VWAP proponent, especially with the VWAP bands, your deviation bands. So curious. I'm going to phrase this question in relation to how VWAP is on the overnight. VWAP, volume weighted average price, right? It's the average price over time, and it takes volume into consideration. That said, if the market just opened, let's say we're an hour into the market, how would you use VWAP when there's almost literally no data to use it at that time? So tell me how you would do something like that, or even if you do that, and fill us in on your thoughts, please.
So everything's relative to what's happened in the past. And just exactly like Dakota, I look at big pictures and look for price to trigger an execution event on the horizon. And so what I will use is a combination of the price and the volatility bands telling me that both those things are likely. So Dakota put on a trade last night, let's say sometime between 10 and 12 or 8 and 10, somewhere around that particular area. He wants price to be going in his favor when he buys. And when the VWAP opens up, you don't think about anything other than exactly what's happening. I don't care how many traders are trading that are plotting the VWAP. I just know that every trader who is trading, that information is getting transported over to the VWAP. And so I'm just trading with those traders. Doesn't really matter to me. And if I'm looking at an opening trade like this, I'm going to see, okay, so my thought is 75 to 75.60 is somewhere around the major support edges. So I'd love to get a trade down in that area. But if I see two things happening, which is really beautiful because good traders make good decisions, but they don't all come to those decisions in exactly the same way. And this is what I love about the markets in general. So Dakota said, hey, listen, I look at price, I look at the behavior of the chart, I look at where there's support, I look at where there's resistance, and I'm in. Relative to the longer time frame, I know that a larger number of traders are going to be coming in to accept a support edge because I've been seeing over time upward moving motions and higher lows. So he gets into that trade. Now, the great thing is that thinking through that, you know where the support is, but if you're looking at momentum, which is my double smooth stochastic from William Blau, which is a great stochastic, and the volatility bands holding, now notice, if it comes into and near that 3 standard deviations and it's overnight, I know there's going to be a trade there. So either I take it just off the bounce or I wait for it to come up and retest a higher low. And that puts me right around here in terms of a long. And as long as my stochastic stays green and I see higher lows, I know that I can stay in the straight. Now, when Dakota begins to do fast, slow markets, I'm thinking about my little bunny slippers and getting ready to go night-night because I get up very early and I don't stay up very late because back in the days when I was young, like Dakota is, I slept maybe 3-4 hours a night. But as I have gotten older, I have needed more sleep over time. So I've got to knock in a good 8-9 hours or I'm a zombie. So those sorts of entry points, you can put up your volatility bands and go, all right, I know where the floor is. I can see what's happening. As long as my stochastic stays green as Europe opens up, I'm in good shape to go long. And you can see at the open, it comes back to test the POC from the overnight. And then as soon as it crests above that opening tick at the 930 area, which is not really their open, but it's the one that we're using here, this thing is a buy and it walks the band all the way up. It only tells me to get out on this candlestick here at 1:30 Eastern time. And why is that? It's because it breaches the band, closes inside the band, and opens up another candlestick under the close of that prior area. And when it comes out like that and it's negative, it's a place to take profit. And so you can use volatility bands and your momentum to help you walk through these trades in the same sort of slow mechanical way, although you are looking at the candlesticks, which Dakota doesn't do because he has this idea of, hey, it's going to either work from here to here, and that's what I'm suited to, and that's what I'm going to do. If you're being a little bit more active and you don't mind being glued to the chair, you can certainly stay in that trade until it's told us to, pump the brakes. And now we're at the time price opportunity that POC for the TPO is sitting there, and it could easily tell us there's another bounce off of that one standard deviation band right there into, well, it just closed. Sorry. There we go. Oil is now closed. So there you have it.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate that as well. And there's so many ways to trade, so many markets to trade, so many times, so many time frames, so many indicators. And I love it. That's one of the main things I love about this. Anybody can do it because we have the options available. There's always an opportunity somewhere in the market. So I'm going to give Dobie a heads up. If you can change over to my charts for a moment so we can take a quick check-in on what the rest of the markets were doing. We like to do that. So I'll give Dobie a little bit of a heads up there so we can jump into these. I'd like to check in every now and then.
Yeah, and answer there's a couple questions in there. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dakota,
I think
please.
You were adding to that a little bit, where you said that you can't sleep if you have a trade overnight. Well, and my answer to that, because I think that's a lot of us, right? Because you can't stop thinking of the markets, especially if you're in it. If you know your risk reward, and if you know the worst case scenario, and you have your stop losses in place, then you should be able to walk away. Because same if you're day trading. What happens if you use the bathroom? Are you just going to stay there and force yourself to watch the market? Usually two things is, one, you're either too emotional. Two, you're in too big of a position size. Like usually it is too big of a position size where if you can't place a trade and you can't just walk away from the screen, then you're definitely in too big of a position size, or you have too wide of a stop loss.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks for jumping in there into the chat for clearing that up. I can step away to use the restroom, and I'll guarantee you I'm not in there for 8 hours, just like I would be when I was sleeping. So there's a little bit of a disconnect going on right there.
There's adult diapers.
I know. That's somebody told me to use that for the movies one time. They don't want to miss anything. They just I'm not going to miss this. Anyway, moving on. I'll tell you what my problem is with the overnights, Dakota, and later on the line is I'm wrong a lot of times on direction. I don't see the big picture. I'm absolutely horrible at that, and I will 90% guarantee you when I place that trade and put my stop, I'm good at determining risk, what my risk is, and taking a look at where it's going to go. 90% of the time I'm wrong and it will hit my stop loss. So I am horrible at picking the direction. What I'm really good at is saying, hey, the market went to here, then it went to here, then here. I believe it's going to go here. I don't know if that's up or down, but I kind of bracket it that way. So we all have our strengths and weaknesses, and that's mine. That is my big one right there. So it's going to be interesting working with this Trader League team with you guys who are all holding these things for hours and hours, and I get a long trade of 3.5 minutes. So it would be interesting. Okay, back to the markets. Not too much happening. We had a little bit of a pullback on CL. We're looking at a 15-minute chart, Topstep X, on the bottom right-hand side. It looks like it's pulling up right there. Not too much going on the ES. It's only in about a 84 to 94, 10-point range. The same thing with NQ, my baby right there. We didn't clear 100 points all day long. It's insane. GC, well, and we don't have to say too much about GC. It's just kind of funky as it goes. While on the charts, there is one thing I want to point out right before we head back. I'm going to do a quick switch over into the 2-up. On the right-hand side, we have YM. And I wanted to bring this up because now we've mentioned a couple times before on TopstepTV that Amazon is now joined the Dow, which is YM. And we were seeing, why doesn't it make that big a splash? We see the NQ bouncing all over the place with 100 stocks in it. There's only 30 in the Dow. So I think there'd be a lot more movement going on. And what the Dow has, it has this thing called the divisor. And currently, I looked at the last number. It's at 0.1517. What does that mean? It means you take all the values of all of those stocks that are in the Dow and you divide it by that divisor and you get the scale on the right-hand side. Therefore, it's going to not average out, but it's going to give similar weights to all of these. We're not just be one stock just takes the whole market with it. Remember the NQ when NVIDIA had that big thing? We stayed after hours for that last week, and NVIDIA's like, yep, it's pushing up, it's pushing up, it's pushing up, and the entire market went with it for hundreds of points. Well, it's going to help alleviate some of that. I did look at the Dow a little bit over the past maybe 6-8 months. I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to it now and see what goes on. In fact, while you guys are talking, I did sneak in one little trade there. We were just kind of closing off. We had this wick come up right here on the 5-minute chart. It dropped back down. I took a little bit of a short right here, $27. Nothing to write home to Mama about, but just wanted to show what that looked like right there. Let's go back to you. Yeah, if there's any comments you have on that, we would appreciate it. And then I'll do one more thing after we go back to Anne-Marie first, then Dakota. Let's get your comments on that. Anything else going on in the market, and then we'll bounce back one more time. So, Anne-Marie?
That's great that you brought the Dow up like that. I just am super happy that we're talking about Jack's favorite index. Sorry, Jack.
Oh boy, for those that don't know, that'll be a quiz question pretty soon.
Yeah. No, it's super interesting when it moves. I think you're going to see really a change in the way Amazon trades, because I remember when Apple moved. Where did Apple move to? I cannot remember where it moved to. It moved up someplace, and it really totally changed the way that it traded. And I think we're going to see that with Amazon as well. But I mean, it's been around for a long time, and when foreign divestment comes into the States, that's where it goes. It goes to the Dow, and so it's still a pretty interesting index to watch, I think. Do you ever trade the Dow? Either of you? You, Dakota?
Yeah, nope. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Typically stick to the NASDAQ during the day, and then I'll expand to oil and the Nikkei at night.
The Dow is similar to the NASDAQ. It has those whips around it too. There is a difference. It's not 0.25 on a tick, so there's not 4 ticks between each point. They're just straight points or handles if you're old school guys. So even though it moves, the point value of 1 point movement is $20 on the NASDAQ, and it's only 5 on the Dow. Remember, there's not 4 ticks in between. So you do have a little bit of leeway in there. And I'm just going to punch on a short right now, mark it into a short on the Dow so we can see it. So if I drop down here and put my stop somewhere up there, we're in $5. It's a $5 per point in between, so we can actually see what it looks like. And So if anybody else wants to try it, you do have a practice account. You don't use your regular account. Now there's another $25. I just flattened all just because that's how I do things. And now we're up $44. I know it's not a lot. And we're just talking. I'm just trying to show things. If this keeps going, so be it. But I wanted to show you how it moves. If that were the NQ, yeah, it's probably going to be around $160. But if it went the other way just a little bit, it might be $160 down. My stop might be $200, and I'm starting to sweat. So it's a little more. It's not forgiving, but it's got a little less push and pull on it because it's $5 a point, and it moves
there's less
similar
leverage.
to NQ. Yeah, it's less exactly.
Yeah,
it moves
definitely
similar.
less leverage.
I'm going to start looking at it a little bit more now that Amazon is in there, and we're going to see what's going to happen. I'm not going to go so far as to say I'm going to trade it on the overnight, but maybe Dakota can put some put a stamp of approval on it at some point.
I actually just got short the NASDAQ at 18,027 3/4.
Nice.
While you were talking, in my live account. So this is my live account, one contract, and we'll see how this works out.
I
guess I could talk about it. I needed to get better at explaining it because I'm sitting here listening to you, enjoying it, and I'm over here taking the trade. So the setup is on the 5-minute. Over on the left, you see the 5-minute chart. Over on the right-hand side, you see a 100-tick chart. But essentially, I mean, it's very simple, right? We have a lot of resistance. We have this kind of a double top. We try to make, new highs today. We failed. We went up, resistance. Here we are, resistance again. And so there's a lot of resistance and a lot of selling pressure up in this zone. And then so over here on the 5-minute chart, we rallied. We tried to break out, and we have this really bearish candle on the 5-minute chart. And then to me, this is the apex candle, the doji. As soon as we cross below that, to me, that's confirmation that we could see a downward move, maybe back down towards 18,000. I got into short. My stop loss is right above that. But I will watch this 100-tick chart on the right-hand side so that if I do start to trail it, then I could possibly find these little pivots to trail it or use as an indication to close it out if I am wrong.
Very good. And what would your stop be?
Right now it's at the high of this pivot above 80.40. It's at 18,044.
All right. Super.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Anne Marie? Are you going to jump on the Dow bandwagon here along with Jack, or what? I better be careful. He's going to cut my mic pretty soon.
I think it's a very interesting place where you guys both took shorts.
Tradertainment.
Yeah, hard to.
Mine was not Tradertainment though.
Mine was Tradertainment.
Well, I mean, my volatility band said, "Hey, listen, that's a nice short. It's a short into support, and so it would be nice if it came all the way to 18,000." But it's really amazing that the short that Dakota's in really gets triggered the same sort of way. If you're looking at the 5-minute chart, you've got those volatility bands. If you don't have the wisdom that Dakota has in terms of saying, wait, I look to the left and I can see resistance. If that doesn't automatically occur to you, the volatility bands give you that sense of, hey, if I start falling back into that one standard deviation, I easily could fall into the VWAP, or I easily could move into the bottom part of that volatility band. And it's really nice that if you're using good tools, it'll tell you, it'll tell you with a fair bit of certainty if you're waiting for the right signals to tell you, here you can short off of this. My thought is that we're making higher lows for the last 3 30-minute candlesticks. And so if I were to short, it would be a very quick trade into support because my 30-minute candlesticks are showing a buy the dip formation. And so if I sold a rally up into a resistance zone, I'd be looking for a place to take profit. But in truth and fact, I have a hard time keeping a trade on for more than 30 minutes. So, taking it overnight would be otherworldly for me. So
yeah, this would definitely not be an overnight trade. We have an hour and 13 minutes to the end of the trading session. So I am not going to be in this trade for that long.
Let's go and clarify the overnight. There were some questions on there, and I know some traders that are listening to TopstepTV and may not be able to actually watch it as reading through the chat. So just to clarify, when we say overnight, the market you can trade opens at 5 p.m. Central Time. You need to be out of your trade by 3:10 p.m. Central Time the next day. Therefore, if we're talking Central, we're looking at 5 p.m., 11 p.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 10 a.m. That is an overnight. So you can hold down to that trade 5 p.m. to it's 3:10, but just get out of your trades at 3 o'clock. It's just Central Time. It's just the best way to do it. So that would be what we're talking about when we say overnight trades. Coach Dakota is going to be on tonight, 8 o'clock. I'm hoping you put an overnight trade on right here on TopstepTV. That would be wonderful. Coach Dakota, anything you would like to add to this? I'm going to jump in with one more thing, and we're going to hand it to Anne-Marie to get us out of here.
No, nothing to really add. Just come join me if you guys have any questions. I'm relatively good at answering those questions. Like I said, I'm just transitioning everything over to the slow markets on the TopstepTV YouTube. We just recruited yourself, Robert. So my focus has been not 100% on trading. It's been focusing more on getting the slow markets class going, getting it as good as I can, and then building our big tick swingers team to prepare for June. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure with the leaderboards, and there's going to be even more pressure down there in Vegas.
That is absolutely wonderful. It's absolutely great. One comment here, and then we're going to sign up for Anne-Marie. One thing I want to mention as a little 2-minute coaching thing. When we're in the chat, we like traders helping traders. We have Topstep X. Remember, we just launched that where you can submit your own requests, and we can switch over to my screen while I'm talking about this. On Topstep X, we want to hear feedback for this platform that's traders built by traders for traders. We're looking and listening to your feedback. So that carries over into this little feedback for myself here. When you are stating what you're doing in the chat, try to be a little more specific, or at least boundaries around it. For example, pull back on NQ. Okay, what time frame are you looking at? What candles are you looking at? How is that going to work? Cup and handle on ES. Okay, well, that doesn't really say anything. I'm long on gold. Oh, great. Where? When? So we want to do that thing, okay? And here's the example I wanted to show you. Hopefully my charts will come up momentarily, because there is something I had set up for you all. To show, and it's coming up soon, I hope, here. Okay, we'll just pause for a moment. The next segment is going to be Power Hour. So I'll just segue into this for a moment. Power Hour is coming up next, 2 o'clock Central Time. We're only 10 minutes away from this. I will be stepping out to the background to record some Topstep X tutorial videos. So I'll be out of the picture here for a little bit. Andre is going to be taking over. Dobie at the helm of kind of making all these trades happen. And then we have Danny's trades. I'm going to go nuts, hopefully, as usual. Anne-Marie, let's just kick this over to you. Any of these last comments, anything you would like to add for what we've been talking about, and hopefully maybe you'll bounce in and out of the slow market session tonight with Dakota.
Yeah, what I've loved doing is seeing, I got a link from Danielle on the video that you did for Dakota, and it's great to look at it in hindsight. Maybe I will pop in from the snuggles under my covers. And so to see what's happening, because I am one of those old people that go to bed early. So yeah, I think I'm super excited. I'm super excited about it. I think this afternoon, the entire day we've been just sitting super sideways. We're sitting right on top of POC inside a point of control inside of the NQ, somewhere around 18 and 27 or something like that. And it's going to be super to see what Danny can do, pull things out and make us all be envious.
It's always a fun segment. I love sticking around for that. Unfortunately, I won't be able to. I gotta pretty much shut down all the stuff and have one screen up so we can really focus on it. But I will be back later on, Dakota. Mark my words. I will see you there later on. I want to get in with that group and see what's going on. So I did some of my charts up there. So real quick, we have what I wanted to show is we have moving average, right? Everybody knows moving averages, but there are so many types. They mean so many different things. So to put it in perspective, we're looking at a 5-minute ES chart. I am simply going to turn on a 50 moving average. There it is. Nice little pinkish, whatever color, fuchsia color, whatever is on there, right? So we can see it. There it is. Well, I'm going to add a 50 EMA, exponential moving average, versus the simple moving average. There is a difference. It responds quicker. It exponentially weights the more recent candles along with it. But check this out. I'm going to turn on a 50 adaptive moving average. Well, that is way different than the others. And finally, we're going to turn on a 50 Hull moving average. My goodness, what are we looking at? So the point being here is if we're looking in the chat or we want to share things, it's really beneficial to be a little more specific. I don't need talking to the ticks on these things, but if you just say long gold, like okay, from where? What's your style? What combine and stuff are you on? Just to give a little more perspective, it's traders helping traders, sharing with traders, and we all learn. So that's just something I wanted to share as a coach here, so we can all benefit from it. We try to do the best we can. We talk about this all the time, trying to say, okay, yep, I got 2 contracts short. Like, well, who, where, when? What are you doing? So we would like to present the same. Everybody can help everybody. We can all use this as a learning experience, including us. When we see these things going on, we're like, wow, this is amazing. Never thought of that. And we learn so much, not just from ourselves, but from the chat and from the groups, because nobody knows everything. And all of us are the first to say that. Dakota, 1 minute closing remarks, and then after Anne Marie, we'll sign out.
Yep, I'm still in this short. It's looking good. It looks like we have most of our team here, Robert. Me, you, Coach Rips is in the chat. And then Isaac. So we're getting on. We're about ready. Come join me in the slow markets, as Anne Marie said. That's prime time where everyone's getting home from work. They're relaxing. They're in their pajamas. You can pull it up. That's what I love about the slow market session. You're not busy. There's less distractions, and you can just sit there and maybe I'll put you to sleep.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing that. I will certainly be there with the rest of the team. Anne Marie, 1 minute closing remarks, please.
I'm just excited that we got to have Coach Dakota with us today on Strategy Lab, and it was fun. It was really, really fun. I love breaking apart those trades and watching them work inside of the system that I already use. I really, really like that. Excited to see what else he does tonight.
That's awesome. Looking forward to it. Always a pleasure to have you, and glad we have Dakota on as well. We're going to take it away. We are moving on to Power Hour. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Take care. See ya. Bye.
You know what time it is. Where is he? Dannystrades, the man in the middle. Dannystrades, we got Dolby time on the side there. What's up, boys? Dannystrades, really quick, thank you for joining us. How are you doing, my man? It looks like you're not at your home office, Dannystrades. Where are you right now?
I'm in Denver. So, yes, sir.
Yeah? What's up in Denver? What's good in Denver?
Just visiting, and then I'm gonna go to Texas right after this. So
really,
tonight, I just flew from Cali to Denver. Now I'm gonna go to Texas in a couple hours.
In a couple hours, man, you're living that trader life right now. What brings you to Denver? Just saying what's up to some people.
I'm gonna go say what's up to Jaden. Jaden Trades.
Oh, really?
Jay
cool.
Dunn, nice.
Very nice. The people want to know: are you in a shopping mall right now? The people are asking. Let them know.
I don't know. They're trying to kidnap me or what?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Hey, dude, when you got to trade, you got to trade. I think you might be in a mall. We're gonna find him.
Get around, dude. Shoot.
Keep her head on a swivel.
What's up, Dolby Time? Good to see you. Happy Monday. How was your weekend, Dolby Time?
It was a good time. It was a good time. I don't really remember what I did, so I probably didn't do all that much. Oh, actually, no. We had a celebrated anniversary with my fiance, 6 years. Being together, I made a really, really good bone-in tomahawk ribeye. That was phenomenal.
Man,
Crushed it. Yeah.
You hear that, Dannystrades?
Good stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good eating
It was
right
real
there.
good.
Yeah.
It was real good. Perfectly cooked. Thank you.
Very good. Congratulations on the anniversary. Yeah.
Yep.
Congratulations on the
Hanging in there.
anniversary.
Guess things are getting serious now.
Yeah, everyone gets to that age, right? I'm finally getting there too. So really quick, there was a 400 lot here in the S&Ps. I think sitting at 89 maybe. I'm not sure if they all traded. Maybe sitting here at 89.75, 89.75. Not all of them got filled, as we see. Still 250 sitting on that offer right there. We'll keep an eye. Some liquidity. It's been thin in the S&Ps today. It's been a tight range today. NASDAQ, not much different. Dolby Time, have you taken any trades today? And if so, tell us about them. Or have you been flat and you're looking to get Not yet.
Nothing. I didn't even really pull up my charts until probably, I don't know, maybe like an hour ago or so. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly tricky trade in NASDAQ. We do have the VWAP pointed upwards. I'm looking to get long, maybe around 17,980 or even below that. Crude oil had a nice little consolidation range trade. I didn't take that, but Dakota did. He took the exact setup that I like taking. So bought the bottom of a big old range, and looks like he did pretty good with that one. So it's good to see. Good stuff to see. Dannystrades, how did you trade at all today, if at all? I mean, you're traveling.
Yeah, I haven't really traded, but I'm gonna trade right now with you guys. So get it.
Perfect.
I'm ready.
Well, very good.
Looks like we're going to be placing some fresh trades today.
Trader is always ready.
Dannystrades, are you in Cherry Creek right now? Or do you happen to be in Cherry Creek, Colorado right now? Okay, your silence is deafening there. I think we're getting close.
Leading the fifth on that one.
It's a very nice neighborhood, very nice area. I'm sure the stores are very nice there, and let's make some money. Maybe you can do some shopping.
So I wouldn't know. Maybe.
Maybe you can do some shopping from this profitable power hour. Go buy yourself a nice scarf from Burberry, maybe a nice trench coat from Burberry. You never know, Danny. We'll see
what
how
we feel. Gap. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Gap.
Hey, you can maximize your dollars at the Gap, man. For sure. Yes. For sure. For sure.
No, wait. If Danny balls out, he's going to Burberry. That's what he said.
He did say that. He did.
Oh, I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, you did say that. You think I just pulled Burberry out of my,
That was the first thing on Andre's mind is Burberry. He thinks about it all the time.
Yep. Yeah. Checkered. Anyways, okay. So, what's up?
I'm excited.
Right now. Yeah, it's a good time. Do you have any? What's your favorite mall food, Danny? You're in the mall. The mall has some classic stuff there. What was your go-to?
I know my answer.
Born and raised. What was your mall snack?
Yeah, I didn't even go to the mall a lot, to be honest.
Well, I'll take that question, Dolby. It's got to be Aunt Annie's pretzel. Aunt Annie's pretzel for the win.
No.
Yeah, I thought so, Dannystrades.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yes. Bro,
Yeah.
I used to eat Wetzel all the time, man. All the time. Like, I used to go there like every day.
Was that the pretzel place?
Oh, bro, it's the best, dude.
There we go. I knew I could get your guys going there. That's all inner child memory stuff. Who doesn't know what their favorite mall snack was? I was a Taco
100%.
Bell guy into a Mrs. Fields chocolate chip semi-sweet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now you're talking. He's totally a Cherry Creek. I think they got you dialed in here, Danny. As we do see gold taking a bit of catching a bid here to the upside. Granted, nothing too fast, nothing's moving too crazy right now, but did catch a bid. NASDAQ catching a bid here too. I see S&Ps as well. Maybe both going to try to ride this. Well, yeah, when the bidders come in, we are going to try to go up. All roads lead to VWAP. We bounced off VWAP there in NASDAQ. S&P still trading below VWAP. I got VWAP at 50.95 in the S&Ps. VWAP here in the NASDAQ is 18,008 or 18,009 against the zone. Still catching a bid here. Crude kind of trading sideways. Deeyana was long below 77 this morning. I'm sure she took some profits on that, which is very great to see. Getting closer to 78s here. Gold still catching a bid. NASDAQ on the move. S&P. Someone woke up the market. Dannystrades, you woke up the market from your undisclosed location in the Denverland area. How do you feel about that?
I feel good.
Yeah, I figured you would.
How do you guys feel?
Good. I'm a little. I'm encouraged. I got Dolby. I got my sidekick Dolby. Me and Dolby are like we got Batman and Batman here. We are gonna crush this power hour. Dolby time. Did you put a bid in there? Did you stick your bid in there? Did you get filled?
Not yet. I'm still doing my chart analysis here.
Okay.
So we're
okay.
This is a good entry point, guys.
Why?
Yeah, VWAP.
We bounced out demand. We created that lower low. It's a good entry point to go long right now.
Right. I mean, I was looking at the VWAP bounce in NASDAQ at 18,008. That looked pretty good, but I was definitely talking about chocolate chip cookies when that happened.
Okay, so the thing right now is if I share my screen, I will get kicked out of my face cam. Right?
That's okay. As long as we can hear that sweet voice of yours, Danny Trades, we can toggle to and from. Everyone knows what that beautiful face looks like. We can look at your charts too. The charts are going to make us more money than looking at your face today, Danny, as much as we want to see both.
Cool. So let me pull that up.
Okay. 500 filled at 91. Thank you, Who. 500 trades.
Ooh, nice.
91s trade 500 times. Oh, and we got another 500 lot, a tick above it. 50.91 quarter. We see another 500 lot above it. Let's see if they trade here. Danny trades while you switch to your screens. We're going to keep an eye on this price action.
I am long right now, though. I'll tell you that.
Okay, what are you long from and what account?
NQ Topstep X 18025.
18025, 18025.
Oh, that's a freshie right there. That is a fresh long.
I'm only in 4 though, but I really want to see. Yeah, 4. But
thank you, sir. Long 4 from 25.
I gotta find the password for the Video Ninja.
Okay, I can put your trade in. You said 18,025.
Thank you, Dolby.
Yes.
Here, I'll put it up on my screen for you.
4 times. Catching a bid. Ooh, let's take a look at a couple things to do some house cleaning here. About 12 minutes ago, we had a delta reading in the ES of minus 18,000. It's starting to grow. It was minus 15,000 about 20 minutes prior to that. So we are seeing some shorts come in, and we see the S&P's taking a little bit of a bid. That will in turn put pressure on those shorts that we're talking about. Oh, we got 600 lot here on the bid in 50.91 quarter in the S&Ps. 600 lot on the bid. We have some liquidity coming into this market. Let's see how this thing plays. Did those trade? Oh, they sure did. My goodness, they traded 600 times.
Wow.
91 quarters trade 600 times on the bid. They sold right into that, John, I believe. So those are market orders, I believe. So that probably adds to the negative delta there. And as they sell into it, we see the market uptick a couple times. You see market uptick a full handle there. What a fill! What a fill for that guy.
Already up 6 points, long 4 NQ here. I got this his trade superimposed kind of on my chart. I'll wait for him to put it up, but good momentum so far.
Unreal.
Wow.
Unreal.
This is what I understand.
What
these
a fill.
These momentum traders like Danny's trades. I just
don't
know how they do it. What
a fill. Unbelievable. Yeah. Nice trade, Danny's trades. So how are you going to manage this, Danny? I think we lost Danny's trades. Are we looking at his charts? No, we're looking at his Adobe Times chart. We did lose Dannystrades.
Yep. I do have his trade up here on my chart, though. Right here, he's long approximately 18,025-ish. So I don't know what his stop is yet when he comes back, but so far, great trade in the money here, almost immediately up 10 points at the high so far. Pretty insane.
Really was.
Yeah.
Dannystrades.
Would love to know what
I'm just
prompted
gonna hold.
him.
There you are.
There he's
I don't
back.
know. I can't share my screen because I'm using the Mac, so I have to figure that out later. But
okay, well, let me know when
you have my trade
if you
on,
move your
right?
stop.
Okay,
what's it? 18,025-ish.
Yeah, 25.81. That's what it says. 18,025.81.
All right.
And I'm looking right now. I have a stop at around 1820. I have 4 contracts. I haven't sold any either.
1820. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're gonna live.
My stop.
Through my charts here.
Let's do 1820 flat. Yeah. 1820 flat, and I have 4 cons, so I should be fine.
Yeah.
Paul Blart trying to shut him down in the mall. Kyle, I like that one.
1820 flat.
1820 flat. Cool.
All right.
Yeah, is my, and that's for the sell of everything. I think we caught the bottom. I think not the bottom, but I think we caught that point that we need. You know what I mean? I think we caught it. Because right now, 4 cons is paying right now. Paying good.
It really is. What was your thesis going into this trade? I was just saying to Andre here before that I never would have taken this trade because it's out of my system, but you just jumped right in and immediately started getting momentum. What did you see in the market there?
We bounced off a 1 hour, created a buy level at VWAP. So I'm just playing that VWAP level. I know I'm a little late, but I still think this is good. We keep hitting supply. The reason we just reject this is because we hit supply. So I'm playing it a little riskier. I'm assuming we're going to break supply, even though we can reject that. And the reason I'm assuming is because we've already tested so many times. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean anything, right? But we need to break right now 1835 for us to pop,
1835. Okay, let me just mark this down here.
Getting close.
Yeah, that's the level. That's the level we want to look at. So
cool. I'm going to put that up here for you, so all the chat can see what you're looking at here. I'm just going to put it on my charts here. Excellent. So I kind of got your trade idea up here. So we're long 18,025-ish. Got to stop at 20 evens in the Nasdaq here, and then you have a target that you want to see broken of 18,036-ish.
Go all the way to 1840. You know what I mean? I think we can go to 1840. I mean, that's a big move, that we're looking for, to be honest.
Now, Dannystrades, is it advisable? You never go full port. Danny, you never go full port when you're in the mall, do you? I mean, you got to keep it a little tighter and keep your, your risk parameters a little tighter. Will you still go full port even if you're in the mall on the road?
Well, I'm not trading. Dude, yeah, my stop loss is only 20 ticks on this trade. I'm fine, but no, I don't.
You won't go full port in the mall. All right, maybe there'll be no full port in the mall. Pulled pork, perhaps, not full port. Good. There is, I'm sure. Okay, good. So you will throttle it down when you're on the road. I'm sure you're on a Wi-Fi connection too, as well. So you're smart. You got your tighter stops.
I just got filled on my stop.
Oh, really?
You just got stopped out? Oh, damn! You must have gotten.
Damn, they turned around quick on you, dude. Nasdaq crazy.
That is Nasdaq for you. So
it's okay. I'm only down on that 400. It was a good stop loss.
Oh, that's not bad. I'm going to try to buy the bottom of VWAP here and see if we run through.
Okay.
So just for the record, I am not fading Dannystrades. He was out of the trade before I put this on.
Pulled pork. All right. Is this a pull? Is this fit? How much size, Dolby? Is this a pulled pork or no?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get.
All right.
3-ish here. Everyone wants me to blow up my trading account.
Not me.
Come on.
Not me.
So much peer pressure.
Don't look at me, man.
Pressure.
Chad, if you want to see Dolby do it, no, I'm kidding. Not today. Not on Monday.
Put a W in chat if you want to see Dolby YOLO his entire account again.
Chat mods love when we ask you guys to put a W in there. It really gets the. They love it.
Short.
What? No, I'm trying to look for longs off of VWAP. I think your idea was good stuff. It was about a 4-point spread.
Danny's my boy. Danny Trades, am I mean to you? They say I'm mean to you. I'm not. I'm never mean to you.
Why?
I don't
Bro,
know.
I'm Mexican. I don't give a shit.
All right, I'm Polish. I don't give a shit either. How about that?
Well, look at this.
Man, bro.
This is like the United Nations. Everyone's getting along on TopstepTV.
Real first. Thank you, John. Update on ES Delta minus 18,500. 18,500. So shorts are growing. We are seeing some move to the downside, and I'm sure the shorts.
I'm looking to work 09 1/4, 06 3/4, and 04 3/4. So 3 lots, all separated by about 5 points. We're just going to try to buy a liquidity sweep, whatever the kids call it these days, to right below, and see if VWAP holds up.
VWAP again too. So I just be careful, you know.
Okay.
The same concept.
I thought a VWAP was good stuff, though.
It is, but you know we could bounce, and if you're short, I mean, if we get under it, you're good.
All right.
I'm trying to go long. I'm trying to go long.
Okay. We might just get filled again then right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I want to see a sweep below VWAP here and see if we come back up again.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That is the plan. That's the plan here. So we're going to work these orders here and be patient, chat, and not do a 15 lot.
Don't worry, plenty. That's right, Charles Lucas. Plenty of time for a trade. Might see a little short squeeze setup as ES, the Delta continues to grow. So they're getting shorter and shorter. We saw 500 trade on the bid there. 91 quarters trade 500 times on the bid side. That means market orders, market orders came in. Market sell orders came in. Hit that bid 500 times. No problem.
One.
Here we go. Dolby time.
Might start getting filled on a couple here. Let's see how this goes. Where's my stop at? Where's my stop at?
You already got filled on locks?
I got filled on one of them.
Okay, I'm gonna wait still a little bit longer.
Any trades with the patience. I like it.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got to stop in now.
I just don't know. I feel like it's gonna fake out a VWAP first, and then pump.
Okay.
I mean, good Momo thus far, Baiynd VWAP, but let's see. Let us see. So, yes, we are currently long 18,009 1/4. Just one little NASDAQ. That's all.
20K. All right. Delta's still growing. We're at 20,000. Might have 20,000 ES now. These, for lack of volatility, so to speak, this number is rapidly increasing, Hoag. I think you would agree with that. If we don't here in the next 20 minutes, maybe taking a long would be advisable. That's crazy, John.
Yeah. So that bullish or bearish?
TBD. They want the market to go lower. If the market doesn't go lower, it's going to be bullish real quick. So
got it.
It's on the market. If they're short right now. So it's another short squeeze. We see this play happen 2-3 times a week.
Looks like
time as we get close. Well, Danny Trades.
Are you on the move right now, or are they after you? Are you good?
Where are you?
No, bro, they're coming, bro. For me.
I'm thinking about are the shadow people after you? Blink one.
I just had to sit on the couch, bro.
Oh, nice. They got couches in there. That's good.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, that's a nice part of Denver where I think it is. They got couches, Danny. I'm not saying where it is, but if it is where I think it is.
They have couches in the nice part of Denver, I hear, though.
Yeah, those malls, they got couches. They got couches for sure.
No, they got a couch here. I'll tell you that right now.
That's right.
Hey, kick up. Enjoy.
Yeah, make some money. All right, boys. Sorry, just to recap. Are we long or flat? What are we looking at here?
Flat right now.
We're long right
I'm
now.
still waiting.
Okay.
But Dolby got a nice entry, so.
Okay,
yeah,
sweet.
Man, that thing's kicking around already.
Dolby,
yeah,
can you
still
please
long
update us?
18,000. We're long
18,000 even.
18,009 1/4.
Ooh, nice entry.
I mean, so far so good. It's NASDAQ, though. You never know what's going to happen
that's
here.
True. That's true.
You could just teleport down and rip up my position. But what I am seeing here, though, in addition to VWAP, I do see a 15-minute range starting to form here. Let me see where my square bit is. It's in here somewhere. This works? No, Oh, no, it doesn't. Let me find the box.
James Slate, it is a teleportation time of day. Yes. What is Delta?
Yeah.
John, if you can get Delta for NQ, we have Trevor Creekmore. Would love to be know. Thanks, John.
Yeah, so this is the box I got, 15-minute range down here. So we're looking for a breakout out of that, one way or the other.
Gold catching a bid. Yes, we are.
Looks like.
Hit us, Dannystrades.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot, but we'll see what happens.
Well, why is it dangerous? You're making me nervous.
Why is it dangerous? That's right.
Gotta be careful.
For what?
VWAP is always a dangerous level.
Oh, that's true.
It's just a level that, sometimes you might just slice down through it,
Right.
So, I mean, if you buy, like I always say this, like when you buy through VWAP or you buy through, or sell through VWAP, you have to have that stop very tight, like right under. A lot of times you just break through.
Yeah, I'm pretty close on it. It looks like VWAP has bounced the last, 1, 2, 3.
It has, so that's what makes it weaker,
Oh, you say more bounces is weaker?
I say that, yep.
Uh-oh.
Think about it. The more people that find interest in a level, the weaker it becomes because it's not going to be as interesting, So.
Okay, well, you're making me not confident in my position.
No. Stay in your trade. Stay in your trade. Like,
yeah, my man. That's what I'm talking about. Now I feel better.
Above VWAP means you're good, right? I'm just saying when we get below VWAP, just be careful, right? Right now, you're chilling,
Yeah. If we get below VWAP, I'm getting stopped out. That's the fact of the matter.
Yeah. But right now you're good. Like, there's nothing wrong. Like, that's why I'm just saying. Cool. Like, have a tight stop. Like it's the part where you get under VWAP where you have to start, worrying.
Well, my stop is pretty tight. I got about like a 9-point stop, so I'm risking what 230 bucks on this trade. I mean, that doesn't seem that bad. It seems cheap.
Not bad. You're good. You're chilling. But
all right. I'm good. If he's good, I'm good.
That's what people don't realize is I feel like people think because you lose a trade, they think you're a horrible trader. You know what I mean?
No.
But the reality is that you can lose 20 trades, bro. You get one big winner, you're chilling. It's the same backwards, vice versa. The people that ask, what's your win rate? And they want to hear 90%. Like, if 90% means anything, bro. You can have a 90% win rate, and then guess what? One trade, you just blow it all, which I've seen most traders do, right? They have one good trade. They have, like, a crazy winning streak, 90% winning streak, and then that one trade, they blow it,
Yeah, it's brutal. It stinks, right? Yeah.
It does.
Oh, someone just reminded me that I'm Dakota's short NASDAQ right now, but I'm long NASDAQ. That's okay. But as Dannystrades said, believe in yourself. I am going to believe in myself.
Agree.
I'm believe in myself in this badass trade.
What did someone say to you?
Apparently, Dakota is short right now. NASDAQ.
Ooh.
Even Andre's like, ooh.
Well, that confidence, bro.
Hey, both sides can make money. I've seen it happen before.
Bro, doesn't matter, dude. Who, you believe in yourself. That's it.
Yep.
Agree.
That is right. That is why I love it when Danny
Who cares about other people's positions, bros? That's it.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
You got one account to trade.
Worry about yourself. Now I want this trade to work out for you. I'm not going in yet, but dude, I just hate playing like if I'm not in a trade, I don't like playing VWAP. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a weird spot, but it's been holding up. I still want the stop run below. I still think we can grab that.
Hey, Dannystrades, I got a question. Did I hear you made like 100 G's or something the other day? Is that true? What happened?
Bro, that's like my third time doing something like that, bro. Like,
what happened, bro? What? No, you tell. What happened?
I made 100K last week.
Doing what? On what? Where? What? Where? How?
When the video earnings came out. But I was already in a trade. I caught 500 ticks on 20 contracts.
What?
And then I just hold through earnings on the video, and I caught like 1,000 ticks in total. And it's so funny, bro. Like,
what?
Dude, I did the same thing with Topstep.
What, dude?
Time when I make 100K with Topstep, bro, I only cashed out like 60K of the Topstep account. I don't care though, but it's all good. But Either way, that's what we say, transparency, right?
100%. That's how we do it here at TopstepTV. That is some pulled pork. Transparency all day here.
You might not bro. You just sometimes you get I send the other 40K, bro, on the Topstep account, and I lost it. But I made 60K in a week. Who else is doing that? You know what I mean? So if they want to be like, oh, bro, you lost 40K of the 100K that you made. Yeah, I did. So what? Did you make 100K? No. I still cashed out 60K.
Tell him,
and
dude.
bought a Ferrari. I'm not trying to be cocky, but,
Tell him, man.
That's what you gotta do.
I agree. But as long as you took a distribution, you took the 60K.
And I just did it. If you look at my Instagram, I did it a couple months ago, in October, where I made $55,000. Same thing, bro. In a week, right? And it's just me, just freaking clicking buttons. That's it. Having confidence. I've done that thing over and over and over about 4 or 5 times now, where I just
gotta hold them. So I get some of
those
bigger winners.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm kind of scared.
No.
Scared for me? What, you don't like this trade anymore?
Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like the vibe.
It's just dead right now, bro. Anytime, look, if it pops up, I'm gonna clap for you, bro. But
you just gotta. I thought you just had to believe. I'm just trying to believe right now. You're coming in.
What happened?
Raining on my believing.
You have to believe yourself.
Early MOC imbalance, 336 million to the sell side.
Ooh, more shorts. Thank you, Eddie. 336 mil sell side MOC market imbalance. We will get updates as we get closer to the 3 p.m. Central Time, the closing bell for the day. Shout out to all our bell-to-bellers. Just a reminder, we do have two fire drills this week, Tuesday and Thursday. That means tomorrow. So please make sure to tune in, and we'll get this week bumping real quick. What's up, Danny?
Nothing. Never mind. So good.
What were you gonna say? I know you're gonna say something.
Nah, it's all good. I need to go short. I'm going short.
No, wait a minute. Dannystrades. What happened, man?
I need to go flat right now?
Yeah, I was gonna say. What? It hung you out to dry, Dolby Time.
Bro, it doesn't mean anything though, dude. I just don't know about the longs yet.
Look at all these higher lows on the 1 minute. That's pretty exciting stuff.
I mean,
that's pretty exciting. That sounds bullish to me.
I have 4 contracts at 18.13, 18.013.
Dolby Time. You got.
And I'm going for at
VWAP, and I'm. Oh my god.
Oh, there you go.
All right, we're still in. Hold up, chat. Hold up. Sorry, dude.
I got in at 18.03. Currently up $700 on this 4 contracts.
Damn.
See if we could get that drop to the bottom here. Oh. But I did say we might fake out and then pump on VWAP. So you might be good, Dobie. But I'm trusting my intuition. You trust yours. You never know.
All right. Well, I'm long to 18,008 right now. Evens.
Okay.
Yep. So total risk is 410 right now.
I'm gonna have my stop at 37 ticks, so very tight. 18.022.
Okay, we can coexist with those numbers, Danny. That's okay.
Yeah. And I got an entry at 18.13. So we might.
Try to teleport. Oh, did you teleport successfully, NASDAQ? Oh, you almost did. Okay, now I'm long 18,007.
Okay.
Risking 550.
All right. Sellers are coming in here.
There you go. We're gonna keep.
God, Danny's trade. I don't want to say read the NASDAQ.
Yeah, he did.
That is not a skill I have. What the hell?
Dude,
I'm still learning.
Nice.
Still learning. Hey, we got
learning, dude.
We're still learning.
Yeah, for sure.
Currently up 1,500 on this position. 4 contracts, guys. 1,500.
What are you from, Dan?
Stop loss is going to break even. We're about to hit 70 ticks.
Oh, we're pushing. Wow, Jesus.
There you go. We're up $2,000 on 4 contracts right now.
And that's in Topstep XFA, or what is it?
Yes,
Topstep X.
Topstep X.
It's a combine. I'm not gonna lie, But
no, it's all good.
Having fun with it, you know what I mean?
No, we take it serious though.
Bro, I'm not gonna trade risk too much. But here we go. Here comes the downside. I just covered all my losses from the last trade that I took. And currently up about $2,000 on 4 contracts right now. This is a good take profit level, guys. Good take profit level. My stop loss already moved to break even. My entry is 18,013 right now. 18,013 is my stop loss, which is break even for me. I'm just gonna write it at this point. I'm gonna try and catch. Maybe we catch like 200 ticks. You never know. So stop buy. I'm doing a stop buy order at my break even. A little below my break even just to avoid slippage. So 18,012. My entry was 18,13. And I'm going to go for 100 ticks initially. 100 ticks for me would be hitting 17,988. But stop loss is like a couple ticks into break even. So we'll see what happens right here. I'm just going to chillax here. Let this ride down. Here we go. We got this trade together.
All right.
Well, that was incredible.
That was.
Bro, I don't know how you just soul read the NASDAQ right there.
Bro, it's good, bro. It's good. Let me tell you. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose,
I know about half of that equation.
You never know, bro. We're about to hit 100 ticks right now, though, guys. Topstep. Oh, here we go. About to hit 100 ticks.
Wow.
I'm a couple ticks away. We're about to hit 2,500 in profit on 4 contracts. I'm going to start scaling out a couple here, guys. Yeah.
All right.
You know what? I haven't figured out how to sell a couple on Topstep X, but...
How to sell?
Click like the 1 in the dome, and then just hit either buy market or sell market. So hit buy market if you're trying to cover.
So I'm going to sell... I'll sell 2 here, because we're almost at 100 ticks, and I'll hold the rest 2. So I'm up 2,500 on 4 contracts right now. So I'm going to sell, right? So I'd buy...
Love it. Love it.
Wow. Right. In a mall.
Cut it up.
Now I just covered. Now I'm only holding 2 contracts. Yeah.
Damn.
I'm only holding 2 contracts now. So we'll see. Stop loss is moved to my new stop is 1810. So I trailed it a little bit.
Okay.
Entry was 1813. So 1810 will be my stop loss. And that's flat, right? So 1810 flat. I already sold 3. So
all right, I'm gonna market long 1 here.
All right. Hey, while you guys are good, we almost have 2,800 people watching us in Power Hour right now. That is a lot. It keeps growing too, which is really cool to see. Maybe it's Dannystrades, maybe it's Dolby time, maybe it's Dannystrades.
Never know.
All right, you never know. But please,
it's Dannystrades in a mall.
It's if you guys would be so kind, please hit that subscribe button. Please smash that like button. We truly agree. We're closing in on 70,000 subscribers here on TopstepTV YouTube channel. Crazy success. We're gonna continue to grow and make this show the best. I love Power Hour. Oh, the Rooster. Oh, that is, if we get love from the Rooster, we made it. So, yes, we appreciate the Rooster. We love you, man. Power Hour has been a lot of fun to do. I mean, not going to lie, there's serious profits being made. I know I always say, we like to have a good time. But, dude, there's some serious profits being made in Power Hour. I'm trying to think. I'm not going to say it. All I'm going to say is there are profits to be made. We're laying out profitable trades for you here.
Yeah, where's Eric at?
Our guest has been on fire lately. We don't just bring schlubs in. We bring in good traders to show you how they're making good money trading all week, all 5 days this week. I think we have a special guest on Friday. I'm not going to say who it is just yet, but you guys really liked him during Power Players. We're bringing him and maybe his crew back for Friday. So if you guys caught the hit there, he had a crew last time he did Power Players with us. We're bringing him back for Power. He had a crew with him.
We might even have a special guest tomorrow.
I think we will have a special. Yes, that's true. That's right. We're going to play something.
That's going to be pretty exciting as well.
It's probably Rips, isn't it? Rips, you're on Power Hours throughout this week. Rips.
No, it's not.
Rips.
It's someone who's actually special, not just
Rips, you're a regular here. But yes, we have a special one on Friday. And if you're watching a couple weeks ago, he was on Power Players, and he had a crew with him. He'll be joining us on Friday for Power Players. But let's get back to
good top quiz question. Who had a crew last time?
Who had a crew with them last time? All right, so while we got a lull here, you guys getting your trades. Before we get bumping here with some liquidity injections, some fireworks, I'd like to throw it to James. James Harden. Ooh, someone guessed it right there in the chat. James Harden, do we have an update for top quiz winners?
We do have an update for top quiz winners. I can't speak, and here they are.
Okay.
There was one in here I really liked. What was it? Oh, Little Cutie
4
Pie.
contracts, those 2 trades.
Thank you, James. They all look pretty. They check out this time.
We're all doing well. Back to the trading. Congrats.
Thank you, James Harden.
Decent names today.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like my NQ long is starting to perform decently. I got long market 1, 18,004. So I think the mistake I made, and I really do a better job at doing this, is that we saw this series of higher lows here in the 15-minute, as well as a series of lower highs. And I kind of just threw myself into the middle of that when, historically speaking, it looks like buyers have been coming in along with this trend line. So I probably could have gotten better value on the long if I really wanted to do it. So something to take notes on. I think it's easy sometimes to kind of lock into what your setup is without looking at the broader market and making sure it makes sense in the context of the whole thing. That's the mistake I feel like I made.
Guys.
How we looking? Dannystrades. 20 minutes, gentlemen. 20 minutes.
Again. I'm short again. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I'm short again.
Nope, that's very nice of you.
At 04, I'm short at 18,004.
18,004.
Yeah, I'm going to play this one to the lows. Okay. This one, my stop's going to be at 55 ticks.
Okay.
I'm taking a little more risk. I'm playing this one to the lows of the market and to try to break that low and maybe catch 60 ticks or something.
All right.
This will be my last trade of the day because I think if I hit this trade, I will hit my P&L. I think the Topstep has a 50% rule, right? I'll hit that, so I'll have to be careful. Coming into these lows here.
What is the theory here of continuing to take these shorts here? You just think it's unfinished
retest
business?
Of the buy level. If we get above retest of the buy level, then I'm just going to get out. Right now, my entry, I'm still in profit. 1804 was my entry, so we'll see if we can get the retest of the buy. We got the retest of buy level, and I ended up getting back in the shorts, right? So my concept is right now we need to break this low, 17,998. This is psychological here. So we need to break this. Once we break this, we go to the low, and we clear a profit again, right? So far, we're doing pretty well. I'm no risk taker, so I hold,
So where's 17,998? Where'd you pull that number from? Because I just see that was like the last 1 minute low.
On NQ. On NQ, yeah, that's the number, but it also lines up with our bottom of demand. So,
okay. Ooh, Randy H says Dolby is awesome. Dolby is awesome. He is the man.
Well, that's because
he is Power Hour.
That's because his previous tweet got deleted, or his previous message got deleted.
The checks in the mail, Randy H. There is no Power Hour if there's no Dolby. Okay.
Going for the break here. Come on. Yes, sir. And we are in, guys. We're done. Sorry. You guys can close. We're at the low here. So I'm closing because I'm going to hit my take profit on Topstep. Currently 2,000 on this position as well. You guys can close here. This is the low. If you hold, you're taking that risk to continue to the downside. You just got to be careful.
Okay,
I'm going to move the stop to break. Yeah, move stop to break. Okay. So, and then you guys can close. Or you guys can keep riding. Up to you. I would just sell a couple and then keep riding the rest, to the downside. All the way to demand. Or move stop to break even. Because, again, the low was the only target you should have had.
Quick Delta update in the ES. Nice 19,000 in the ES. John, if you can give me an NQ1 too, much appreciated. Just so you know, John there he is in the chat there. John Hoagland in the blue. ES Delta minus 19,000. John, if you get him a NQ Delta as well, that'd be great. But that is our Delta Master. He's taught me the trade. He made it simple for me to understand and how to visualize it and how to trade it, most importantly. So we will start seeing see that number grow or unwind as we get closer to the 3 p.m. About 17 minutes, less than 17 minutes to the closing bell. Here on your Monday, we can just use. Okay, sounds good, Jack.
So
do that.
This long feels sus.
if people are still holding the short full TP for the last contracts, again,
Delta minus
everyone should have moved their stop to break even, and the last TP will be the middle, 50% of our demand zone, which is 1980. Okay, I might sell a little earlier depending on how my profit looks.
Well, real quick update. Hey, sorry, excuse me, gentlemen. Real quick update before we get these liquidity injections here over the next 15 minutes at 5-minute intervals. We have an updates from our TopstepTV live funded account traders with Isaac Rivera. Wow, Isaac Rivera up almost $6,000 today. Coach Dakota up $2,400, man. Rips up $1,400. Deeyana up $250. Everyone's making money. Notable standout traders from today: Nicholas T, David A, Isla B, and lo and behold, Mr. Michael P. That is Mr. Michael P, who you know. Mr. Michael P is up $1,200. Live funded, trading on Topstep X. Being able to turn it around and get himself out of the bit of a struggle he was in. If he can do it, anyone can do it, man. Not every month's going to be profitable. It stinks when you start off the year. January, the trade's tough. You just feel like you're in quicksand a little bit, but sure enough, come February, able to trade your way out of it, and now he's making some consistent profits and is up $1,200 on the day. But our live funded traders are kicking ass today. Good to see. The market hasn't really given that much opportunity, I would say. But what I mean by that is, Deeyana up 720. Correction, Deeyana. Sorry about that, Deeyana. Up 720. Got bad info there, Deeyana. I would never shortchange you. Up 720. Right, well done. Oil has not done much today, so good on you. Back to Dolby time and Dannystrades. How are we looking?
All right, so we're about to hit that demand zone here, and I'm about to get out my last contracts here.
Okay.
Last contracts. Again.
So if you're covering, that makes me happy. I'm currently long 2 NQ at 998.5.
Okay.
All right, I'm out of the rest.
Great. Well done, Dannystrades. How we looking?
Very good.
Dude, that's just mall money too. You gonna do some shopping there? Obviously.
I am gonna do some shopping.
What do we got on the list?
First store I see. Let's see. Bath and Body Works.
You ain't going shopping there.
You want to walk
Get
in
out of
there,
here.
Get some bath bombs.
You ain't going shopping there. Cinnabon, yep. All right. All right, we're gonna see a Delta rip, and now's the time, John says. You guys listen up, man. That's the master. The guru. He taught me this. So yes, these shorts, we ain't breaking, and the shorts keep growing. So if you were short, you gotta get flat by 3 o'clock. How do you cover your position? You gotta buy it back, right? What up, Danny?
That buy level, guys, on the short side, dude. I might enter short again.
Again?
You were done. Okay.
You were done.
Dolby time. No.
Dolby's not happy right now.
Dolby's talking in third person.
Yeah. Dannystrades is Dolby talking in third person.
I'm just talking to myself.
All good. I do it all the time.
Everyone's talking in third person now.
Here goes the shorts again, but I'm not gonna get in. I'm gonna let you finish your position. Okay.
It's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Well, how did you know? What is it?
I don't know.
I don't understand what
he
you're
just stepped
seeing.
up and just hit sell. I don't know how that. What the hell that just was?
Hop into these shorts so confidently,
bro. You just got a full send, bro.
Come on, Dolby.
There's a secret. I think this is what chat wants the answer to what intuition is, and this is it right here.
Yeah.
You're witnessing intuition live from Dannystrades. That's what it is.
I'm gonna give you that power. I hope this works out for you, Dolby.
I hope so. I hope so too.
Okay, but this is what I would do, right? If I was gonna go long, I'd wait to get above, 1810. Okay. And then 1810, you just ride it, bro. You're gonna catch like 500 ticks, okay, on the long side.
Wow.
Once we get above 1810.
I think that's what the difference is. That's what the difference is. I wait for best. Bro. I think I try to get the best price, and you try to get the best momentum.
Bro, I will buy 30 contracts.
Whoa.
If
the case.
If
we get above 1810.
There it is, my man. That is on TV. Everyone, you heard that.
I mean,
I'll do it for you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What a guy. What a guy. This trade's doing okay though so far. Decent momentum. It is having a hard time though getting above this level right here of 18,006 and a half. Having a real hard time.
This is buy level again. We gotta be careful, bro. 1810 is the level to get long above.
Okay.
Don't get short under 1810. Don't get long under 1810, bro.
See, I would never take that. That's crazy because I would never take that trade. But this is why Power Hour is so cool.
Power Hours, yes, it is. Dude, we're making serious money on Power Hour. It's like,
I mean, most people are.
Yo, we're making money. What up, Danny?
Average.
What? I don't want to say nothing. We got this. Come on.
Okay, I like it. Good
I
vibes
still want
only.
to buy more.
What?
I'm trying to. I don't know if I can buy more. I'm probably gonna lose. I'm gonna lose
this
account.
is what I would say. I would promise you for workout. Get long above 1810. Okay.
I think I'm gonna get stopped out. We have to get above 1810 before we get below 991.
Look, this is how I look at it. Right now, everything's short until we get above 1810. Okay.
Okay.
You don't long until we get above 1810.
Ooh, that was a move.
Okay.
Something just happened.
1810 though. 1810. That move don't matter.
10 minutes, boys. 10 minutes. Delta.
Okay.
My 17,000. Starting to see unwind.
1810.
I'm still holding this long. I'm sorry, Dan. I have to do it, Dannystrades. I have to hold this long.
If we get above 1810, I'll be happy for you. But honestly, I think everything's short right now. Okay. I would just be careful, bro.
Okay.
I want to see you win.
I want to see me win too.
1810, bro. You know, like I just went in long right now, but I'm not gonna do any trades. But
Eddie, we got something going on. What's going on?
MOC, yes. Update here. MOC in balance 1.2 billion to the buy side.
To the buy side.
That flipped.
So we've switched from 336 to the sell to 1.2 billion to the buy side. New update.
Thank you, Eddie.
Interesting.
All right, Dolby time.
Everyone's on pins and needles right now. See, I win either way because if I end up losing the trade, then Danny's trades wins, looking really smart on TV. If I win, then Chad is happy for me, and Danny's trade still wins because he already had a winning trade today.
Okay.
Yeah, I had 2 winning trades.
Yeah. I got stopped out. Okay, so I lost, but Danny's trades now looks really good.
Okay. That's
okay.
Point,
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Good, bro. I'm just trying to give you that intuition. You know what I mean? Like I
don't understand where this intuition is coming. I got to learn this intuition that you have.
Bro, honestly, I'll just tell you straight up right now, bro. Just pray. Pray to God.
Oh no! It's come to that.
Kidding, bro. I'm not even trying to bring
it's come to
there. It is. Hey,
Danny Trades. God doesn't care about my trading, though. I can assure you, God does not care if I'm making money or not.
He probably doesn't, bro.
You got better things to worry about, right?
Yeah, well, whatever, man. That intuition is paying though, because he just crushed that one.
Nice job. He did. He just stepped up to the plate and just hit a home run. He's like, guys, watch.
Yeah, like 3 of them.
Yeah.
3 trouble calls right there. Ended up getting stop run to the downside. I think I ended up blowing up my account. Yeah, I probably blew up this account. I don't know if I can make another trade.
Bro, it's okay, bro.
Just kidding. No, it's
you
not.
Just go back and full send another account. That's it.
Smash reset.
Bro.
Here we go. I got a practice account now.
Okay.
So, again, we're at buy level. We have to get above this level if you're gonna go long. So don't go long yet.
But it's too expensive It's so expensive. See, this is where I have to learn best momentum.
Don't go
best
long.
Momentum versus best price.
Only go long once we get above 96 now. Now you have to wait for 96. But
here we go.
Above 96, you say go long. Okay, we'll do it.
7 minutes, boys. 7 minutes.
But right now everything's staying short. You gotta be short right now. But 96.
We're gonna try.
I'm not gonna take any more trades.
Well, you don't have to. You have nothing to prove.
No.
What?
I still have to prove my worth to chat.
Bro, you know what we should do? I can put some headphones on you, and I'll just speak, and I'll give you the trades, and you just take them.
Well, I just bought 96.
Can you do that?
I'm long 3. I'm long 3 of my practice account right now. At 96. Let's see. I'm trusting my intuition's garbage. We just get.
So now we can fill that imbalance. We've got to break this trend here, and then, once we break this trend, you'll be solid.
Okay.
All right.
You know what? I'm gonna go along with you, dude.
Hey,
my man.
That is just like a warm blanket.
Yeah.
Over my trade.
My
feels
man.
nice. It feels nice.
Okay.
I have to give you some. I gotta give you some, bro. Market's about to close, though, right?
Yes. We got less than
like
6
minutes.
About 5 minutes. 6 minutes.
Okay,
yes.
we get an end of the day pump right here, so we're good.
We
Stop
do.
loss
Keep
at close, okay?
Come on, we got Delta. They got
96.
started winding this.
Yeah, that's some impressive stuff over there.
God, that's got to feel
impressive.
So when the market's here we go. Let's go. End of the day pump, and we got it, bro. I'm gonna take that small move just because I'm up 500 on this small move, and it's
why not?
So I'm gonna get out.
What price, Danny?
But I said I'm already out. What do you mean?
Oh, a little scalp right there, huh?
Yeah,
well, I'm long.
Well, I'm not.
96.
Market's about to close in 6 minutes, bro. You already know.
I know it's gonna be close. It's gonna be a close one. We're gonna see some big movement here in about. Should see it right now.
We can easily head back to 805. Okay, so you can keep holding Dobie. But
cool.
805.
I'm gonna try to get back to VWAP. 805.
Stop loss at the lows. Yeah, 805.
I got the stop loss at the lows. We're on board there. I think that's a good stop. I agree with that. So you think? I see what you're looking at now.
805, and then ride it all the way. We did get above 96, and you see how we're staying above 96, so we're good. You're good. You're chilling. Just get 805 and then dip.
Sweet.
805 and
so
dip.
Close. You don't want to hold for longer?
Me, I'm not holding anymore. I'm done.
Oh, you're done. All right. It must be nice to be a winner. It feels good.
Nice session. Nice session. Nice session.
Doesn't matter where he's at.
Let's do some shopping.
Bro, maybe it's just bad luck, bro. You never know. Maybe today was just not your day. I have those days.
Could be bad luck. I feel like it was not bad luck. Probably could have tweaked a couple things here and there. Maybe journal a little bit. Maybe have Dannystrades whisper sweet nothings into my ear at night.
I mean,
my ego on track.
All right, sellers here. Sellers here. The S&P's taking a dip to the downside. Tilt showing 50-50. Nothing showing there. Are seeing some sellers in the S&Ps. Will NASDAQ follow? Here we go. Start to see some liquidity. Start to see some liquidity stack here in the S&Ps. We'll see that even get larger as we approach 3 p.m. Central. Yeah, it's been a bit of a muted power hour, which is fine.
Day trade
did quite well. Dolby time, he did have your back, which is nice.
Dolby time was here. That was great. Thanks for participating.
Yeah, shout out to all the people that watched us from bell to bell today. We appreciate it very much. I hope you guys liked the program today. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up later this week. Tomorrow, Eddie will tune you into that here shortly. Yeah, it was a lot of fun trading this Power Hour day trades. As always, a pleasure to have you here on Power Hour. I hope you enjoy it as much as we do.
Pleasure you guys have me here, dude.
Yeah, well, thanks for being here and in the mall. Thanks for being in both places at the same time.
Bro, dude, I don't care if I'm at the mall. I don't care if I'm at the bar, dude. I'm gonna be on here every day, dude. You guys let me know what time of day I'm gonna be calling out bangers. You feel me?
Love that, man.
Because
I love
trading,
that.
that's what you gotta teach the people.
We might have to have you.
You gotta teach people that trading is everywhere, bro. You can do this anywhere. So there's no excuse, bro. I could be in Africa right now and I could trade. So
100%.
It don't matter where you're at.
Isn't that the best? It's the best. It makes it the best.
Chilling.
Yep.
Yeah, this was.
All right, less than 2 minutes here. Dolby time. Are you flat? Or are you still long?
I'm just losing trades today. That's all.
Losing
one in practice. Losing one in the trading combine.
What's it?
But it is tricky.
Yes, it is. Start to see some sellers here. Here we go. Less than 2 minutes as we see sellers come in. 50, 82 S&Ps crack beneath 18,000. NASDAQ. Let's take a quick peek at oil and gold here. Well, we got a minute. And oil trading 77.58, 77.58, and gold trading 20.42 even. Nothing really popping there. Those charts do not look that exciting for the day.
I'm not gonna lie, this camera looks good, huh?
You look good, man. I'm not gonna lie. You know
it's
it.
just you, bro. It's
yeah,
just
you get it.
Bro,
I
I just bought a Mac yesterday. It looks good.
Yeah, you like it, huh?
Sharp. I'm gonna screenshot that.
Look at that smile.
Put that on your LinkedIn or something.
It looks better when you're up 2 G's, dude.
Yeah, you have a glow about you. That's really what it is.
Well, 2 G's looks good on you, Dannystrades.
Yeah, right. Ooh, we got NQ just headed lower.
Yep.
Yup. Haircut. That's what I need. Look at that.
You're at the mall, buddy.
Yeah, you're at the
Grab
right
one.
spot. All right, 400 lot bid on the 50/80s. 400 lot, 80 bid on 400. 80 sold, filled. Right, cooked right through that thing. Back bid. Oh, here we go. 800 lot. All right, here come all the bids. We got less than a minute, I'm assuming. Yeah, watch all these bids stack. Not the best time. Yeah, you'll see all liquidity come in here. All these MOC orders, all these orders trying to get off. Boy, look at all the liquidity. All these guys trying to get out. They'll just start hitting bids, lifting offers. Pretty cool. Dannystrades, thank you so much for joining us today, man. Hope you enjoyed that as much as we enjoyed it. Enjoy your time. I think you're going to Texas. You're going to Texas after this, correct?
I'm going to Texas right now.
All right, man. Hook 'em,
Just
dog.
like you said, keep full transparency, right?
Always, dude. Always.
Okay, dude. Don't matter if you're trading a combine, live account, press account, your own account. Treat every trading session like it's the account that you're trading forever. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's the advice I got. You know, because honestly, but once you get experience, once you make money, you can just go through the evals just like that if you want. I'm just kidding. I'm done.
All right. On that note, Dannystrades, thank you. Eddie, what do you got for us? Take it away.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this session of Power Hour as I did. I think we all did. We all have a good time here. And thanks, Danny, for being with us here. And thank you, Batman Dolby and Batman Andre, the dynamic duo. Tomorrow, we got a lot of meat on the bone if we're talking about our economic calendar. Early birds. If you're going to be trading early, remember we do have a 7:30 Central Time number. We got durable goods. We got durable good orders. We also have the coming at 7:55 Red Book. We got an 8 o'clock house price index. 8 o'clock also S&P, the HPI composite, coming in also at 8:05. We do have a Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Barr will be speaking. 9 o'clock consumer confidence. I'm not done yet. Don't go away. Sit down. We've also got a 9 o'clock Richmond manufacturing coming in here in the afternoon, 10:30. We got a 7-year note auction at 12. That 10:30 is an Atlanta Fed GDP now. And I think that is it for tomorrow. Tomorrow on the All-Star menu, we got Rip's going to join us here for Fast Market. Be here at about 8 o'clock. Don't forget opening call with Hoagland, myself. We got Mick and myself for Shoulder Tap. We've got Nick Hill going to join Power Players with Robert and myself here. Anne-Marie and Jack on Top Quiz. That's always fun. Group coaching with Robert. We also have the segment Market Stalking with Deeyana, Dolby, and Hoag. And to end the day, of course, Batman and Batman, Andre and Dolby with Deeyana. Yes, Deeyana. Don't leave yet. I'm not done yet. Just a reminder, tomorrow we're going to have a fire drill. Yes, for those that are aware of it, for those that have not had the experience of Topstep X, we're going to be giving 1,000 invitations Tuesday and Thursday. So those are for the 5 as the deal was before. 50K trading combines, $4.50 each. All right. Remember, resets are still $49, and you get that one free reset after your monthly billing if you exceed the max loss and the loss limit. So that's going to be about it. I hope you enjoyed our trading today. We appreciate you, and I hope you appreciate us. This is Topstep TV. I'm Eddie Horn. Get some rest, relax, energize, and we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow morning. Take care.